Hello, Internet. Good morning, and welcome to day 3 of Compositing 101 with Aaron Nace here on Creative Live. My name is Russ Andes. This is Lorraine Lobdell, and we are going to be your hosts today. We're excited to be here. We're going to do about 5-10 minutes of pre-show, so go ahead and let us know in the chat room if you can see us and hear us as we test our audio and video. Lorraine, how are you doing this morning?
I'm doing absolutely fantastic. The last couple of days has been so much fun learning composite photography from Aaron, and I can't wait to see what he's going to do today for us and putting it all together. I can't wait to see the final piece.
I know, that's the thing, is like having built all of these pieces together and then putting them together. It's like molding all the Legos and then now finally you get to put them together.
I know, I'm like, how is he gonna do that?
It's exciting to see the final product. So we have a bunch of people joining us here in the audience. We have a bunch of people joining us online. Why don't we get to know them?
All right, cool. See you soon.
So we'll start here in the in-studio audience. Todd, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself, tell us where people can find you, and then what you're most looking forward to for today's class.
Okay, I'm Todd Hobert. I'm a Seattle-based photographer. You can find me at about.me/Todd Hobert or on Twitter at thobert1. Yeah, I would echo Lorraine. This has been a fun class, one of the funnest classes I've been in. What I'm expecting today is, I've watched quite a few Film Pros, so I kind of know what we're getting into. So I'm setting the bar high. I'm expecting awesomeness from Aaron on this one.
I think you should.
Yeah, and I'm really looking forward to day one shoot, the bowl of cereal. That's what I'm really looking forward to today.
Hi, I'm Catherine Gooding, Seattle-based real estate and interiors photographer, and you can find me at catherinegooding.com. I'm just excited to see all these pieces come together. There's so much creativity and energy that went into the last 2 days, and I'm excited to see them come together live, so thanks.
My name is Miguel Quiles, and you can follow me on Twitter at MQImages. Website is miguelquiles.com, based out of Orlando, Florida. And yesterday, I think the biggest takeaway was just seeing how he lit the set. I kind of didn't have an idea of how that all comes together and what all is involved, and just seeing it live in front of me, it was just amazing how effortless it looks when you have somebody that knows what they're doing lighting the set. But today, I think the biggest thing that I'm looking forward to is how Aaron post-processes my foot that was in that image from yesterday. But no,
probably the most important part of the image.
Absolutely. I think that, it's pivotal. So, but no, I mean, I'm just looking forward to seeing how these images come together. The concepts were awesome, and the shoots were a lot of fun, and I'm just excited to see the final product today.
My name is Gabriel Botten. I'm from Centralia, Washington, soon to be commercial compositing master. The best thing about this is today is just seeing how all our shooting and all the fun we had yesterday. I'm really looking forward to just seeing the difference between the element compositing and the frame compositing. So looking forward to it.
Hi, I'm Julie Clegg. I'm a pet and people photographer based out of Issaquah, Washington. You can find me at baileyandbanjo.com or on Twitter at baileyandbanjo. Like Miguel, I really enjoyed watching him build the set yesterday, just from nothing to one light at a time and working through all the problems I thought was fascinating. I'm really interested to see how it'll come together today, but I think I'm really looking forward to seeing Jasper in the cereal bowl and how that all blends together. I think that's going to be really fun.
Hi, I'm Alec White. I'm a first-year university student at the University of Washington, and you can see some of my work on Flickr under Alec White, which is all one word. And today, I'm just really excited to see what Aaron does with the images, because I've never been able to see a shoot from start to finish like we have in the past 2 days, so that'll be really cool.
Awesome. Yeah, that's something that I just love being able to do here at Creative Live, is being able to actually follow these amazing photographers from the beginning to the end and see the process the whole way through. Love that. Lorraine, how's the chat room doing this morning?
All right, everybody is starting to log in from around the world, and exciting to see some of you that are new here in Creative Live in the chat rooms, and a lot of people that have been here the last couple of days. So just giving a shout out to Gary D from the UK, Ryan01 from Philadelphia. We have Samsara from Italy, one of my favorite countries in the world. And we have Niders from Santa Monica joining in. Let's see, we even have Studio Modern from Berlin, and they're all over the world. Everyone's chiming in right now. We have Norway, we have Greenland actually just says hello and good morning, and Singapore is in the Creative Lounge right now, Fashion TV. Hi, thanks for being here again today. And Tracy Lynn in Denver, Colorado, right here in the US.
Amazing. I love our worldwide audience. So glad all of you could join us. We're going to go ahead and get started at this point. I'm going to do a brief introduction on how Creative Live works, how you can ask questions in chat, and then how you can purchase the course videos. So we'll start off with how to watch today's class. If you want to watch it, the only place you need to go is creativelive.com/live. That'll work on your computer, on your iPad, your iPhone, your Android device. Anything you want, just go to creativelive.com/live, and that's where you'll watch. At the top of this page and every single page on our website, there's a little watch button. If you want to watch one of our courses, when we have multiple courses going on, that's where you pick which one you want to watch. Just click that, it'll open up a little drop down, and you will select which course you want to see. Lower on the page is the easiest place to buy the course. If you just click that buy button, that's how you can do that. And over on the left, if you want to join in the conversation with the other students who are joining in from around the world, click the Chat Live with Class Participants button, and that will open up a new chat room where you can talk to everyone else who is watching this course. When you do press it, this new window will open up with 3 chat rooms in it, and let me tell you a little bit about what each one is used for. Creative Live is used for all the on-topic discussion of what Erin is teaching. We'll be getting very technical with Photoshop today, and so I'm sure there will be questions. We have a wealth of knowledge out there from everyone who has so much experience, and we would love it if you were willing to share that with the other people in the chat room. So that's where you go for that on-topic discussion. Creative Cues is for questions that you want Lorraine or myself to ask Erin. We have an amazing team behind the scenes who are passing those questions on to us. So go ahead and make sure to keep that room only for questions. Just preface your questions with a cue and with where you're joining us from so we can give you a shout out, and that way we will be able to get those questions most effectively over to the man himself. Our third chat room is the Creative Lounge, and the lounge is where you can have all your off-topic discussion, get to know each other, and just have a great time. Be sure to keep it positive and friendly and supportive, but go ahead and have your off-topic conversations in the lounge. We also will take questions via social media. So if you want to ask via Facebook, go to facebook.com/creativelive. Give us a like while you're there. Feel free to ask questions on that page, and you can also use the hashtag ErinLive to ask questions via Twitter. So this is Compositing 101 with Erin Nace, and the way that Creative Live works is we allow you to watch this course live for free. It's something that I'm really excited we're able to offer. So as you're watching live, you can do so for free. If you want to watch it later, if it's something that is of value to you and that you know will improve your business or your art, then you can purchase the course videos for $149. If you do so before the end of the course, you can get them for only $99. It's exciting that we're able to offer that discount, and we encourage you to take advantage of it if this is a course that you know you're going to want. Once you do buy that course, if you go to the course page, this is what you'll see. You will see on the left-hand side, this is another place where you can purchase that course, or you can enroll to get reminders about it. Scrolling down the page, once the videos are uploaded, this is where any course bonus materials will be, and it's exciting to announce that we will be offering the course files that Erin is working on today. They're not up there right now, because he hasn't picked which ones we're actually going to use yet. So once he has done so, and once we're done working on them, you will be able to have those, if you purchase this course, to work on yourself. So you'll be able to go back through and do the things that Erin is doing and learn right along with. So those course files will be available later today. Scrolling down the page is where you will see the videos. This will be all the videos from all 3 days, and you can view them in 2 different ways. You can download the files in low-res or HD versions, and you can also stream them directly from our website if you don't want to download them. Now here at Creative Live, we always love to give away prizes throughout the day, as you know if you've been here before. So you can enter in 2 ways. You can enter on Facebook by going and finding the big green Erin Contest button. Just click there. And what you're going to be doing is listening for a quote from Erin, something that is funny or inspirational or is just a really good tip about how to work with these composite files. Tweet those out or enter them on Facebook. On Facebook, you can do it once per hour. On Twitter, you can do it as many times as you want. On Twitter, make sure that you are following and that you include @AKNacer, that's Aaron's Twitter handle, and make sure that you include the course URL, which you can see on the screen right now. And that is the URL for the course page, so you can also just copy that directly if you don't want to find this URL. And with that, I think we're going to be able to bring on the man himself. Now, Aaron, as you've seen throughout the past 2 days, is an amazingly creative photographer who is also very technically gifted and knows how to share that knowledge with you. So we're going to bring him on to do just that. Aaron?
Thanks, Russ.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
How are you doing?
I'm doing really well.
Good. So are you looking forward to today?
No, not at all.
Not at all?
No.
I'm sorry. Okay. Well,
I
we're
don't know how to
done,
use
folks.
Photoshop.
See ya. No, just-
Someone else going to take over, right?
Cool. Sounds
Okay. No, today's going to be really awesome. We've spent the last 2 days just having a blast, and I don't think there's anyone in this audience and anyone at home who hasn't had a lot of fun at some point during these last 2 days. And today, it's kind of where we bring it all together. We're going to be pulling it all together. And throughout this workshop, we said a couple times, like, you do not have to be the best, most technically skilled person in Photoshop to be able to do these great composites. And that's what I hope to bring to everyone today, the knowledge and the understanding and confidence to say, like, I'm not the best Photoshop expert in the world, but I can still do these really cool composites.
That's fantastic. I'm excited to see it happen. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Aaron. Take it away.
Right on. Thank you, Russ. Well, guys, welcome to day 3. It's going to be exciting. I'm going to be sitting in this chair all day long. I will try to keep things pretty interesting, and we'll make jokes and have a lot of fun. It's going to be a completely different dynamic from day 1 and day 2. What we're going to be doing to start off with the day, we're going to actually kind of like bookend the entire 3 days. So we're going to go back and we're going to be doing the Love at the Wash and Suds composite first. The reason is it's a little bit on the easier side. This is, if you guys remember, what type of compositing? Frame compositing, nice, which I totally made up a couple days ago. We're doing frame compositing, and frame compositing is the easiest, most simple type of compositing. So we saw how you can actually shoot frame compositing, and today we're going to be putting it together. Not only that, but we're going to show you through the entire process. At the end of the day, yesterday, we talked about actually choosing the images that you wanted to do, like picking your selects and getting them out. So we're going to start off today in Lightroom. I'm going to go through and show you the exporting process and how you actually get the files out there. And we're starting basically completely from scratch. This is not like a cooking show where it's like, I'm just going to like tell you how we did it and it's like, poof, it appears. You're going to see everything happen as it goes. Because of that, we've got a lot to cover. We're going to go a little bit quicker. I can't explain like every single little thing that I do. Important keyboard shortcuts and things like that, I will definitely give those a shout out. But for those of you guys who are at home, if you do miss anything, well, you can just watch the rewatch or purchase the course. So you can watch it over and over and over again. It's the magic of recording and the internet. So yeah, let's go ahead and get started. We ready? Perfect. All right, so I'll take my seat and I'm just gonna sit here for pretty much the rest of the day. It's gonna be very exciting. So let's go ahead and talk about our shoot. We're gonna go back to, we do have, is there any way we could turn, I think that there's a program that shows all my keyboard shortcuts, and I think that you will find that in Photoshop, I use a lot of keyboard shortcuts very fast, so I am pretty sure that everyone will wind up hating that by the end of the day, but we can give it a shot if you guys really want to. Everyone on the staff is like, you should turn that on, people love it. And I'm like, all right. There's a lot of keyboard shortcuts. You're gonna just see flashes of screen, but all right, let's go ahead and go through the actual file. So we're just going to start off with kind of how the day started. I'm just scrolling right to the left now. This is basically where we started off with almost no light. So this is no light, and we're just trying to like start to build up our light, thinking about creating these shadows and doing things like that, jumping in the air, and basically like building up our light from nothing. As we go through, we're still testing and building up our lighting here. And scrolling out, we're starting to work on our composition as well. And if you guys remember from the end of the day yesterday, we already kind of chose some of our picks. So I'm just going to go back through the picks. But usually this is how I will go through. Let's just make sure we flag that one as a pick too. I'll go through the images.
Really quick, just in case people are just joining us for the first time, would you mind just kind of very briefly explaining the concept of what we shot on each day before we start working on it?
Yeah, totally.
Fantastic, thank you.
Okay, so this image is it's basically a concept called Love at the Wash and Suds. It's a double love story between it's a really weird idea. I'm not sure how I came up with it, but Basically, a guy's coming to a laundromat, and he's gonna do his laundry. He's gonna wash his clothes, but right before he does his clothes, see the laundry detergent that he's gonna use, which is in this case it's Almost Clean, and they decided that they don't want to be washed by this horrible laundry detergent, so they kind of like rebel, come out of the washing machine and lift him up and push him towards the better detergent, which is the Wash and Suds detergent. It's also a love story between a guy and a girl. So the guy is being lifted up by the clothing, and he's being introduced to our heroine, who's holding the beautiful Wash and Suds laundry detergent. So it's some levitation going on today, and we're using frame compositing to kind of like pull it all together. Yeah, good question. Thank you. All right, so that's basically what we're doing today, and trying to get everything together. So this is everyone, on set. In case you guys are joining us for the first time today, this is everyone on set and starting the concept and starting the composition of the image. And we did a lot of testing. There's a lot of stuff that's really, kind of like you're not sure of a lot of these things when you start off an image. We have to kind of test this, and especially with like throwing clothes in the air, like you can't get that perfect the first time or the second time. There's no like guidebook on how to do it, and it's just like literally throwing clothes in the air. So this is something that you want to be able to do over and over and over again. And that's one of the really great things about frame compositing, is that you can do these things over and over again, and you can just choose the best part of each of the images that you want to choose. You don't have to worry about everything being correct in one frame, which is really, really nice, and it's one of the main reasons why you would do a composite just like this. So going through these, basically yesterday we talked about how to flag the pics. You can hit the letter P for your pics. Let's flag this little guy there as well. Hitting the letter P for your pics, and this is basically, anytime you think the talent looks good or anything like that, you can go through and flag it, and then you can, at the end of the flagging process, let's just choose a couple more pics. At the end of the flagging process, what we're going to be doing, I'm going to hit G, and, well, I don't even need to say that because I guess it's on screen. But what we're going to be doing is filtering it by our pics. So we're just going to go up to the filter icon, and I'm going to filter by just the flagged photos. So at this point, these are the flagged photos that I actually want to use. Now, I still have a couple of decisions I need to make. I need to figure out which are the final shots that I want of each of the subjects. I need to figure out the final shot that I want of our girl and the final shot of the guy. So I'm going to do that right now, and then we're going to go ahead and export everything out and show you how that works as well. Okay, so these that I've picked and flagged with green, we did this yesterday, if you guys remember. These are mostly for additional details. So here we have details. This one is with Amanda there. So this is the detail that we're working on here, and basically going through, and each of these has different details. So these aren't necessarily details that I put in there for our subjects. These are details for other things in the actual photo that we're going to be pulling together. Okay, now we've got some pics that we like of either of our subjects or just random clothes flying in the air. And we did flag a pic for our girl subject. And this is, if you guys remember, we used the compare mode to compare two different photos yesterday. And what we did is chose between many different images. This is our image. I'm going to hit I. This is our many different images, but this is the one we're going to wind up using of our girl. So what I want to do now is basically try to choose an image of our guy. So I'm going to choose two images, holding down the command key and clicking on those two, and then you can hit C, and that will bring up comparison mode. Okay, so what I want to do now is basically figure out which of these images I like more of my guy. I'm going to zoom in. If you just click normally, it's going to zoom in at 100%, a 1-to-1 ratio. I don't really want to do that though, because I can't make up my mind, seeing something like that far zoomed in. It doesn't really help me out. So what we're going to do is go right over here and change it to about 1/3. There we go, or maybe even 1/4 zoomed in. So this way I can still see, I can still focus in on my subject. There we are, and I don't have to necessarily worry about everything else. I really only need to see my subject at this point. So I can kind of choose the better frame for this. All right, between the left and the right, I think he's making a better face in the left one. So we're going to move on to the right. And let's see, between these two, what do you guys think? The one on the right may be better? Yeah, in the audience? Perfect. And so you can hit the up arrow just to kind of like upgrade that one. All right, we're still not getting exactly what I want. Maybe I'll zoom out just a little bit so I can see not only, there we go. There we go. So I can see not only, our subject, but I can also see, is he like floating in the way we want him to float and everything like that. Okay, I think the one on the left still works. The one, that's actually pretty good. I think the one, what do you think? The one on the right, it's better, right? Yeah. The clothes are looking good, the hamper's in the right place. It doesn't, exactly, it doesn't cover his face. All these little details. So it's nice to be able to see these side by side to see like, okay, this is the better one. So we'll just hit the up key, which will upgrade that, and then we can just continue to scroll to the right. And these are from the other picks that we've already chosen as what we might want the guy to be in. Okay, and it looks like we have our winner. So what we're going to be doing is just basically flag that with 5 stars. So it's a very quick way to pull up all the images. We went through and we did an initial pick of like, these are the images that I think will work with the guy, and then we brought them up into comparison mode and chose our winner. So I'm going to hit G to go back, and now we have our 2 winners. So let's just pull those up and hit the C key to compare those as well. All right. There we go. I just clicked on the wrong 2, I apologize. So this is our image of our guy and our image of the girl. Now this is the whole idea behind frame compositing. You don't really have to have the 2 things that are going to be wind up being together in the same photo. They can be, in different photos, and we're going to wind up putting them together. You can also have interesting elements in your photos. You can see here we've got John with a fan right in the center of our photo. Like obviously, if you didn't take a photo without him there, if you weren't using frame compositing, you couldn't have this. Now, in this case, we have John in the middle, but this could totally work with something like a softbox with, lighting modifiers, wind machines, things like this, other types of props, supports, all kinds of things can be used, and you can have them in one frame. And as long as you have your camera on a tripod and you take a picture with that person not in the way, or that object, then you always have the option to kind of like bring it back. All right, so what we've got now is basically a couple of picks here. I've got 2 of our main subjects. We've got a couple of extra exposures here of our background. We've got some of the things that we did with Lee, if you guys remember towards the end of the day, pulling these together for some different options back here as well. And I haven't 100% decided if I want to go with that route with Lee in the background. I thought there were some really great suggestions, but in the end, we have to kind of balance the fact that we do have a composite and we do have a concept that we're working towards. And the concept is for Love of the Wash and Sets. And these elements, in the background with like a multiple subject in the background, that's like, it is kind of a cool thing, but that to me is like almost kind of its own concept. So to combine those together, it might wind up distracting. It might not, but that's something that we have the option now to play around with it. So we can just pull it all together and we can just decide afterwards. It's not really that big of a deal. Okay, so what we're going to be doing now is basically starting the export process. What I want to do is choose the images that I know I like. So all of our green images are going to get exported. Now, the first thing that I'm going to do is kind of introduce you guys to a little bit of like a file structure. And these are all shot in this the AaronAce D2 folder. So what I'm going to do is right click here, and I'm going to create a folder inside this. And we're going to call this selects. All right, so we're going to open this folder up by clicking on this arrow here, and now we have a selects folder inside of the D2. I'm going to right click and create another folder called master. There we are, and I'm going to right click and we're going to create an output folder. And then we're going to create one more, and these will be working files. Great, so why am I creating all these folders? Basically, when you have a lot of images like this, and when you're starting to like build a catalog and you have a lot of things you need to go through, it's really good to be as well organized as possible. I'm sure if you've looked back to like your old photo shoots that were just all in one folder, your PSD is in there, like your exported JPEGs or TIFFs or whatever PNGs are in there. Some of them are at different sizes. They're all named something different, and you're like, God, what? Like you can't find anything, right? It's horrible. Not only that, but like if someone had to like get on your computer and you were like, I need that PSD that I shot 6 months ago. It was of a girl and a dog. Send it to me now. Like they wouldn't be able to do it, right? They'd be like, oh gosh, where is everything? So this is just a really great way to keep everything organized. So basically what we've got is our shoot files. What I normally do is I also will create a subfolder in here called capture, or the actual name of the photo shoot. I also usually rename this. So I'm going to right click over here and we're going to rename this. I hope this isn't going to mess up anyone here at the Creative Live Studio, but we're going to call this Wash and Suds. So just looking at the folder name, there we go. just looking at the folder name, let's say this is our work drive here, and this wasn't open, and I had maybe 20 or 30 different photo shoots. I could see just by the folder name what the photo shoot is. So I don't need to go in and like look at all the files and everything like that. So we're going to open these up. Now, our master files, this is where our PSDs go. If you guys are editing very large file, this is going to be like a PSB, like a large Photoshop document. If you're editing in TIFF, this is where your TIFF goes. So this is where all of your documents with layers are going to go. The output folder is where everything is, these are the finals. So these are going to be like going out to the web. So you might have some resized images in here. These are like final JPEGs and PNGs and things like that. The selects folder, usually depending on how you work in Photoshop, I usually bring in TIFFs directly into Photoshop, and those are going to get exported out in just a second to my selects folder. So we do have duplicate files in that way. I have the originals, but I have the exports out as TIFF. And that way I can always see, like, you know, it can also be confusing when you do work on a composite to remember, okay, what images did I actually choose that went into this composite? Especially now, I mean, we've got maybe 20 images that we're going to bring into this final composite. If I had to recreate this or like find these elements again for some reason, instead of like going back through all the files again, what I would just do is go to my selects folder and say, these are the actual files that I used to create this composite. And then the working files, I only created this today because the folks who actually purchased this are going to be able to get the images that we select out right now. So we're going to get those, and hopefully they'll be uploaded online soon so you guys can view those as well. Okay, so let's go back here, and I'm going to just show you guys how we actually export everything out. And we're going to go ahead and filter by these pics again, and then we're ready to go. So if you remember the green files, what we flagged as green and flagged as pics, those are all going to be like those extra detail shots. So I want to make sure that all those do get exported. So I'm going to filter by the flag and the green files. I'm going to hit Command A, and I'm going to right click here and go down to export, and we'll just say our export dialog. So we've got a lot of different presets and everything like that made here. You probably won't have as many presets because this is, you know, this is not your computer. I don't have anywhere near this amount of presets. So basically there will be almost nothing here. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a quick preset, and that's just going to basically serve as my selects. So what we're going to do is I'm going to go to export. We're going to choose folder later, which is useful for the presets. Who'da thunk? And we don't need to rename this. I generally don't rename my files. If you want to, you can do that as well. So we're not working with video. The file settings here, what I want to do is I'm going to make these TIFF format. Now I'm going to check on the stats on this computer. We're just going to go to About This Mac. All right, and we're looking at 8 gigabytes of RAM, and yeah, so that's telling me that this is going to make a decision right now based on the bit depth that I'm going to export. My computer at home, I loaded up with RAM. It's got 32 gigabytes of RAM. So I do edit in 16-bit. Given that this computer I'm working on right now is 8 gigabytes of RAM, I'm not going to. The reason is it's going to slow this computer down massively. So I'm going to make sure this bit depth here, let's go ahead and close that up. This bit depth is 8. It's not the biggest deal in the world. 16-bit is going to get you a little bit more wiggle room, but you do want to work on a fast computer if you can, because there's nothing worse than, like, you know, making a change and then waiting for 10 minutes to actually apply. It kills your creative process, and you can't actually like get in the mix of things. Color space, ProPhoto RGB is usually what I use as well. Okay, so we're just getting down image size and things like this. For the most part, you can just kind of ignore all that stuff. So these are the settings that I've got in place. These are going to be the export, and they're going to go into my selects folder. I'm going to go ahead and add a preset, and we're just going to call these selects. There we go. So when I open this up, let's say I'm going to be exporting the image of the girl and the guy. I don't have to go and choose all those options again. All I just choose is my selects preset right over here, and we're ready to export. So we're good to export. I'm going to go ahead and hit export, and now what we're going to do is choose this Love of the Washington Suds. The greatest thing about what we're doing, you know, here in Lightroom is I created these 4 folders in Lightroom, but it actually creates those folders on your computer too. So it's not a catalog system just in Lightroom, it actually works on your computer. So now what I'm doing is I'm choosing the folder that they're going to be output, and we're going to choose the selects folder. So I'm going to hit open, and it's going to export these out as TIFFs. The reason I use TIFFs, they do have a lot of information, much more than a JPEG. They're not compressed like a JPEG, and you can read them throughout, you know, any file system and things like that. So you don't need I'm not really editing directly from raw files. If I did need to do any adjustments to the raw files, I would do those in Lightroom before I went to Photoshop. But in this case, I don't think we need to do that. Okay, so we can see Lightroom doesn't like automatically update these things. We still have, it says we have 0 files in our selects folder. What you want to do is right-click here, and you want to go to Synchronize Folder. And basically, it's going to find those 7 files, and it's going to pull them back into Lightroom. And we're just going to hit the Add, and there we go. Import. Okay, so they're back into Lightroom now, and these are my 7 images that we just chose. And we can see that they are, if I hit I, we can see that they are TIFFs. So we've got all of our images, and let's go ahead and just basically do the same things and figure out all the images that we actually do want for for the final. Okay, so I know we want these 2, right? These are going to be our main shots. We've got our hero shot of the guy and our hero shot of the girl. So I'm going to right-click. We're going to go down to Export, and then you can actually just find your selects preset right here. So it'll save you a little bit of time. Love the wash and suds, and we're going to choose our selects. Hit open there as well, and it says, oh, apparently you already have something like that. Well, we'll just say use unique names, because I don't know why I would do that. Oh, it said that because I had this guy selected as well. So it re-exported this one out, but now I've got 2 versions of there. Generally, you don't want to do that, but in this case, that just happened. Okay, so now we're going to go through, just in case I did flag as our picks, with no information there. We're going to go through and see if we need any more details that are either not green or 5 stars. The green, again, was for the extra details, and the 5 stars were for our 2 subjects. There we go. But we did a pretty good job yesterday of making sure that we did go through all of our files and flag them and mark them appropriately. I think the only things that we're missing here are these 4 of Lee here at the very end. So I'm going to shift-click all of those and right-click, go to Export, and all the way down here, we're going to go to Selects. We're going to choose our file again and hit Open here, and there we go. It's going to export these out back in the Selects, and then I'm going to re-synchronize the Selects folder. So this might seem like a lot of work. You guys probably don't do all these things. It won't take you as long when you're actually doing it. I'm explaining through everything, but it's going to help you be really, really organized. This way, if you can see, if a lot of the times, if you're working with a client and you do a composite, they're going to want the original source images as well. It depends on how if you do deliver the end product. If you're doing retouching for another photographer, they're going to want to see all the source images. It depends a lot of ways, but it's really not uncommon I'll do a composite and they'll want the final image, but they'll also want the source images as well. And you can work that out in your contract, but it's just a really great way to keep everything organized. So we're going to go ahead and synchronize this folder as well, and there we go. Now, in this case, there we go, and we'll just hit Add. I don't need to copy them or anything like that. We'll just hit the Add. So in this case, we've got our 14 selects images, and they're in their own folder and everything like that. This is really great too. Let's say you guys are working on, you did a portrait outside, and you were going to be replacing a sky. Well, on my own computer, I have thousands of pictures of skies because it's not really that hard thing to do. We had architecture photography, and you replace skies all the time, right? Exactly. So replacing skies is something that is done quite a bit in Photoshop, and it's not really that hard to do, and it can make images a lot more dynamic. So let's say these were all pictures that I just took of a nice building, and I wanted to put some skies in there. Do you have a pretty large library of skies on your computer as well? Yeah, same here. So instead of trying to figure out what sky did I use and going back through the entire library, I would go find those skies, and then I would copy those folders into this selects folder as well. You could even create a subfolder that would be like a skies. So I know that every single file that I use to create my final image, that's going to be in this selects file. Okay, so it's pretty easy to go into Photoshop now. I don't really have to right-click here and say edit in Photoshop or anything like that, because I know exactly where all of these files are. If you do need to ever figure it out, you can right-click and go to Show in Finder, and this is going to tell you exactly where your actual files are, which is going to be good for me because I need that because I don't know where these are on this computer system. Mostly, I just keep these in a drive that'll have my entire photo shoots. Okay, so I know they're in this tethering, wash and suds, and here we have all of our shoot files. If you're like me and you really like things to be very organized, I normally don't have the actual like shots there and then just some folders. So we're going to do one more thing. What I'm going to do is I'm going to right click here and we're going to create another folder and we're going to call this capture. Now I'm going to show you guys how to move things in Lightroom. So I'm going to shift click. I'm just going to hit Command A and I'm going to move these to my capture folder. And what they're going to do is it's actually going to move the files. It's here in Lightroom, but it's also on my computer as well. So it's actually moving the files. So now within the Wash and Suds, I've got my capture folder, and that's where all of my files are. You can choose right over here. You can go to View, and you can choose to have this be, where is it? It's in Edit?
No, Library.
No, it's in Library. Thank you. How'd you read my mind, Todd? That was awesome. Show folders in subfolders. So show folders in subfolders. So you can unclick that, and just so you can see, if you just click on Love at the Wash and Suds, you won't see anything now. But here, the capture you're going to see, and here the selects, you should see those as well. Oh, it didn't bring the, oh, you know why it didn't bring in the selects? Because when they were in the capture, when we had this visible, it brought all those files back into there. Okay, so that brings us another challenge. How do we find just those selects out now and then put those back in the selects folder? Well, that's a really good way to use this attribute or text. So you can search for .tif. And this should bring up just the TIFFs that are actually in this folder, which is pretty cool. I wasn't planning on teaching that today because that was a total accident, but it's a nice way to be able to search through some of your folders. So we've searched .tif in the capture folder. We're going to click and drag those back to the selects folder where they should go. And you'll see they'll not show up in my capture folder. They're back in my selects folder. Okay. So if you did have, you know, during a day of photo shooting, if you had 10 or 15 different like individual sub-shoots that you did, in fact, later we're going to be doing this. We're going to divide our capture folder into Sarah, and which was with the cereal bowl, and like Jasper, who was in the pool. So we can do that as well. Okay, so let's now right-click over here. I want to do, we're going to right-click and go to show this in Finder, and now we're going to switch to Photoshop. So I'm pretty much done in Lightroom at this point. A lot of people will do exposure adjustments and white balance and things like that in Lightroom. If those things are like pretty off, I do recommend doing those in Lightroom before you export out your selects. In this case, we were shooting tether the entire time. We took 4 hours to set up our lighting. Like, we'd be pretty confident that it's about what we wanted to do. If it wasn't, like, we should have taken the time to do that during the photo shoot itself. One thing I'm going to do is we're going to go ahead and delete this guy because remember, I exported the same file out twice on accident because I had it selected. So I'm going to click on there and hit Command Delete. And there we go. It's gone. So let's go ahead and open up Photoshop now. And what we're going to be doing is actually like bringing these files in to Photoshop. Let's go ahead and quit Lightroom out here. So here in Photoshop, what we're going to do is go to File. And we're going to go to Scripts. And then I'm going to go to Load Files into Stack. And there are a lot of different ways to get images out of Lightroom and into Photoshop. This is the way I use. It's quick and it's relatively easy. So we're going to say Use Files. I'm going to hit this Browse key because there's a lot on this computer here right now. And it looks like some of this is from Brooke Shaden's workshop. What I'm going to do, I still have this folder open. This is pretty cool. You can actually click and drag from any dialog, if you guys are using a Mac, over to like an open dialog. There we go. And it'll switch it it'll switch it over. So I don't have to re-find it over here. I already found it here through Lightroom. I'm going to shift click on all those and hit Open. So it's going to load them here. We do have an option to automatically align source images. I'm not going to click that now. We're going to go through how to do that later as a just in case you didn't do a script. And we're going to hit OK. So what it's doing now is all of my selects, all of my images that I exported out as a TIFF, it's now bringing them all together in Photoshop and it's stacking them in a way that we can see they're all right over here. There we go, for our use. So we can go ahead and close this out. We can bring Photoshop. Let's just hit this full screen here. And then usually when I work in Photoshop, there's a lot of different, you can do this however you want, but I really like to edit in full screen. So I always hit F right before I actually edit my image. This way I can use my space bar, I can bring this up here and over there and all kinds of things like that. So it's just a really easy way to kind of like navigate around the images. Do we have any questions so far? Maybe from the folks of the internet? We just covered a lot.
We always have questions.
Okay, let's go through some before we get into the image.
So a little less technical one. Jeff D. Schultz says, wow, provide the client with source images. Doesn't that take away from the magic?
That's a really good question. And that totally depends on what your job is. I do work as a commercial photographer. I take clients where I deliver the final images. I also work as a professional retoucher. So what's going to happen is the client, my client, is actually the photographer. So the photographer might send me a drive with, maybe 200 or 300, CR2 files or whatever you have it, raw files directly from the camera, and then it's my job to create the composite for them. But they're going to want their original files back. Not only that, but if they have a client, I just worked on a relatively large nationwide campaign where the client wanted all of the files as well. So the final client wanted all the files, so the photographer had to deliver an entire drive to me. I had to make a composite. I had to send not only the files that I used, but the final files, as well as the PSDs, because that's what the original client wanted. So that was part of the job that I took. So I had to take all that and then deliver it all back out to the client. So yes, it kind of destroys the magic, but if someone's passing $100,000 to have a nationwide campaign made, there's not much magic going on right there anyway. So yes, sometimes it depends on the client.
Gotcha.
A lot of people are curious about the file types you're working on. Let's see, Sidauso is exporting TIFFs better than PSDs when it comes to compositing.
Good question. Now, it totally depends on what your working file format is. In this case, I wouldn't have a reason to export a PSD. A TIFF is going to have just as much information, and PSDs are really useful when you do have layers. So I wouldn't start off with a PSD. The other thing which is relatively interesting, we'll just go ahead and bring this out. So you can see these are all a bunch of TIFFs that I've brought together now. They have a lot more information than JPEG, so I wouldn't recommend starting with a JPEG. The other really interesting thing is we can go ahead and save this file as a TIFF as well. TIFFs do support having layers, and in the commercial industry, TIFFs are pretty standard. Generally, when I'm delivering images or files like this to a client, unless it's very large, which I'll deliver a PSB file, which is a Photoshop big file, I think. Does anyone know? Does it really mean that? Okay, cool. If your final image is 2+ gigabytes, you can't save a TIFF that large or a PSD that large. Maybe TIFF has a slightly higher cutoff limit, but a PSD you can save up to very, very large. So I'll even deliver the final layered file as a TIFF. And we'll go ahead and save that out right now. I'll talk through this and we can take maybe one more question. Sure. I'm going to hit Shift-Command-S, and that's going to go ahead and say Save As. So we can see I can choose, here we're going to go to our Selects folder, we're going to go back here, and now look how organized this is. This is awesome. It's no question, if I keep the same structure and organization, I can go back 6 months and I can find my exact working files, I can find my PSDs. This is going to go in our master folder. So master folder, and we'll just call this Wash and Suds. And oftentimes, if you do create multiple files, we're going to call this WIP1, and that's Work in Progress 1. In other words, I'll save this out. I'll do some work on it. Maybe tomorrow I'll come open this file again and I'll do more work. I'll save that as WIP2. So I can get that, I can have a backlog just in case something happens to my WIP2 file. If it becomes corrupt or something. This doesn't happen much, but it's just an extra backup for you guys. So we're going to call this Wash and Suds Work in Progress 1. It's going to be a TIFF. We do want to make sure we include layers, and we're going to hit Save right here, and that's going to save in the master file. There we go. Image compression, we're going to choose none, and all this stuff we're going to save just like that. Okay, it's going to say, yeah, really? It's going to increase file size? Duh. So let's uncheck Show Me That again, because I really don't need to see it. Now I'm going to go back into Lightroom really quickly, and we're going to show you how we can bring this back into Lightroom again. It's again with that synchronized folder. Before I do, we can take one more question.
Sure. Let's go with Old Red Eye, who is asking, why do you create the folders physically instead of just using collections for working files?
That's a really good idea. Collections, everyone's got their own system. For me, I use collections a little bit differently than a lot of people. Some people create collections for every single photo shoot. That's not really the way that I like to do it. I like to have, I have one collection that is my quote-unquote serious photo shoots, and so I can see all of my photo shoots at a glance. That way, if someone's asking for portfolio images or whatever it is, I can go back through an entire year of my series photo shoots. I can see, okay, go to this photo shoot, look at the output folder, export that out to a folder on my desktop that says, final resolution images for portfolio. And I can go through all those really quickly. I do have other collections that I use, like when I take images of skies, for instance. I have a whole collection that I just do like skies and textures and wood grain and things like that. I also have a whole collection of just inspiration images where I gather images from the internet and I put those in a collection as well. So that's how I use collections, but there's a lot of different ways to do these things, and it's worked for me, but other people have their own methods, and that doesn't make them wrong. This is just something that I've used for years and years.
Sounds great.
All right, let's open up Lightroom, and I'm going to show you guys, again, how we can access this back and synchronize our folders. All right, so we are going to choose to open the catalog, and right here. Oh, that's how I use catalog. I've been saying the word collections. That's how I use catalogs. Sorry, guys. I realized that I just completely did not answer the question because I misunderstood. I heard catalogs in my head. Okay, so let's go back down here, and I'm going to right-click on this master file. We're going to go to Synchronize folder, and then it's going to bring back in, there we go. It's going to bring back in the TIFF that is my master file. So we've got our capture, our master, and our selects. Now, the other thing that I do want to do in this case, because we're going to be providing with these images for the people who are working at home as a follow along, we're going to go back to the select. I'm going to hit Command A, and I'm going to right click, and we're going to go to export. Let's just go back to our export dialog. I'm going to click on this selects preset, but in this time, instead of being a TIFF, what I'm going to do is export these out as JPEGs. Just because the images that we want you guys to follow along with, JPEGs will be more than good enough for an example. We'll choose sRGB color space or ProPhoto RGB. sRGB is what a lot of people use. That's what's going to be out on the web. And generally when I'm just delivering like working files or things like that, sRGB is fine for that sort of thing too. So we're going to choose export here, and we're going to choose wash and suds, and then this is going to be our working files. Okay, so this is not something that I normally do during this process. This is something that I'm doing because I want people who are following along at home to be able to have these files. So they can then take these images from, this computer and upload them, which should be available soon. Okay, it says this guy could not be found. Can anyone remember why we can't find this file? I deleted it in Finder. Yeah, so it's not even here in this select folder. So what I can do is right click on there, hit synchronize again, and what it's going to do is it's going to find, hey, one of these guys is gone. Let's synchronize it and get rid of it in Lightroom. It would be nice if it auto-synchronized, but at the same time, sometimes you have many different files, and sometimes you don't want some programs to do an auto something in the background because it's going to eat up all of your system resources. And we're going to go synchronize folder for our working files as well. So we can see we've got 13 files here, and everything's organized really well. So, for the folks, who are working with these files, we can see, yep, these are the pictures we took. This is the master file we're actually going to start editing. These are our selects as a TIFF in, the high resolution. And here are the working files that are going to wind up going out on the internet. So while we're doing everything in Photoshop, we're keeping everything organized, and I really like the organization process here in Lightroom. So we're going to go ahead and quit that and go back into our file, and we're going to go ahead and get started. Let's take one more question. It's a good time before we get into it.
All right, next question in the chat rooms. There's quite a few people wondering about the color profiles that you are selecting on the output. Carlos is wondering what's the difference between all the other color profiles and why ProPhoto was chosen by you. And Don Fanstock says, why does it make a difference to work in ProPhoto and then export for printing as an sRGB?
As a sRGB?
sRGB, yeah.
Okay, really good question. Well, ProPhoto, the different color profiles, and we could dork out about this for a long time, but what I'm going to do is go to Edit, and we're going to go down to our color settings here. Now, you have a few different options here. This is, apparently my working space right now is sRGB. I would actually want to change that to ProPhoto RGB, what I exported those working TIFFs out as. The reason is, your different color profiles they're created for different devices and for different uses. ProPhoto RGB it's a very large color spectrum. It includes a lot of information. So when you're editing, especially if you need to push your files in some ways, like really start to push your colors, you're going to have a lot more options when you choose something like ProPhoto RGB. Most people use Adobe RGB. I tend to prefer ProPhoto RGB. The reason, to be totally honest, is I read an article like 2 years ago that convinced me that ProPhoto RGB was the way to go. And I forgot all the reasons, but I just remember my decision was made at that point, so I stuck with it. sRGB, I wouldn't really recommend editing in sRGB because sRGB is a limited color space. It's a much smaller color space that gives you a lot less options. And sRGB is great for actually exporting out to the web. Todd, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I was just going to say, so if you do all this work in ProPhoto, then you end up exporting it out into sRGB.
Yes.
Do you see a lot of shifting going on?
You won't see shifting, and we're going to go through exporting it back out again.
Okay.
I don't see any shifting. So it doesn't make a whole lot of sense like mentally. It's like color is color. But if you, it's like if you start off with a certain large amount of information, you can kind of like push it and pull it and work with it, and it doesn't degrade your files nearly as much. It's a lot like working with a JPEG versus a RAW file. Now, once you have your final image and it looks the way you want to look, then you can go ahead and export it out as a JPEG and sRGB and things like that. And it's just going to take what it actually looks like and transfer that over to like a little bit lower resolution and a different color space. But in order to get to that final, you really sometimes need to push and pull things quite a bit. So I'm really glad that question was asked, because our color settings here, the working space was actually in sRGB, which these photos they were exported out of Lightroom as ProPhoto RGB. So I'm going to change this back to ProPhoto RGB. I'm going to hit this, and I'm just going to close this back out. We're going to have to bring those files back in again. So we're going to go to Files, down to Scripts, and load files into Stack. If not, we were going to get a mismatch when it comes to color profiles, and that's not really something you want to do, because I made the conscious decision I want to work with these in ProPhoto RGB, which is the largest color space. Why would I limit myself to sRGB while I'm editing? So we're going to just choose the same thing again, and they should still be there. So we're going to go back here, go back to our selects folder. See how easy this is? I don't have to like go back in my capture folder and like find every image that I want to do again. It's just like, oh, well, now I can just re-import my selects. Hit OK, and hit OK there. And let's just double check on our color spectrum. And you'll actually be able to see, when I first started in Photoshop, I heard sRGB, 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 and I didn't want to get confused by it because it is kind of confusing. So I was editing my photos in sRGB for probably a couple of years. When I switched over to ProPhoto RGB, you can see it actually in your color spectrum. Like you can see the colors in your color wheel. Like, it might be hard to tell, but for those of you guys who are familiar and used to editing in sRGB, like they're more vibrant. Like you have more options when it comes to colors. There are literally more colors that you can work with. And you can see it here, like in the pinks, like how vibrant this area is in particular. It might be hard to tell, but if you're used to working with sRGB, colors don't look like this in sRGB. Yeah, it kind of jumps out. You're like, whoa, where are these colors? I never saw them before, right? So it's really nice to be able to have those. Now, we re-imported these. They are in ProPhoto RGB, and again, I'm very thankful for that question because it basically kept us from editing here in sRGB. So whoever asked that, thank you very much. Now, what I want to do is I'm going to hit Shift-Command-S. We're going to go back to our master file. There we go. And I'm just going to save right over this guy. So we saved that one earlier. It had the sRGB color space that we were actually working in. I'm going to resave over it in ProPhoto RGB. Now, keep in mind, guys, I'm not the most technically minded person in the world. There are a lot of people out there probably in the chat rooms who know more about color spaces, who know about profiles, who know about all this stuff a lot more than I do. My specialty is in compositing, so I know enough to get the job done and to make my clients happy and to create cool images. I have never had anyone complain, but I'm sure I could know more. Cool. Any other questions? Cool. Right on. Let's go ahead and get into it. So I'm going to hit F. And that's just going to bring up our full screen so we can go ahead and see what we're going to be doing. So how are we looking on time, by the way?
It is about 9:45, so we've got about 45 minutes till break.
45 minutes till break. Perfect. Well, we've got two sections here to actually get this image edited. So what I want to do right now is we're going to go ahead and I'm going to talk about a little bit more organization, getting all these things in place, and then we're going to go ahead and get into actually compositing them out. So what I want to do right now is choose basically create groups on what's actually going on in our photo group, in our photo. So I can remember this image I was used to create, this is for Amanda. So I'm going to hit Command G, and that's just going to group that, and what we're going to choose is to call this extras. All right. Now, normally I don't name like every single one of my layers. That's something that some people like to name all their layers. Generally, I just create groups like this, and I use that method. So we're going to make that invisible. This one is for a different detail, so I'm going to hit the command and the close bracket. That's going to put that in the extras group as well. We're going to make this invisible. That's going to go in my extras group as well. this one as well, and I'm hitting Command close bracket each one of these times. That's going in my extras group, and as well as this. This way I'm able to stay pretty organized right from the get-go. Okay, these two files are my hero, so I'm going to hit Command G, and we're going to double click and call this hero. So it's really important to be as organized as you possibly can, especially when you're looking at something that's going to have a lot of different layers and everything needs to get put in the right place. You don't want to get confused when you're starting to edit your image. It's like, oh yeah, I had that other thing. All right, and then we're going to group all those, Command G, and I'm just going to double click and call this Lee, because that'll help me remember. You can call these things whatever you want. Okay, well, let's go ahead and start off with our hero shots. So we're going to click on those and bring those back down to the background, and now we've got our hero shots. So first, before I start and going ahead to edit these, earlier we looked at when you loaded the files into a stack, we could automatically align the source images. We're going to go ahead and do that now. So I'm going to shift click here all the way to the top and go all the way down to the bottom. We're going to go to Edit, we're going to go to Auto Align Layers, and I'm going to hit on Auto. What that's going to do is it's just going to take any information. You guys remember from yesterday, the camera did move just a little bit here and there. This is going to take all those layers and make sure that they are aligned. Now, if your camera is moving a foot back or going up and down in all kinds of crazy directions, it's moving quite a bit. It's really not going to be, you're not going to be able to do much, especially, if you take a picture of someone inside and then a tree outside, there's no information to align those. But if it's slight changes, it should do a very good job at aligning these. So now I like to double check to make sure that it actually did the job that we wanted to do. So if I make these two invisible, we should see only, there we go, let's just click on these, make sure these are there. We should see just a shift in our subject material now. Can everyone see that? Everything's pretty much exactly the same. We see just a shift in our subject material. So that's the whole thing behind our frame compositing is now we have all these frames where everyone's probably seeing at home, it's oh, that's how you do it. It's starting to make sense now. It's yeah, I have an image that, just this little area, and each of these, everything is the same, just a couple things are moving around. And really, this is where in Photoshop things get really not that hard because we're just going to be using layer masks to kind of bring things together. So the actual compositing part of this is why it's Compositing 101, frame compositing. It's not really that difficult, so we're going to be spending time to do that, but we're also going to go ahead and stylize this image and really bring out some great things about it. Okay, so let's look at a couple of options here. We've got our hero. Let's go ahead and bring him down. There we go. So this is our layer with Sean. And again, if you wanted to rename all your layers and things like that, you could totally do that. But so how do we actually get the layer of our subject of Hannah here with Sean? Well, we're going to be using layer masks to do so. And I'm guessing most of you guys use layer masks, know what they are, things like that. Folks at home probably use layer masks and know what they are. If you don't, it's not a huge deal. We're going to create some layer masks. I'm going to go ahead and explain them, how to use them, and things like that. Basically, what a layer mask does, it makes things visible or invisible. In my opinion, it's much better than using the eraser tool. I try to never use the eraser tool. Layer masks are just a much better way to do that. It gives you a lot more control when actually editing something. So what we're going to do is going to create a layer mask. Now, I'm a big fan of keyboard shortcuts. I use them for literally every single thing that I do. Sometimes when people watch me work, it's like, what are you even doing? Because things just happen on the screen, and I'm just like, la, la, la. Like an old school coder. They're just like, eject CD tray, open this program, create this other thing, open the internet. I was never that person, but I watched a couple people like that. I'm like, how do you know what to do? Keyboard shortcuts that's going to be the biggest thing. If you guys feel like you need to be faster in Photoshop, keyboard shortcuts are by far the biggest thing you can do to get faster. And we have a whole list of keyboard shortcuts on Phlearn.com. If you click on the resources button right on the top, you'll see we have keyboard shortcuts. We have a couple downloadable wallpapers for your computer and things like that, and some great lists. So if you guys are curious about keyboard shortcut, that's one great place to find them. Another great place is the keyboard shortcut, by the way, for opening your keyboard shortcuts in Photoshop is Shift-Option-Command-K. So I use keyboard shortcuts for literally everything. This is the keyboard shortcut for the keyboard shortcut. Now, layer masks, we use them a lot, right? I create layer masks all the time, and I don't want to go down and click on that layer mask button every time I'm about to create a layer mask. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually create a keyboard shortcut right now that's going to put a layer mask on a layer. So pretty quick. What we're going to do is I'm going to go, here is our actual menu You can see right up here at the top, we've got, like file and info and histogram and everything like this. This is our application menu here. Sorry, file, edit, image, layer. We're going to go down to layer because this is where my layers are. So this is the other place where if you guys are curious about what the keyboard shortcuts are in Photoshop, you can see they're right here. So you never have to go searching for them. They're right here in the keyboard shortcuts dialog. So layer, we can get a new layer is Shift Option N. If you hit Shift Option Command N, it'll create a new layer without a layer dialog box. All right, what we're going to go down is all the way down here. We're going to go see, we have our new adjustment layers. We're going to go down to where we see layer mask. We have hide all, reveal all. That's going to make a layer mask either white or black. And we're going to go down to enable, disable layer mask. All right. There we go. I haven't created this exact keyboard shortcut. Reveal selection, apply, enable, disable layer mask. I believe it's this one. Layer mask. Oh, it's a reveal all. I apologize. I haven't done this in a little bit because I have these keyboard shortcuts set all on my already set on my computer. So reveal all, but basically this is going to create a layer mask and it's going to create a white layer mask. So the keyboard shortcut I use is Shift Option Command M, which makes sense to me for masks. To create a mask, Shift Option Command M. Now here on the bottom it's going to say Option Shift Command M is already in use and will be removed from edit menus if accepted. That's okay with me. I can't remember the last time I went to edit and down to menus. I create layer masks more than I'd use that. So I'm going to go to accept and go to conflict. It's going to remove it from that one and I'm going to hit OK because I don't ever do that. And that's the great thing about Photoshop. Let's go ahead and hit OK. Is you can custom tailor it to how you actually work. There are certain things that I do all the time. Gaussian blurs, I do all the time. High pass filters, I do all the time. Layer masks, I'm using all the time. So I want to set up keyboard shortcuts for these things that's just going to make my job a lot quicker. So I want a layer mask on this. We're going to make part of this layer invisible and part of it visible. So Shift Option Command M, now I've got a layer mask. So pretty quick and easy. And if I want it to be black, I hit Command I, and now it's black. So without doing anything, that saves a lot of time, especially when you multiply that over and over and over again throughout an image. I'm not going down here, clicking on that button, for the layer mask, and then going to edit, and then mode or adjustments, and then invert, Command I. It's just wow, that's a lot quicker. So if you guys are looking to get a little bit faster using Photoshop, I would recommend using keyboard shortcuts. Memorize them. Okay, the next thing we're going to do is we have a black layer mask on this layer. So we've created a layer. I hit Command I to make it black, which basically makes it invisible. Everything on the layer is invisible. Basically, all I want to do is paint it back white where our subject is, and this is going to allow her to shine through. So I'm going to use my brush tool, B for the brush tool. Let's go ahead and pop that up there. You can see I'm painting with white here, and I'm going to hold Control and Option, and now I can click and drag from the left to the right, and this is going to adjust my brush size, which is very cool. So Control and Option from the left to the right is going to make my brush larger or smaller, and up or down is going to make my brush harder or softer. So that's another cool keyboard shortcut. You don't have to right click and adjust your size and everything like that right there. If you guys are on a PC, which I haven't used a PC in a few years, but I believe it is Alt and Control and right click. Is that correct? Yep. Okay, perfect. So all I have to do now is basically paint in white right over where our subject is. And as I paint in, you're going to see this is compositing, guys. What I'm actually doing right now is compositing. And you probably thought oh man, you have to be so good with your layer mask and cutting people out and it's so hard, but it's not, because, well, she was in the exact same place. So I just completely replaced my subject and everything that was behind her is the same. My layer mask, I'm gonna hold Alt or Option, looks like this. That's the sloppiest, worst layer mask ever. You probably weren't expecting that. It's wow, Aaron sucks at creating layer masks and selections, but why would it need to be better than that? Let's just zoom in and see. I'm gonna hit Command plus a couple times. Does it need to be better than that? No. Can anyone tell that I did a composite there? No. It's just, that's exactly what it is. And everyone's wow, that looks really easy. And that's the honest answer, is it is really easy. This is just, there's nothing difficult about it. The camera didn't move, the lighting didn't move, just the subject changed. So literally in 2 seconds, I was able to have a different subject in there, and now I've got the pic of this guy that I want, and I've got the pic of her that I want too. Isn't that amazing? It's pretty awesome. Do we have any comments or questions from the folks at home? Because that's exactly, this is the only thing you need to know to do frame compositing, what I just did, and you just do that over and over again. That's literally it. Everyone's like, ooh, that's nice.
Annette D says, adjustment layers and layer masks are your friends.
They are your friends.
Your BFFs.
It's true. It's true. Let's see. Questions are just starting to come out with that. Let's see, just to let people know, there are still a lot of questions coming in about color space, which there always are, but there are a lot of other resources here on Creative Live to learn about color space. We're going to focus on questions about compositing and what we're doing here. So hopefully you can find those answers in other workshops here on Creative Live, and we'll focus on learning the compositing here. So let's go ahead and ask, AZ Red Rocks says, do you find that having image stabilization on versus off during the photo shoot causes your layers to need more alignment once in Photoshop?
That's a good question. The lens that we used to photograph this image was a 24-105 IS lens, image stabilization lens. During the photo shoot itself, we actually did turn off image stabilization because image stabilization will actually it'll actually move elements within your lens to stabilize the image, which will in fact change the position of some of these layers. So if I do plan on doing a composite like this, I will turn image stabilization off. Not only that, but if I plan on doing like a long shutter speed, like a shutter speed open for like 30 seconds to a minute, I'll usually turn image stabilization off as well, because it's not helping you at that point, and you don't need your lens like jittering around and things like that. So yeah, I turn it off. Good question.
You're so fluid in working on your composite images, and I think quite a few people missed how you turned on the auto align.
Turned on the auto align.
Can you refresh and go over that again?
I can most definitely do that.
Thank you.
We can do a number of things here in Photoshop. I could just restart this image from the very beginning, and it would take literally 2 minutes to get back to where we are right now. I'm not going to do that because I think it would be a waste of most people's time, but I'm going to turn on all my layers again. You don't have to have these layers visible, but I'm just going to turn them all on visible just so we can see that they are all here. Now, if you want to auto align your layers, what you want to do is click on your either bottommost or topmost layer, scroll up or down, and then shift click. So we've got all of our layers are now selected. That's the first step. Select all of your layers. Now we go to Edit, down here to Auto Align Layers, and then we want to click on Auto right here. Just hit OK, and it'll do the rest for you. So really, really easy. As long as everything was on a tripod there, you don't really have to worry about any additional details there.
That's great. SFW wonders, would it be better to work from the back of the scene to the front when shooting or compositing images?
That's a great question. Generally, I work with the quote-unquote most important elements first. It's interesting because we're not cutting things out like traditionally. If everything was actually being cut out of the background and then placed together, which is a different type of compositing, you do want to work from the background forward. In this case, it doesn't really matter because I'm just creating rough layer masks. The only time I need to get a little bit better with my layer masks if subjects do in fact interact. Like if I wanted a different version here of our subject Lee, then I would need to cut out his foot just a little bit better. But in general, with this type of compositing, you really don't have to get that specific and that good with your layer masks.
Sounds good. I think we're good to keep going.
Great. I'm just going to hit the C tool and crop in just a little bit. The reason I'm cropping in here is because you will get, because these frames move just a little bit, you're going to get a little bit of a transparent border on there. Now, I don't want to click this delete crop pixels because just in case I need that information back at any point in time. I don't think that I will, but I don't like to delete anything. My entire workflow, everything that I do is based around staying very, very organized and structured. Just you never know, and you don't want to have to like go back and redo something if you can at all avoid it. So that's what we want to avoid. All right, well, let's go ahead and see what we've got going on here. We're gonna bring her in at the very end. So our composite, we've already done compositing. We've composited our subject in here, and everything looks great. So let's go ahead and bring in some of these extras that we can either decide to use or not use. All right, so this is our extra that we decided maybe for our dress. So here's what we're gonna do. I remember that this is the layer that thought maybe this would look pretty good for her dress. So what we're going to do is, again, same keyboard shortcut, Shift-Option-Command-M, which is going to create a keyboard, or as far as it's going to create a layer mask. Then I'm going to paint black on this layer mask, B for the brush tool, then X to paint black. And then I'm going to paint black right over this dress. We're doing it slightly different this time. I'm painting black over the area that I actually do want to become visible. Then I'm going to hit Command-I, and now what we've got is just the dress is blowing up in this case. So we can see that's pretty quick. Now, in this case, we had a little bit more movement than just the dress. Her leg is in a slightly different place, so you can see like those things don't align. The tree and everything in the background, that aligns because that didn't change. So we can choose now, you can either choose to like try to cut it out at just the dress, or what's probably easier is just to go ahead and include the legs from this frame as well. So unless you do not like the legs at all, which they're pretty similar in this case, so I don't see why you would not like these legs and like the other legs, but if you did, what you would want to do is make sure you blend that here right at the dress instead of just go on all the way down. The other thing we're going to see is this guy right here. And basically this is, where one layer is going to blend to the other. So you can choose to like paint it all the way up to the hand. In this case, we've got a slightly different hand here. So what we're going to do instead is I'm going to find a blend point. I'm basically going to find a point where this dress and the other dress kind of come together. If you need to, you can use like warps and transforms and things like that here. Generally, you don't need to do quite a bit. I'm just going to paint black on here in kind of like an up and down pattern. And what this is going to do is it's going to allow one dress to kind of blend directly into the other one. There we go. And then I'm going to find the point in which they're pretty close, which looks to be like right about there. This dress is kind of coming in at an angle there, and we're just going to bring it back in to make sure it looks like that one there. Let's just zoom in so you guys can see this. Now, if you do want to get a little bit more precise, you can use selection tools such as the pen tool to make sure that this in fact does like blend in. If you don't want to, you can just choose a slightly hard, soft brush. Sorry, a hard, soft brush, a small, hard edge brush, and just go ahead and paint it out yourself. There we go. And now we've got one dress that's blending into another one. So really quickly, we can see, having a completely different way of a dress. What do you guys think? What do you like better? And now this is the whole reason why we do frame compositing, because we can choose, do I like the blowing dress or the flat dress better? It's a little bit more dynamic with the blowing dress, right? Looks pretty good. So it's like, okay, cool. Now we have a blowing dress. Like, how easy is that? I think it's so easy. It's amazing. I'm just using a brush tool, like hold Alt or Option. That's what my layer mask looks like. Like, it's not nice, but it doesn't matter. It's doing the job perfectly, and that's all that matters in this case. You do want to zoom in, just in case. You want to zoom in and check areas like the hand. You can see there's a little bit of a faint ghosting or a haloing of her hand. So I want to click on my layer mask, paint black on there, and just paint black right over there, especially where her hand is, kind of coming up over here. You can see I went a little bit too far right there. Not really that big of a deal. Again, paint black on the layer mask because I don't want it to be visible over her arm right there, and we're good to go. So pretty easy. And sometimes you're going to get, areas like this that are just a little bit blotchy, like it's just a little bit not that smooth and, right up there. We'll just paint white all the way up to the seam there. There we go. That looks pretty good. And now I'm just going to choose a very soft brush with a really low flow, and that's just going to help me blend this out. There we go. So a nice soft brush is just going to be like it's kind of feathering from one into the other. And that's it, guys. That's like, okay, cool. Now we have a dress that's blowing in the wind and a slightly different look on here. Now, if you are not sure if you did mask out the entire subject, let's say, because I am using a brush tool here, I'm not making accurate selections. Let's say we might have missed an area here on the leg. There are a couple great ways you can check this. One is hold Alt or Option. As you can see, right between the legs and right here, that's not really that visible. So this area, I can hold Alt or Option and say, I should have maybe masked that in. You can also use the slash key, which is right above your return key, and that's going to bring up what's the quick mask view, so you can actually see what your masking looks like. So, there, I might not have seen the fact that there was like something, you know, that I didn't in fact brush her ankle right there. Let's just see if I notice that. Yeah, and you can see in the actual image, it looks a little bit messed up. I might not have seen that, so you just want to be sure to turn on these checks to allow yourself to, like, you know, correct your own mistakes. There we go, and we'll just paint that white right over top of there. This is just a really nice, easy way to kind of see what's going on with your image. There we are. Perfect. And we're going to hit this slash key again. And we've got a perfect composite, guys. We've zoomed all the way in, and we've already done two things. We've changed out the main girl. So we've changed her from this image to that image, and we've gave her a new dress and new legs. This is pretty awesome. And if you guys are taking on commercial clients, they're going to love this. Like, they're going to so love this. They're going to be like, can you take the head of this one and body on that one? And, you know, that stuff is, like, hard to do, but if you set everything up right, the way we've done it for the last 2 days, now you can see it's not hard to do.
Yeah, one of the things on Creative Live in the Photoshop classes that I've taken, one thing that they talk about is non-destructive, options, options, options.
Exactly.
And do you ever get clients when you hand them your composite go, wow, we love that, but she's smiling maybe too much?
She's smiling too much.
Yeah, or whatever their thing is that day, you know, because clients always never like what you like.
No, they don't. Fire them.
I can see that you could go, oh great, I've got 20 other heads.
Exactly. Yeah. In this case, it's before, and that's a really good point to bring up. Now, doing a composite for myself or here on Creative Live, I have the authority to choose the images that I like, and we kind of decided those as a class together. Sometimes the images that you like are not the images the client likes. Clients are notorious for picking the worst images out of the photo shoot. And you're like, why do you like that one? But before I will start a composite like this, what I'll always do is I'll send off those source images first. What we got in that selects file, I'll send those off first, and they can make sure that they'll choose a pick. So you can either have them narrow it down or say, like, these are the 5 images of the girl that came out the best. Choose the one you like the most, and I'll use that one in the composite. So usually before I'll start this compositing, I will make sure that the client signs off on the individual pieces, and then they can see them together. Now, sometimes they'll still change their mind, but if you do work non-destructively in this way, it should be relatively easy to change that back again. So, really good question. And if you did just need to replace a head, I mean, she's got the, you know, top half of her from one frame and the bottom half of her from another frame. And all we did is we looked for those lines that make things easy to composite. And they exist basically in everything. The line from her arm here, kind of running down in this way, like, that's just a natural line that breaks up her dress from top to bottom. The same with her dress in this way, where it kind of like brought in from the right to the left. Now, just zooming in here, I could make this dress look a little bit better if I wanted to, and we can go over how to do that later. We can see that you do kind of like lose a natural highlight there that might have been there to begin with. Let me just go ahead and I can just paint black on my layer mask right there and bring those back together. Now at this point where we do kind of have like a little bit of a disparity between, you know, maybe we should have a highlight that runs along the side of the dress, especially right here. Maybe there should be a highlight. In that case, we're going to take care of that later. Just don't let me forget about it because we got a lot to do. Oftentimes I'll like open a notepad or like keep a physical notepad to like remember, hey, you should probably do this. Or another way you can do it is just create a new layer on the top of everything else. And because you don't want to get focused on all the little details usually first in an image. I'll just create a new layer and circle something, and I'll just turn that off for now and say like, oh yeah, let's turn this off at the very end. There was something I wanted to do here. Let's figure out what it is and go ahead and do it. But those type of details are, you'll see. I'll be able to fix this in, you know, just 1 minute. So that type of stuff you can fix as well. All right, cool. Well, we're going to continue going, and we had a lot of comments yesterday about this light. And everyone was like, what are you going to do with that light? I hate it. It's in the frame. And now I'm going to show you what I'm going to do. I'm going to get rid of it in about 2 seconds. And everyone's going to be like, oh, okay, that's what you do. We'll hit Shift-Option-Command-M to create a layer mask. I'm going to hit Command-I, and that's going to invert my layer mask. And now what we're going to do is I'm going to paint white on my layer mask. And then I'm just going to paint over here just like that. And all of the questions about what are we going to do with that light are gone. So that quickly, the light is totally gone. And there we go. So now I don't have that in the frame. as well. And all we did is we just made sure we took a picture with the light there and with the light out. So if you guys remember this, that like there's no light bulb. It's right behind me still. I'm still on the same set. There's no light bulb in this. And we didn't try to put a light in it either. We had something down below shooting up, which is bouncing the light back out. That's pretty cool, right? Like, whoa, that looks like it actually is, you know, a light that's on and it's lighting the scene. I didn't try to Photoshop this. I'm not going up here with like a curves adjustment layer and like cranking it up, because why would I do that? I've got an actual light. I can just shine it in there, and here it's going to look quite a bit more believable. So now we've got rid of this object too. So frame compositing is really cool because you can get rid of things that you need to do in the actual photograph, things that maybe had to be there to pull off the photograph, but you can also choose like stylistic and, you know, artistic choices as well. Let's see what else we have here. This is a frame with Miguel here, and this is a great example of like a style choice. Now, usually if you are working with a client, they say like, I don't know if I like the, you know, the guy in the corner with his legs there. I don't know if that distracts from the photograph. And you can say like, hey, how about we take a couple frames with it in, with it out. If you want it there, if you don't want it there, I'll send you both versions. You can decide after the fact. And clients love that. They can be like, really? You can do that? She's like, yeah, I took Compositing 101. I got this. So we're going to do the same thing. I'm going to hit Shift-Option-Command-M, and I'm going to hit Command-I. And now we're just going to use the brush tool, and we're going to paint white right over here. Now, the only thing that we're seeing here, there we go, let's just paint that in. Everything else stayed the same. Very, very easy. The only thing that we're seeing here is a slight change in brightness from the floor, you know, from one image to the other one. Can anyone guess why we have a slight change in brightness here to here? Exactly, your foot is blocking the light. So what we're going to do is choose a soft brush and just kind of fade that out there. I'm going to hit the X key and fade this back in. So we want a nice soft brush, and then now we've got a seamless composite of that as well. We'll just zoom in to make sure. So the camera's still, it's not moving, so this is just so nice. I don't have to take a pen tool and cut out, you know, all the bottom of his foot and things like that. If for some chance you did have a problem with your composite and you did need to like actually really, really cut those elements out with a pen tool or other type of selection tool, we might wind up doing that later today. That's totally okay. But the other great thing about this type of compositing is because all of these elements are here, they were here during the photo shoot, they're being lit like they should be lit, they've got the shadows that they should have. You're not doing any like Photoshop trickery. There's no like creating a fake shadow. There's none of that. It's like, it just kind of blends together. So with frame compositing, you never have to worry about if something looks real or not, if it looks like placed in or Photoshopped in, because it always will look real because it is real. We actually did photograph all this stuff, and there we can see. All right, there is our foot in the frame and out of the frame. So let's just zoom in, and I'm going to make sure that this looks, there we go. We're just going to zoom in. We can see a little bit of a brighter area here. We can choose to do two things. I can choose to make a better selection right here around Miguel's arm, or what we can do is I can just use my brush tool and choose a large, soft brush and just paint that away. Cool. So now we got a big fuzzy area over there instead of like a hard edge, but can you guys tell? Nope, looks pretty good. So it's pretty easy. There we go. And this is just total style choice at this point. So like, you know, we can decide, do we like this in or out? Personally, I'm a fan of it in. I think it like helps to like bring the image together a little bit more, and there seems to be a little bit too much like negative space or blank space here. So I like it in, but let's say our client was like, nah, let's get rid of the foot. We could do that too. Now the other thing is, if we wanted to move the foot over to the left, like if we actually wanted to move it over, we can do that pretty easily with the move tool. We can't do that if we don't cut it out better though. That's the interesting thing. If we want this in its actual place when it is in there, then we can just use a layer mask and do a very rough job. If I did want to actually move this over to the left, we would want to cut it out a little bit better, and we can use a pen tool to do that. And we can go over how to do that later. Do we have any questions about what we're doing? What do you guys think? Do you like the feet? I know Miguel is probably pretty partial. It's like, those feet are amazing. Where did you get those feet? Was it a normal man or a Superman who had those feet? Because they're just awesome. What do you guys think? Does it kind of help with the composition, or do you think it's distracting? Yeah? What do you think,
I think
Alec?
it helps because also, like, if you take out the feet, then you see, like, the stand that's holding the studio lights up.
That's
So
right.
that way you don't, that way you don't have to clone stamp it out or anything like that.
There we go. And you had that question yesterday.
Yeah.
What are you going to do about the stand that's holding the studio lights up?
Yeah.
I think we solved that totally by accident by having feet there. That was not on purpose. It's a happy accident. But if we did decide we wanted those out too, you could clone stamp that as well. Not
We've
only
got
that,
some interesting feedback
Yeah.
online. We've got people who like it both ways. Berta made an interesting comment. I didn't like the feet until he took them out.
that's
And
a
then
really
suddenly you see it and you like it better.
That's a really great way to look at things as well. And again, I keep talking about with clients here, and these clients, they don't have to be, they don't have to be paying you money. This could be your friend. This could be you. This could be like you took a couple pictures with your friends, and then you can see things with and without. But sometimes it takes that. Sometimes it takes like having something in the frame and then taking it out and being able to see that difference to be like, you know what, it is better to have them in there. And being able to make that decision after a photo shoot is very, very powerful because
Absolutely.
you can just, I missed a small area there, so I'm just going to, stumble around my words while I mask it back in.
Well, Jay Shamsel says, I prefer it out, and if it's for an ad, let's say, that would be perfect area to have a logo and a bit of copy. So it really depends on what you're using it for.
Yeah, totally. That's a really good point. It would be a good area for a logo or a bit of copy. I think, one reason that I like them there is because they take up space. That without them there, it's just a little bit of negative space that wouldn't be something like there. But if we wanted to do something like what I'm about to do right now, because I'm just a wild and crazy guy, if we wanted to do something like, this is not probably how I would actually do this. I would photograph the box separately, but I'm going to use a clone stamp tool and clone stamp this right over here. There we go. And then I'm going to hit Command T to just bring it something like that. We're going to hit the M for the marquee tool, and we're going to select this wash and suds out now. There we go. Perfect, looking pretty good. Shift Option Command M again, to Command I on my layer mask, Command D to deselect that, and Command I again. And we've got our wash and suds selected out. Then I'm going to hit Shift Command. See, this is why I thought the keyboard shortcuts on there might be a little intense, because it's like, what's happening? And we're going to click on those, and then we're going to fill that with black as well. So we have our wash and suds logo now, and it's on a new layer. If you hit Command T and make these things a lot larger, you're going to lose quite a bit of quality. I'm just doing this for an example because I think that was a pretty good point that they made. But yeah, now it's an ad for the wash and suds, and we could do all kinds of fun things. You know what? I kind of do want to do a fun thing. You guys want to be on here for the ride? We're going to right-click on here. I'm going to apply this layer mask, which is this is what my layer mask looks like now. I'm going to right-click and apply the layer mask to the actual layer itself. And the reason I want to do this is because we're going to do another transformation. I think, is this too big? Maybe make it a little bit smaller? It's fine? All right, cool. What I'm going to do is right-click and apply the layer mask. Then I'm going to hit Command J, which is going to duplicate that layer. Now what I want to do is I'm going to lock the transparency of this layer, which is not going to allow me to paint in the transparent pixels. Transparent pixels are anything that you don't have information on. So in this particular layer, it is everything except for this guy. So we're going to click on the lock transparency icon right there. You can see we've got a lock. I'm going to hit Shift Delete, and I'm going to now fill this with black. We're going to hit OK. I'm going to unlock the transparency on that. So it's just a really cool way to fill whatever you have on a layer with black. Now I'm going to hit Command T, and I'm going to warp that right about there. Hit Enter, Command open bracket, and use my V key, hit the number 5 on there, and we've got a shadow. Now we can go ahead and make the shadow a little bit more realistic if we want to by clicking on it. And I really like keyboard shortcuts, especially for things like Gaussian blurs. So I'm going to take a quick break, and we're going to go to our filter. We're going to go to right down here where it says blur and Gaussian blur, which I use all the time. Shift Option Command G is now a keyboard shortcut for Gaussian blur. So if I want to give that a blur, Shift Option Command G, we got a Gaussian blur on there. There we go. We can kind of blur that out. There we go. I've created a duplicate of this. So this is going to be in there. Shift Option Command G. This is going to get a much less blur on it. I'm going kind of fast right now, but I wanted to do something cool. Shift Option Command M is going to create a layer mask on there, and I'm going to paint this black. So I've got 2 layers of a shadow going on right there. The wash and suds, I think, could come down a little bit more, so it looks like it's actually seated. There we go. And we've got a shadow on our wash and suds. Cool. The only thing is our wash and suds is a little bit too bright, so if we wanted to, we could make that a little bit darker for the image. Command L will bring up your levels, and I could bring my output levels down a little bit lower, and that's going to look like it's actually hanging out in the scene. Now, if you did want an actual like pop-up sign of a wash and suds in the scene, I would recommend printing one out and literally putting it in that place, and that would, in my opinion, be the best way to do it.
Marty points out that your shadow is pointing the wrong way based on the light in the scene.
Marty, you are just astute, and I love it. That's a really good point. The shadow is pointing the wrong way. It's pointing the wrong way, and it's pointing the right way, and I just want to make that point really quick because we do have a lot of light sources. It's pointing the wrong way to be. It's pointing the wrong way to be that hard because remember when we had Miguel's foot in there, we had a shadow there. So there should be a shadow that's blocking our fill light. So these lights, these guys here, should definitely be quite a bit different. They should be. Let me just hit Command E. We'll give this a Gaussian blur. There we go, and we'll make this a little bit less visible. So there we have where it's blocking our fill light. Now, we can just do the same thing, lock the transparency, Shift-Delete, fill that with black, hit Command-T, warp this over, hold down the controller, the Command key, there we go. And we'll move this under, and then use our V key. And so now we have a shadow that's going off in the correct direction as well. So, totally right. I was mostly just doing that to play around, but now that everyone seems that we should actually do it for real, why not? Let's get it to be the correct shadow, and we'll lower the opacity there. Perfect. So there's our Wash and Suds logo, and it's a little bit too visible. So let's hit the V key and then the number 3 or the number 2 on our keyboard. And then we can kind of move this around to like see where it's actually looking like it fits there. Cool. Good suggestion, Marty. You called me out on it, and I appreciate it. Because if you didn't do it, a client would have. There we go, the Wash and Suds. I don't know if I really want to leave that in or not, but it's fun. All right, let's double click on there and Wash and Suds. Shift Option and close bracket twice. We'll bring that all the way to the very, very top of everything that we see here. Cool, I think we've just got a couple of minutes more. We're going to be coming back to this composite, but let's go ahead and take a quick break, talk about some questions and things like that, and I'd love to hear some feedback.
Fantastic. So just a question about what you just did. Barry says, do you ever label your layers, like dress bottom blown or holding bleach, etc., instead of just leaving the file name?
That's a really good question. I don't. The reason is, it might sound ridiculous, maybe not after seeing these files, but a lot of the time when I'm working in Photoshop, I have 100 or 200 layers. A lot of layers. That's not common. I work with a lot of layers. I love them. I use them more as like a history than anything else. If I'm about to do something new, usually I'll create a new layer. That way I can always go back and turn these things on or off. That's the way that I love to work in Photoshop. So I don't tend to name my layers. What I tend to do is I tend to name the groups. So I know, I can still really easily find something. Here's my hero. If I want to change the girl out again, I just turn that right back off. So it's still pretty easy to find anything that I need to find. When you get to where you're working with 100 to 200 layers, if you named every single one of those layers, it would take 30 minutes longer to edit your whole photo, and that's just normally not something that I want to do. Now, if I am delivering it to a client and there are not like that many layers, I will usually go back and edit the layers, or at least make smaller groups and name those groups as well.
Cool. All right, Explore, Discover, Share over in Utah is asking, how do you decide when to mask out a part to show the image beneath or mask an item from above? And then Old Red Eye says, how do you know which layer to work on to create the mask as well?
How do you know which layer to work on to create the mask? Well, it's a really good question. What we're doing right now with this type of compositing is, notice I'm not like cutting everything out from its background incredibly well. So we're just kind of like building this up from the ground up. And each of these images, for the most part, things are not really overlapping anything else. Now, if we did decide, for instance, this Wash and Suds, it's on the very top, it is overlapping some things, and I can move it around. So as I move this around, it could be over here, it could be over here, I could move it up here. We would probably want to take the shadow off of it or something like that. I can make it a logo here on the wall. This makes sense to be above everything else, right? So that's a really good question. Let's just turn this off and we'll click on this extras and we'll click back Miguel on. It makes sense that he's above everything else too because he's actually closer to the camera. However, if I decided I wanted to maybe like move him to the left or the right, what I would need to do then is make my mask just a little bit better. The next question we had was, let's say we had one particular object that we wanted to make. How do we decide whether we just mask that little area out or the opposite? And that depends on the real estate that that object takes up. So for instance, this image right here, where we have our light right there, that's a very small amount of the image, right? So it makes sense to me that we wouldn't try to like paint black over everything and then paint white just over that. That seems like it would take a long time. So what I would do instead is create the layer mask on this, paint black right over top of the lamp. There we go. And then just hit Command I. We've taken care of just a really small part of the image very quickly, and I didn't have to I literally just painted right there. I wasn't painting black everywhere else. So it depends on how much real estate something's going to be taking up.
That's fantastic. Thank you. 50 Shades of Grain and Amy Wolanski and others are kind of wondering about the difference between flow and opacity. Why do you prefer to use less flow than less opacity, and what would be the difference? And just in general, what is the difference between opacity and flow when using the brush?
That's a really great question. For a long time, I didn't understand, so I didn't really use flow at all. I thought flow was, like something that they just stuck in there for why is this even here? I'm going to show you guys the difference right now, and I think you'll be able to see the reason why I use flow exclusively. I keep my opacity at 100% always, all the time, 100% opacity, and here's why. Let's just go ahead and create a new layer. Shift-Option-Command-N and Shift-Command close bracket will bring this all the way to the top. Now I'm going to use my white paintbrush, and we're going to choose our opacity at 50%, so you can just hit the number 5. If you're on your brush tool, hit the number 5, and your opacity is at 50%. Let's just choose a soft edge brush here. Now let's say I was masking an area out. Now if you just want something to be on or off, then you can use opacity, and it's a really great way to do it. But normally you don't. Normally you want some types of gradients. You can see it here in the layer masks that we've used, where in this area I wanted just a little bit of gray area, so it kind of blended that area in just a little bit. Especially here with on our different layer masks. Sometimes remember that a great example here is actually this area here, where we wanted this to be a hard mask, but in this area we wanted to kind of like blend that area of the wall back. This is the layer mask for Miguel here. If you ever remembers, it was a little bit lighter here. Okay, so using opacity, basically if I paint around, I'm painting at 50% opacity. And if I go over this over and over and over again, you can see I'm just painting on, not doing anything special. If I keep on going over and over again, well, I can't lay down any more. I can lay down 50% opacity, I can't lay down less, and I can't lay down more. And until I lift my brush up and then paint back again, it's going to add another level of opacity. But again, only where you see it. If I go over that area again, it's going to go back to 50% opacity. In my opinion, let's say I wanted to do this, I'd have to like click, 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 click over and over and over again to get her to actually be gone. Now let's just go ahead and hit Command A and hit Delete to clear that layer. I'm going to change my opacity back to 100% and my flow down to something pretty low. I'm going to hit Shift 1 to make my flow 10%. So this way, if I wanted her to be completely visible or invisible, let's pretend I'm on a layer mask, I can start painting on her, and you can see I'm laying down like almost no color here. But I haven't lifted my brush up, and I'm laying down more and more and more and more color. So I'm able to completely mask her out really easily, and then I can just make my brush a little bit larger, and I can soften it out over here, maybe just have a little bit of that layer over here, and bring it in a little bit more. To me, it's a much more natural way to work, because it's, with a natural pen or a pencil, like you go over it again and again, and you lay down more ink. And that's what flow does. If you cover it over again and again and again, it's going to lay down more ink. So you can start off with something that's, very soft and kind of like build it up. To me, it's a much easier way to mask things out as well because you don't really ever go too far. You start off with a little bit, and once it's good enough, you just move on to somewhere else. Once it's good enough, you move on to somewhere else, or you lift your brush up. So everything that I do in Photoshop is based around efficiency. When you're working with 100 to 200 layers, often you don't want to waste a lot of your life away. So if I can do something really quick, make my brush a little bit smaller, maybe do this, go ahead and mask these in. I want this about 50% masked in. I can do this all without lifting my brush ever, which is very nice.
That is an amazing explanation. I love it. Thank you. So we are going to take a 15-minute break here. What are we going to do when we come back?
Cool. When we come back, we're going to go ahead and finish this composite. We're going to take all those extra elements and see what we actually do want to bring into the image. Not only that, we're going to fix a couple things in this image that we need to do. Maybe like there's a reflection there in the washing machine. We need to take care of that as well. We're also going to work on stylizing this image and bring it together and make it amazing.
That's what I love to hear. So we just want to remind you that we do have a photo contest going on that you can still enter. We will be picking the winners. Aaron will be picking the winners at noon during our lunch break. So you have until then to enter. Go to our Facebook page. There's a button that you can click to go to the Aaron Nace photo contest, and details are on the blog. And I just want to read you a couple of quotes from what people are saying online. Brent says, is he training for some sort of Photoshop Olympics? He needs some strobe lights, lasers, and rave music going, which I think would really enhance this. We're going to have to look into that.
Right.
And Todd Australia says, hello, Todd. Todd's a regular. He's great. Aaron is doing great. I'm learning lots here and will be a nice addition to my Photoshop Week downloads.
There we go. Awesome.
And I think after watching this section a few more times, I will have all of your keyboard shortcuts mastered. That might take a little bit more practice than that. Just watching it over and over. It was amazing to watch you work. You're just so fluid in that. But I didn't know, honestly, I didn't know anything, zero, about composite photography just 3 days ago. And after being here with Aaron the last few days, I know that I can achieve this myself. Maybe I won't start with 200 layers in my first composite image, but I know I'll be able to do something similar like this frame composite that we're doing here today. You are just the absolute master at this. It is just so cool to watch you work, and I just feel so honored to be here and to learn all of these steps. And it's like all your shortcuts and all of Aaron's shortcuts that he's learned throughout the years. He's giving you all of this years of information to you right now, and you can have this at your fingertips when you choose to purchase this course video. And it's everything from getting creative with a cool concept to making sure your key elements are in place, and then doing your lighting correctly so that when you come into Photoshop, you can work really, really quickly and efficiently and have a beautiful composite image as the final result. So right now below this video, you will see a timer has started. That is the countdown timer to grab this event grab this course at the live event price of $99. There is just a few more hours left, so you want to push that green button right now under this video and grab this course and all of the tips and tricks that Aaron has been teaching you the last 3 days, and have them in your photography, Creative Live photography class downloads. All right, we will see you guys back in 15 minutes.
I'm thrilled to announce an upcoming week-long event here at Creative Live, June 3rd through 8th, Adobe Creative Apps for Beginners. The Adobe apps are the most powerful software for creative professionals in any field. That's including design, photo, video, web development.
This special 6-day event is going to introduce you to all of the most popular applications: Photoshop, Illustrator, InDesign, Dreamweaver, and After Effects. On June 3rd, Jack Davis will start us off with an introduction to the power of design with Graphic Design Essentials.
On June 4th, Kara Plichenich will show you how
Welcome back to day 3 of Compositing 101 with Aaron Nace here on Creative Live. We're going to get back into it, but first we're going to give away our first prize of the day. We are giving away a Pro Special Effects Pack from Flearn.com. Let's hear about it.
Yeah, all these 3 days we've been spending our time in Photoshop and on the photo shoots working on compositing images together. And that's creating, basically a lot of different pieces and sticking them together in Photoshop. Now, another really cool thing you can do with Photoshop is create special effects. And this special effects pack that's all is what it's about. Basically, anything that you can imagine, whether it's creating fireballs coming out of someone's hand, or these techniques are all in the Pro Special Effects Pack. And it's 5 different tutorials, each of which is over 2 hours long of Photoshop Gold.
That is awesome. And that is a $149 value. And the winner of that is Jeanette Flynn, who entered on Facebook. Jeanette's quote was, "Pay attention to RAM available because waiting 10 minutes for changes to apply kills your creative space." Good tip, absolutely. Make sure to keep entering, and we will be giving away more prizes throughout the day. But let's keep going.
Right on.
Turn it over to you.
Cool. Welcome back from the break, guys. So now we're going to be taking this image and basically fixing it up. We're going to bring back all the different pieces together in the composite image, and we're going to be doing some things to also make it a little bit brighter. Now, some of the audience members here in our live studio audience were like, pen tool, you were talking about the pen tool. Are we going to be able to get to do that? And yeah, we're going to do it. I wasn't sure whether that was something you guys were interested in or not, but the live studio audience seemed to want to cover the pen tool. So in fact, I am going to cover the pen tool, and I think that's a pretty good way to start off. Now, some people say that they don't really use the pen tool, and I was one of those people a while ago. The pen tool seemed like something that was a little bit scary. I didn't really understand how to use it. I didn't know why it was used. And I feel like that's, to start off with. A brush tool, it's pretty easy to get. You just paint around. The pen tool is one of those tools that takes a little bit of time to get to know and to get to like. But once you do get to know and like the pen tool, it's an extremely powerful tool. And when it comes to making selections, accurate selections, the pen tool is by far the best tool in Photoshop. Do not let anyone tell you otherwise. Well, there are 2 types of selections. There are hard selections, like actually cutting something out, and then there are softer selections, things for like cloud or fabric or something like that. Pen tool is not going to help out with these softer selections, but for hard edge selections, the pen tool is the go-to tool. So if you guys want to get into it, we're going to go ahead and start off. We're going to create a selection, and this is, I'm not sure if you noticed, see, zooming out on these images, I don't really see anything that I need to take care of, especially in this area. Do you guys? Let's zoom in and we can see there's Alex's hand right there. And it pretty much blends in to everything else. Now, if I wanted to just do like the very simple, easy way, I might just clone stamp a shirt right over there and just get rid of the hand, because that's a bit of laundry, right? You wouldn't really be able to tell. But because we are doing compositing, and a great way to make selections is with the pen tool, we are going to go ahead and start off. We're going to make this a selection. It's going to be a beautiful selection with the pen tool, and then we're going to cut that hand right out of there. So I'm going to start off with a little bit of an intro. We're going to create a new layer. I'm going to hit Shift Delete and fill this here with white. All right, let's just bring this all the way back up. I'm just going to do this to actually show you guys what the pen tool is all about. So P for the pen tool will bring up the pen tool. And the pen tool seems like this big scary thing, but really it's not that bad. There are just a couple keyboard shortcuts that you can keep your fingers on that are going to help things out. So at its most basic, the pen tool is made for creating selections. And to use it, all you have to do once you have your pen tool selected is click in one place. You get a little dot. If you click again, you're going to connect those dots. If you click again, you're going to connect those dots. Click again one more time, and then go back to the very end. You'll see a little O right next to there, right next to your actual pen tool icon, and that is going to close out those dots. So in this case, it's a lot like the polygonal lasso tool, right? We're just clicking dots around, and now we have a shape, which is very nice. Now, if we actually want to do anything with this, we have to make this into a selection. The pen tool is really great for making selections. So let's go ahead and try it. We can right-click right in here and say Make Selection, and it's going to take that pen path and it's going to make it into a selection. We even have the options to do, we can feather the radius, which is going to make the edge softer or harder. We're going to choose to not feather it in this case. So I'm going to hit OK, and it's going to turn what is our pen path into a selection, which is very cool. Now, we have a layer that's just white that we created over top of everything else. If I wanted to load this selection into, let's say, a layer mask, all I would have to do is click on my layer mask button, which is right down here, and it's going to load that selection into a layer mask. I can click on this layer mask and hit Command I, and we're going to get the invert. So there, what I had a pen tool just by clicking around a couple times, now is a layer mask on this layer, and you can see that's the only area that is visible. So that's how the pen tool works. It's very simple in this regard. We're going to get a little bit more complex when we start adding a couple of curves and things into this pen tool. But that's basically the whole idea of how the pen tool is used and some applications of it. All right, let's go ahead and fill this layer mask back with white, and you can do so by holding Option Delete, which will fill with your foreground color. So what we're going to do now is we can go to our window and down here to Paths, and this is where all of your pen paths are stored. So we can see we have a work path here. I'm going to create a new path. You don't even have to really see this. You can just, use one or two paths, and it'll save over your last path that you just made. So now we're going to try the same thing. I'm going to click a couple times. There we go. Click once, twice, and create a shape that looks something like this. We're going to go ahead and add some curves into this. Now, the reason why the pen tool is great is because nothing you do with the pen tool is ever permanent. You can change any of these things at any time. To move any of these points around, just hold down the Control or the Command key, and you're going to turn your little pen tool into a white arrow. Now, you can click on any one of these points and move them around. I can click on this point, and I can move that around. I can even click right here on the line, and I can move around just that line. So this is just holding down the Control or the Command key. The other key that you're going to want to use is the Alt or the Option key, and that's going to allow you to actually control the curvature of these lines. So right now they're straight lines, but I can turn them all into curves. I'm going to hold Alt or Option and go to this little point here, and I'm going to see what looks like an upside down V. And I'm going to click on that point, and now I'm going to drag it in this direction. And what we see was we created, what was just a point is now a couple of curves. So we have our leading lines. These things that I'm grabbing on are anchor points here. They're actually pulling the curve. So we can see if I pull it down in this way, this guy right up here is pulling that part of the curve up, and this part is pulling that part of the curve down. Let's go ahead and reset that by holding Alt or Option and clicking right back on there, and bonk, it's right back into a point. So if I hold down Alt or Option, I can pull this around. Now let's let go, and now I'm going to hold down the Control or the Command key, and now I can pull these points individually. So instead of grabbing in the center, I can pull this guy way out there. I can click on this, and I can pull this guy out there as well. I can actually click here on my curve itself and move that around as well. So each of these things, Alt or Option, we can click and drag on this and move this around as well. And I can still move each one of these points around by holding the Control key or the Command key and moving these points around. Now, if I do want to continue, let's say I want to complete this shape and fill it back up, all I have to do is click all the way here at the end. Remember, just like earlier where we have that little O right next to our keyboard shortcut, right next to the cursor, and click there, and we've got a complete shape. Now, all the little control points are gone. I want them back. I want to re-edit them. Again, hold down Control or Command, click right there, and all of our points are back again. If I want to turn these back into curves, Alt or Option, and now they're curves again. There we go, and this is a curve. If I want to delete a point, I don't hold anything with the keyboard. I just click on this with a little minus arrow. Can you guys see the little minus arrow symbol there? And now that they're gone, I can hold down I can go to any point in the curve and click, and we're going to add a point as well. So I can just click, I've added a point, and click right there. I've added another point, and I can move these around. So you can see there's a lot of options here. With the pen tool, we can now hold Alt or Option and click on each one of these points, and we're going to get back to something that doesn't have any curves at all in it. Pretty easy. So if I wanted to add a point here, I can do that, hold Alt or Option, bring that right back out, and then we've got a curve there. So the whole point with the pen tool is it's really, really forgiving because you can't ever do it wrong. You can move around these points at any point in time. And we want to be able to follow certain paths. So that's what we're going to be doing next, is actually showing you guys how to use this tool to follow along a certain shape. So it's basically the whole same thing. Let's go ahead and do a rough shape. I want to create a new path, and I'm going to see if I can follow along. Here we go. Let's fill this path with a color. So we can right click in here, and I can say make selection, or you can just hold down Control or Command and click on your path. Let's make a new layer and fill that with black by hitting Command Delete. Okay, so let's create a new path and see if I can follow along this thing here. Let's say I wanted to cut this out. I'll do it just slightly outside. So I'll click on a point there, click on a point there, click on a point there, click on a point there. We'll create one up here. I don't even have to create a curve at this point. I could do that later. click a straight line, and then right back there. Remember, I can hold Control or Command to turn that back into a selection. I can make this back into a curve, again, but just by holding Alt or Option, and I can click and make that a curve, just like that. Now, if it's not perfect, you can see like this needs to come out because it's a little bit further away here, a little bit closer here. Again, Control or Command, I can just move that right back out. Control or Command, I can move that right back out there as well. So what was like a relatively complex shape, I've now basically got it outlined completely in a whole new pen path. This is really great because this curve that we have, there's something called complex and simple curvatures. Now, these are something that you can't really do these with your hand. Like this is one simple curve. From here all the way down to here, because we have one control point in the middle, is the simplest curve that can exist, which means it's a very smooth line from one area to another. And if you have something that does have these like simple curves, then something like a car, let's say we're cutting a car out and the roof of a car is just a very nice clean line. What you want to do is create the simplest possible curves that you can. A complex curve exists like this. Let's create a new path. We have one going up like this, and it's going to have a change in direction. So a complex curve is going to go up, and then it's going to come right back down. So a simple curve is just going to be one direction. It's going to look something like that, and a complex curve is going to change. So using simple curves and complex curves, you can cut out anything you want. How do you guys feel about the pen tool now? Not bad, right?
Brent says, this is the best explanation of the pen tool ever. I usually stay away from it.
Awesome. Well, that's really, really cool. I want to make everyone who maybe didn't use the pen tool before a believer. Now we're going to use the pen tool to cut out Alex's arm. All I need is a frame where Alex's arm is not there, and this is one right here. His arm is not there. So what we're going to do is I'm going to zoom in here, and I'm going to kind of choose a path. Now I'll use a brush tool to kind of like draw out the pen path that I'm going to wind up making. The reason is, let's just go ahead and delete all these paths that we've already made. These were the paths that we were using as examples. There we go. I'm going to just draw this out. This is not something that I would normally do on my own. I just want to show you guys the general idea and the plan for what we're going to be doing with the pen path. So this little piece of clothing here, that is part of the image. So I would want a pen path that kind of like followed the bottom of the piece of clothing in right over there. Let's just zoom in. We can go here, down the cereal box, okay, or over and around this area, just like that, and down this leg, over and around there, and then out in this manner. There we go. We'll just zoom out. So if I make a pen path that's pretty much just that, can you see how I could probably use that to cut out Alex's arm? Pretty easy. So that's our goal with our pen path. Now there's one area that we're going to run into a little bit of trouble. Remember we said earlier the pen tool is a really great tool for creating hard-edged selections. Now we do have this area with a little bit of tattered jeans in that. I could clean that up pretty easily with the pen tool, which is a great use of the pen tool. Or if I wanted that tattered look, what I would do is I would go ahead and cut it out using the pen tool, and then I would use a small brush tool to paint those tatters back in. So we can try both of those. What do you guys, you want pro tatter or against tatter? Pro tatter, because it's harder to do and you want to see me do it, isn't it? Right on, let's do it. All right, cool. Well, let's go ahead and get into it. So we're going to make basically just where I created that pink area, we're going to do the same thing, and now I'm just going to use a pen tool. So we're going to start right over here. I'm going to start off with a leading curve. And I'm going to come and I'm going to lead on into this piece of clothing right there. So we're just going to start something like this. This makes it so it's not like a jagged point into the clothes. It's just like it's going to be a gradual curve into this piece of clothing. And we can zoom in as far as we want. Now remember, it's all about creating simple curves. So if we've got an area that looks like this guy is already going to create a curve that's going to start pulling down in that direction. So I can create a point right there. Again, holding down Control or Command, and I can move this around. There we go. And let's click and drag this in that way, and then click right there. So we've just basically created a curve now that follows this piece of clothing right in that manner. So let's click here, and we can continue on our point. Click and drag out in this manner is going to give us a little bit of curve. If I need to hold Control, I can bring that up there. Now we've got something that gives a lot of people trouble. We've got a sudden change of angle. If I click here, like, I want to follow down the box, but I can't because we've got a curve. So what you want to do is hold down your Alt or the Option key. These are the only two keys you need. And click on this little control arm and just bring it down this way. And that's going to show you like the leading way your next curve is going to go. So bring it down that way, and I'm just going to click right there. Now I've got a very straight, nice edge all the way down the box. Okay, we're going to follow this along. Let's go ahead and we've got basically what is a relatively simple curve up here. We're going to be bringing in the tatter using the brush tool in just a second. So it's not incredibly imperative that we get this correct. Did I just say imperative? That's not in my normal dictionary. Apparently when I do the pen tool, I have to feel very technically correct and say things like imperative. Okay, so we've got a point there, and I'm going to bring this in. There we go. Pull that out. And it depends on how perfect you want this. We've got a slight down curve here, and then an up curve, a point, and then an up curve again. If I wanted to simplify that out, I could just click here, and I can make that really simple if I wanted to do that. You can see that there is my line to simplify that bit of jeans. Or I could continue to make a down curve, slight up curve to the point, hold Alt or Option, click and drag that out, come out here with a down curve. There we go. Hold down Control or Command to move this around. So you can see I can be as accurate as I really want to be. Not only that, but the pen tool you can move at any point in time. Let's just click on there, and that's going to pull that right down there. Now, if you are selecting something out, what I would recommend always doing is being slightly inside of the object that you want to cut out. In other words, I want this to be gone. I would select slightly inside of the jeans so we don't have what you can see here. In this case, would be a couple pixels of shirt. So I would hold Alt or Option. Sorry, this is the Control key to move this around, and I can actually bring that down slightly inside there. So when I cut this out, it's just going to have a nice clean line that's just jeans, no shirt showing. Okay, so now that we've covered most of that, we've covered the arm, I'm going to come back around here, go all the way up here, and reconnect with my original. What do you guys say? That was not that bad, right? Just like clicking and dragging. Anyone on the internet, it's like, hopefully someone's like, oh, that's how you use a pen tool? Pretty easy.
Lots of that.
All right, awesome. So now we want to turn this into a selection. What we're going to do is right click, and I'm going to say make selection. It's just going to turn that point into a selection. We're going to click on this layer, okay? Now, I believe this layer was used for, this is our clean layer. In other words, this is a layer that I'm using for with nothing actually in the frame. So if I want to use it for this little area, I can do that. But if I want to use this layer for a different area as well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on this and bring it down to the new layer icon, which is going to duplicate that layer. That way I can use it over here, but I can also use it in a different place. So now what we're going to do, I'm going to hold Alt or Option and click on my layer mask. And that's going to just show that little area. And then I'm going to click on this layer mask and hit Command I. That's going to invert that. So now with that selection, that's our perfect way to cut out the arm. And you can see we're just going to focus in on the right side of this now. That's our perfectly arm cut out using the pen tool, and it's following all around these shapes. Isn't that awesome? Super, super simple to use. Now we're going to change it just a little bit, because we've got like a little bit of like a dark outline here around that jean. You can see that a little bit of a dark outline around that box. So what I'm going to do is click on my layer mask here, and I'm going to go up to Select and then down to Refine Mask. So I can actually refine this mask after I create it. We're going to choose our view to be on layers. And what I want to do, let's go ahead and just shift this edge either out or in a little bit. And if I shift this edge in, you can see it's going to bring in even more of that edge. If I shift it out, it's going to include less. I can even bring things like feathering. Let's say that we don't want these clothes to have an extremely sharp edge, because the resolution of the camera, you can see like this line right here, that's not that sharp, right? It's got a little bit of blur. That's just because of the resolution of our camera. So you want to make sure that you don't have a super sharp edge in a place, because it wouldn't exist. Your camera doesn't actually capture images that sharp. So we can bring our feathering up just a little bit, and that's going to give it that slightly smoother edge. It's going to make it look a little bit more real. So we're going to bring our feathering up, and we can shift our edge in just a little bit, and that's going to get rid of that halo. So now we have an edge that looks real, it looks photographic, as well as it's not including any part of the hand. So we can click on the Show Original, especially areas like this right down here where we have a dark edge there. So Show Original, there's the before and after with that, and this box right over there. So Show Original, there's the before and after. All right, we're going to hit OK, and then we have that selection applied. Very cool. Now, towards the edge, we do have a slight change in color and things like that. That's not a big deal. This is just a layer mask. Right now, if you hold down Alt or Option, this is what our layer mask looks like right now. But I can still take a brush tool to this. I can still do anything that I want. So you can create layer masks. You can use multiple tools to add onto your layer mask over and over and over again. So let's click on this. I'm just going to use a brush tool, and I'm going to paint with like a soft round brush. Just paint white, so it's, you know, basically like feathering in what was, you know, from one image to another one. There we go, because it looks like our jacket moved just a little bit, which, you know, really isn't that big of a deal. There we are, and I can paint this in white up there as well. Now, I didn't anticipate this change over on the left side of the frame. If I had, I might have brought the pen selection all the way from the bottom of this foot, which we can do again if you guys want to. But usually what I would do is just grab my brush tool and just paint it with my brush tool. Just use a relatively hard edge brush. There we go. And this is much like what we did earlier when we were painting on the dress of the girl. All right. But if you did want to use your pen tool and your newfound love for the pen tool, this would be a great application for that as well. So we'll just paint that boot in as well. All right, and we'll zoom out, and now we've basically completely gotten rid of Alex's hand, and we do have a little bit of feathering right here on the left. Let's just make sure that we paint that away as well. So we've completely gotten rid of his hand, as well as, there we go. Let's just paint that in, because apparently it wants to look like that now. All right, cool. So we've completely gotten rid of his hand, and we have a really nice selection there on the right side to kind of show what we did. Now, we did say a little bit about this, like what did we call this? The fringe. There we go, the fringe. So here's what I would do. You can do this in a number of ways. A lot of people would try to actually select out the fringe. In my opinion, it's not really worth doing that. In my opinion, it's a lot better to just use a brush tool and either paint the fringe with with actual color or paint on your layer mask. So what we're going to try is basically, I'm going to go into this layer. We're going to zoom in right there. I'm going to grab my brush tool, choose a hard edge brush, something about 60%, and I'm going to try to choose something that accurately looks like fringe. So, you know, about the same size and everything. There we go. I can't really see it, but there we go. Now I'm just going to paint white on my layer mask, black on my layer mask this time, and I'm going to paint in some fringe. What we're going to see is some of the black areas from outside of there. That's totally okay. I really can't anticipate not being able to see those because I really can't see them. So what I'm going to then do is I'm going to grab the same exact brush and just paint with the opposite color. I'm going to paint with white there to get rid of all those areas. So we'll just zoom that in. All right. Now we can see a grid when I zoom way in like that. So generally I don't like to see that grid. It doesn't help. So I'm just going to choose with the same brush. I'm going to choose to paint with black now and get rid of all these black areas. I'm just, you know, got a pretty small little brush that I'm painting. It's just the same size as these little hairs or you know, fringe or whatever. So, and this is not really that important of a detail. I mean, normally I probably wouldn't go in to zoom 600% into painted fringes. Like, no one is going to critique you if they're like, I think those jeans might have had fringes on there. You might want to think about adding those back. But if you did, you can just do something like this. The other thing about fringes on a jean is like, there's kind of no rules. Like, you guys probably remember like when you were a kid and you were painting or drawing. I remember anyway. I would draw things like a tree, and it would always look good because there are kind of no rules, right? Like, trees can look like anything. Like, it's pretty easy to draw a tree. A person's face is pretty hard. Like, everyone knows what a person's face looks like, and there is a right or a wrong. You can make someone look messed up. It's kind of the same thing with like a fringe over here. This could look like anything. It's just some like things that are sticking out of jeans, right? So it's kind of not really that hard. If this were a person's face, I would be a little bit more, you know, not as carefree when I'm just like painting around with a brush tool. So there we have our jean fringe. Is it exactly the fringes from before? No. Does that matter? No. So there we go. If you hold Alt or Option, you can now see that's what my layer mask looks like. Looks like some fringes painted around there. Now the other option is if you wanted even more fringe, what I would do, create a new layer, grab your brush tool, hold Alt or Option and sample this color, and then look, now we got more fringes. This is fun. So you could do this sort of thing. You could even do this stuff even if you hadn't have, you know, gone out with your layer mask. Like even if you hadn't adjusted your layer mask, you could continue to paint this sort of thing right on top of there. And again, I'm doing a very quick job, but you can get the idea. This is something that we were pretty dang zoomed in there. You get to about 100% or 50%, and it's we spent time on a very, very small part of that image just now. I wanted to show you that it's really not that hard, but there is no one who's going to look at your image and be like, wait a second. Zooming out this far puts it into perspective. That's not an important part of this image. It's totally good, but at this point, you don't need to spend a ton of time on that little bit of a thing. Cool. Do we have any questions about getting rid of this, or about using the pen tool in an actual application from anyone here or at home?
I don't see too many online. MichaelErbphoto.com is suggesting that the pen tool is great for hard edges, but the quick mask is way quicker for tattered or soft edges. How do you feel about that?
Okay, he's totally right. The pen tool is for hard edges. Anything that has a hard edge, I would totally suggest choosing. When you have soft edges, there are a lot of other tools that are going to help you out. The quick mask is a good way. You could use tools such as select color range as well. That's where channels can come in as well to help you select those things out. So soft edges are going to be for things like a fluffy piece of fabric or something, or this like the edge of this grain here that we're seeing, like this flow. That is like a soft edge. It's a lot of little particles, clouds and things like that. Those are all soft edges. So for hard edges, in my opinion, the pen tool, you really can't beat it. It's the best tool. But for soft edges, depending on what you have, let's say hair is a great example of a soft edge. I would not want to use the pen tool to cut this hair out. It just wouldn't really work. What I could do instead is I'll just create a new layer. I'll go to select down here to color range, and I'll click right here on the hair. Let's just see, we're going to turn our selection onto grayscale. I'm going to click right here in our hair and turn up our fuzziness, and we can see now our hair is being selected out and the background behind it is not. I'll just click on that little minus, make sure that's not selected out. So really quickly and easily, areas that are white in this view are selected. Areas that are dark do not get selected. We're going to hit OK. I could just create a stamp visible layer and hit Command J, which would just duplicate what I had selected. And then we could see now I have just there we go. I have just hair on a background. So why would you use a pen tool for that? You totally would not. That would be the wrong tool, because I could use a select color range and then select out her hair. So, which actually is kind of fun. Let's go ahead and use this. Earlier we talked about, if I wanted her hair to be a little bit more full, we could totally use this. So I'm going to put a layer mask on this layer. There we go. I'm going to paint, Command I is going to paint this black. And now we're going to paint white here right on my layer mask. So now I've just got hair. It's on a transparent layer mask. I can do with it really whatever I want to. There we go. Let's go ahead and paint black on the layer mask there. Cool. So I can bring this hair in, and if I want to use a blending mode that's going to make this a little bit darker, I could choose something like from normal, I can go down to darken, and it's going to make sure I'm not lightening anything. And I could actually use this to thicken some of the areas of her hair. I could try it in a couple different places. I'm going to hit Command J so I have multiple copies of these. I'm going to hit Command T to transform. But I'm still working with an entire layer. You can see here in the thumbnail that I basically can see everything that's on this entire layer, right? If I hit Command T, I'm working with a pretty large section of this image. But if I right click and hit Apply Layer Mask, now if I hit Command T, you can see I'm just working with the hair. I only wanted the hair to begin with. Why would I work with such a large selection on a layer? So what we're going to do instead is just select this area. I can zoom in, hit Command T, right click. I could go to warp. I could kind of warp this hair around so it doesn't look like it's the original hair. There we go. And I could bring this down, Command T, rotate it around, and I could fill out some of these areas if I wanted to. There we go. Bring this in, put a layer mask back on there, paint black right here and right here over her arm. There we go. And now she's got twice the hair. She's twice the lady she used to be. So full, so clean, so fresh. Just a quick little example of something cool that you can do, but right, it's a totally different selection technique, and I would not use the pen tool or something like that for this hair. You could even hit Command T, right click it, flip horizontal, bring it around this end. Maybe you wanted her hair a little bit more crazy on this side. On our layer mask here, you could just paint black right up into her face. There we go. And she's got hair on that side that even extends over the top of her shoulder because it is cut out pretty dang well, and we just used the select color range tool. So Great question, which led to a pretty cool example on, yes, pen tool is great for hard edges. There are a lot of other cool ways to do soft edges.
That is fantastic. DDD967 says, oh my gosh, that apply layer mask thing just blew my mind. I always have issues with that.
Nice.
Apologize for your mind being blown.
Hey, Aaron. Carlos R. is wondering, when using the brush tool for fringe or hair, do you ever use custom brushes instead of the default ones?
Yes, I use custom brushes all the time, and I love custom. Okay, can I preface this by saying I'm a total Photoshop dork? If it's not apparent by now, I love using custom brushes. They really do give you a lot of very interesting options, especially when you're cutting something out. Let's say you were cutting like a blanket out that had a frilly edge. Let's see if I can find something here. I can create a custom brush real quick if we do have an actual application for its use. Oh, you know what? Here is a pretty decent example. If I wanted to create a little bit more of this little bit of flow here, I would use a custom brush to do that. Custom brushes really are great, and they're not that hard to do, and they open up a layer of fun in Photoshop. So all you need to do is go to Window and down here to your brush. There we go. It's going to bring up your brush menu, and you have a lot of options going on here. Now we don't have time to cover every single one of these options, but I would recommend you guys play around. Shape dynamics, let's see, we've got powder, right? Some of it are going to be smaller, some of them are going to be larger. So size jitter, let's turn that on. It's going to make some of these smaller, some of these larger. Our minimum diameter, let's turn this down because I want my powder to be pretty small. Our brush tip shape, is it round? Pretty much, powder's round. If I want to make it slightly less round, I can do that. I can change my spacing, so there's going to be spaced apart. What we got here is a nice little preview that kind of looks like our powder, right? Our softness, we can change here as well. We can make it quite a bit softer. We can turn on this option for scattering, which is going to scatter these little things around, and you can see now they're going to be scattered around. We could turn on count and things like that. So if I want to use my brush tool, I'm going to just hold Alt or Option and sample this color, make a very small brush, and now I'm just going to start painting and start scattering these things around. So just those options, now I'm able to scatter these things around. It's still not there yet, right? It's too large, so I'm going to make my brush just a little bit smaller. And there we go. Now it's looking quite a bit more like that dust there, right? Maybe I'm going to sample a slightly lighter color. So let's go up here and hold Alt or Option and sample that color. There we go. Let's turn our scattering on even higher. So now that I've got something that looks pretty cool, looks relatively similar, I'm going to hit Command A and hit Delete key to clear that. And I'm just going to use my brush tool. And now I'm just painting on laundry detergent. And I'm not lifting my brush right now. I'm just doing this over and over again, and it's like, wow, that actually looks like laundry detergent because, well, we just made a brush that made it look like that. So if I wanted to like thicken this bit of flow of laundry detergent, I just keep painting over and over again right there and go all around, and we can pretty much just do whatever we want. Think of things like snow, rain, hair, all these things are really great when you have a random assortment of particles using a custom brush. There we go. So we can just turn this layer off and on, and we can see I just added all that with a custom brush that we made just for this. Pretty cool.
You got a super and a wow from JT Trip.
Nice. This is so fun, and I really do love creating custom brushes. Let's say you wanted to create this again and again. You wanted to like be able to bring it back. Well, what I would recommend doing is saving this custom brush. So we've got a little 3 lines with the down arrow here. Click there, go to New Brush Preset, and what we're going to do is call this detergent. I hope I spelled that right. Sometimes you try to spell something and it come out as dirty words, and I'm like, I didn't mean to do that. I'm a horrible speller, by the way. All right, let's close that out, and we can see we just custom brushed some detergent. But you could use this for cutting things out as well. These are all great questions. Okay, let's continue on with our composite. This layer is, again, this is our blank layer. Remember, we created a duplicate of this. I'm going to go ahead and group this layer that we call this, and I'm going to call it detergent as well. Okay, so this is our blank layer as well. This is like a just in case I needed it anywhere, I have it back and I can go ahead and use this. So this layer, does anyone know remember what I used this layer for? Yeah, I think this one was the clock because his hand is not covering Amanda's head. So let's go ahead and bring that clock in. It's a pretty attractive time, huh? There we go. Let's bring that clock in. They actually do. I was just photographing with a with a product photographer just recently, and there are like preferred times to have your clock set on, like 10:15 or something like that is like the universally accepted most beautiful time, which is like interesting. So you look at watch ads now, and they're all like 10:15. It's really funny, but this is pretty close. So we're just going to do the same thing here. I'm going to create a layer mask on this, Shift-Option-Command-M to create that layer mask. We're going to paint black right over this clock. Oh, look at this. I'm still on my giant brush that we had earlier. I don't want to be on that brush. So I'm going to right click. I'm going to scroll down to the bottom. Just choose a normal brush here. All right, we're going to paint this clock away. You can see now we've just got, that's so cool that you can do this, by the way. How can you not fall in love with frame compositing? Because you could just choose like, yeah, I want this clock to be visible. Nope, I don't want this clock to be visible. It's amazing. Now I'm going to hit Command-I on that, which is going to bring the clock back. And now I can choose wherever I want this clock to be. I can move it up on the wall. Let's just move it over here. Now, because it is, because I am actually moving the clock, I do want to do a few things that are going to help out making it look a little more realistic. Earlier, we didn't have to worry about masking these things that well because we weren't moving them. In this case, we are actually moving this clock. So what we're going to have to do is mask it out a little bit better. I'm just going to use a marquee tool to do this. So M for the marquee tool, and I'm going to select out the majority of my clock here, especially towards the bottom. There we go. That looks pretty good. Now we can go ahead and give this edge of our selection a little bit of blur if we wanted to, or we can apply that later. So we have that selection. I'm going to inverse that by hitting Shift-Command-I. We're going to paint black on our layer mask right down there. All right, perfect. And if we want to just create a selection right over here, we can do that too. All right, to get the last part of it, Shift-Command-I. There we go. We'll deselect that out. And then we have a slight shift in color. Can everyone see that slight shift in color up there at the top? You can take care of that with your layer mask, or you can take care of that using adjustment layers as well. I'm going to continue on with the layer mask just because that's kind of what we've been covering today, and I feel like it's a really great thing to get a really good handle of. So we're going to make a selection there, hit Shift-Command-I again, and paint black on our layer mask right up there. All right, now we do have a little bit of a unique shape with the clock because it's not perfectly, it's not just a circle. In this case, we have, some depth that we needed to kind of take into account as well. There we go. All right, Shift-Command-I on that. We'll select this out. Could you use the pen tool to paint this, to select out this clock? Most definitely. The pen tool would be a great tool. It takes a little bit longer than a couple marquee selections, but it would be a great tool. Now, can anyone see something that's a little bit wrong with my clock? We got a shadow in there, don't we? That is, I know someone was going to bring that up, so plan ahead. The shadow was there from the actual, from the plant. If the clock was back over here, that shadow would make total sense. Does the shadow in there make sense now? No, it doesn't. So what do you guys suggest here in our audience? How do we get rid of this shadow that's going on here? What would you guys do?
I would, in the white open area, you could easily just clone stamp that. When you get to the 4, it gets a little trickier.
Definitely gets a little bit trickier. I would definitely use the clone stamp area for this area. When you get in the 4, you can try using the clone stamp area, or you can just grab a brush tool. A lot of people are shocked when you see what you can do with a brush tool.
I was going to say, knowing you, having seen you retouch, you're just going to paint it in anyway.
I'm just going to paint it in. It's not that hard. The brush tool is like, everyone's like, oh, the brush tool is just for masking and things like that. But like a lot of professional retouchers wind up using the brush tool for way more than you would think. I've brush tooled entire people's faces away. It's like you can repaint just about anything you can. Now at that point, you're kind of just a painter. You're not really like a retoucher. But again, most retouchers I know are classically trained as painters as well. So a lot of the high-end retouchers are also very good painters because it requires an understanding of light and shadow and things like that. And if you do get a client who's like, she's not smiling big enough, well, you got to be able to make someone smile a little bit bigger sometimes. Okay, we do have a little preview here going on, which it's the default of Photoshop with the clone stamp tool. Personally, I don't really like this, so I'm going to go to Window, and I'm going to go down to Clone Source. There we go. And we're going to turn off, where is it? Show Overlay. I'm going to turn that off because I don't really like that when it shows up there. All right. So we're turning that off, and now we don't have a little preview of what we're actually going to be clone stamping. All right, and even with the clone stamp tool, I'm going to use a lower flow, something around like 40%. I'm going to choose a regular soft edge brush here and go ahead and sample right up here, and we're just painting. So you can see a great example of why I'm using flow instead of opacity is here. I'm sampling here and I'm painting. It's not that far away, but the more I go over it and over again, it's just going to get become more and more invisible. So that's exactly, we're using the same principles here that we had with a brush tool, now with a clone stamp tool as well. All right, and let's just get pretty small and paint it away until it starts to look good. There we go, and go right up to the edge of the 4. Cool, that looks pretty good. Let's go ahead and clone stamp that thing away too. Let's source from over there, and we'll just use a small edge brush. And we have a little bit of a feathering on the edge of our numbers here too. They're not completely sharp, so we got to keep that in mind too. And we could use a brush tool, or I could just continue to just use a clone stamp tool. Let's make it a little bit smaller. If your tool is ever getting in the way, this happens sometimes. Like this round dot or that circle there, I don't really want to see it because I would rather be able to see what I'm doing. Hit the caps lock tool. Well, in this case, it's not that different. If you're using a large brush, oftentimes seeing a small cursor, the crosshairs is helpful. In this case, it's about the same size, so you can't make it disappear completely, unfortunately. I don't think you can. Maybe someone else knows that you can. I would love to know, actually. If someone knows in the chat room, if you can make the display of your cursor go away completely, that would be awesome to know. All right, so we're just going to clone stamp that away. But again, we're zoomed into like, what, 400% on a 4, and just like with the frills earlier, like this is not one of the more important things to focus in on this photo shoot. But we can still do a pretty good job of getting into
Hey, Aaron, there are questions coming in from the chat room. A lot of people are having aha moments. Fashion TV over in Singapore says, that just brushed me away. But a good question that is just in the chat rooms now is from DDD967. They say, sometimes when I'm clone stamping away a light stand or something, I find that I end up with a repetitive pattern from the area that I've clone stamped away. Are there any tips that you can share to avoid that situation?
Definitely. The first is try to clone stamp as much as you possibly can at one time. I don't want to clone stamp one little area over and over and over again. Let's say that I did have something that I wanted to get rid of on the wall. Here we go. This is just this little stain that was put there on purpose, but let's just say I did want to get rid of that. I wouldn't try to clone stamp, a little area like this, and then clone stamp again, and then sample the same area and clone stamp again. A better technique is to grab a larger area, sample here, and then try to paint over the entire thing. That way you're not really getting a repetitive technique. Sometimes it's really, really tough, especially if you're in an area that is really confined. If I'm trying to think of an example here, if I had to like clone stamp away these magazines, I would have to try to come up here and clone stamp down there, and this would get really, really tough. So what I would recommend doing is if you do need to clone stamp away an entire area, and you start seeing your pattern repeating over and over again, it's a little bit non-traditional, but I would usually use the brush tool to paint that away, and I can show you how. Let's figure out a way to something that might have that area. That same problem.
In response to your query, apparently Command Q will do it, which I just realized is actually a joke, because that'll actually make you quit the application.
You funny guy.
Almost got me, but I caught it. How dare you?
Command Q, yeah, I do that all the time. Luckily, if I hit Command Q, it'll probably ask me if I want to save it, so thank you. That sounds like something I would do. Nice. All right, that's a good question. Cool, let's clone stamp this guy out. This is a good area of, I actually did hit Command Q, so cool. It actually is going to quit. Let me just reopen Photoshop here. Now, I know exactly where my file is. It's not going to take me that long to open it back up. Why? Because I'm using some really great ways to organize all my files together. File structure earlier. I can't believe I actually hit Command Q. We both know it was going to quit.
Way to take a just epic failure on my part and turn it into a teaching moment. That's why you're a pro.
Definitely a teaching moment. And I can just go right back here to my master folder and hit open, and I've got my file right back and ready to go. I don't have to dig through anything. I don't have to try to find it again. F to full screen, and we are back. Let's actually clone stamp that out. That's pretty good, actually. Okay, perfect. Let's go back down here and choose a regular soft edge brush, and there we go. We're going to just clone stamp this out as well. This is an area you could use a clone stamp tool here. You could use a healing brush tool. Either one will probably work quite well. There we go. And that looks pretty good. Pretty easy to do that. That was just a piece of tape that was on the floor. So we can go ahead and take care of some other things, something like that as well. This is not an area where you would want to composite. I don't need to find another area of the floor that doesn't have a little piece of lint on it. Like this is literally, I hit J, which is the keyboard shortcut for the healing brush tool as well as the patch tool. I can just sample right here and paint right over that. And that takes 2 seconds. Like use the compositing method when that's the thing that you need for the job. But like for every little piece of dust, I don't think anyone would actually do that. I just wanted to clarify that's not the best time to do it. Okay, cool. Let's look at what our other extras are. Oh, there we have Amanda as well. So let's just go ahead and put a layer mask on that. And I'm going to brush tool this on black. There we go. We're going to brush tool her out. And I'm going to hit Command I, so she's back in. Now, does anyone see an issue we've got here with our selection? Well, we've got a serial box we need to take care of. There we go. And apparently we've got a leg that we need to take care of as well. All right, so how are we going to take care of this leg? Does anyone have any suggestions? We need to bring back the leg.
So that you can see the leg, could you change the opacity? Just so you can see the leg underneath?
So I can see the leg underneath?
Yeah. And then you could pen tool it out, but I would probably just paint it on the mask.
You would probably paint it on a mask?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that what everyone would probably just do, is paint it? You'd call me? Aaron, what do I do? I'm freaking out. Cool. Well, we do want to see this leg, and we can just go ahead and make this layer invisible because I know for a second that we really don't need it out. This, in my opinion, you could totally just paint it you could totally just paint this area with a brush tool. In my opinion, this is not actually that bad of a choice to use a pen tool for this case. I don't really like this piece of fabric. That's going to cover up a little bit too much of Amanda. So we have another example of a time when we can actually figure out, okay, do I want to cut this piece of fabric off? I can do that with a pen tool. It's going to look like it's a pretty weird transition if I just cut it off. I could cut off half of it, like I could cut off this half of it, and then it wouldn't show up a little bit more. So this is kind of a decision. So let's go ahead and create a really quick plan of action here on what we're going to be doing to this. So I'll create a pen path that kind of comes down here, up here, and down in this way, and then joins back up with our jeans in something like this. So we still have what looks like the fabric is ending naturally, but I'm going to cut off this area because I don't want that to cover our subject. And then I'll just clone stamp the jeans back over here, and we should get something that looks pretty natural. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. We've already learned how to do the pen tool. Now let's show you guys how to do the pen tool. When you become comfortable with the pen tool, this shouldn't take more than a minute or two. So this is something that it might seem like, oh, the pen tool takes forever and things like that, but not really. You can do this pretty quickly, and it depends on how fast or how much experience you have doing this. It also depends on if you really need it to be that good or not. Some things, it's like if it's a piece of fabric or something like this, it doesn't have to be perfect. It's just a piece of fabric. There we go, and we'll just kind of bring that around there. And I'm just using the same principles we talked about earlier, clicking and dragging around. It's really not that hard.
Yeah, Aaron, when I started watching your Flearn Pros, the two things that stood out was it doesn't have to be perfect, and nobody knows what it looked like before anyways. Those were the two things that changed my life.
Exactly. No one knows what it looked like, so it's like they're not missing anything because that really didn't matter. All right, so I selected out that area. What I'm going to do is hit Shift-Command-I to inverse the selection out, and then we're just going to grab our brush tool, and I'm going to paint that in with our white paintbrush now. Sorry, with black to make sure that the leg disappears from that selection. There we go. And we can see it's just a nice selection back there. Now, probably the underside of the underside of the leg as well will need to be taken care of. Let's see on which areas that needs to be taken care of. All right. And with some of these things, like, you can totally just fudge them. Like, some of these things will matter. Like, a person's face is pretty much always going to be something you want to get right, but a lot of these other things, it's like, that doesn't really matter that much. All right, so we'll go over those examples now. Okay, so something like this, where it's just like, a bit of dark fabric that's going to wind up joining up for that dark fabric, I would totally just use a brush tool here and just paint it in. Just like, okay, cool. Now it looks like, yep, that looks pretty good there. And again, we're zoomed in quite a bit. There's not really going to be anyone to look at this and say this is right or wrong. There we go. We're going to do the same thing here. Okay, and then this is a nice piece of fabric there. We'll just make sure that is visible with a nice soft edge there. There we go. So we're just using a brush tool now. Something like that. The goal here is to get the job done, but don't spend forever doing this sort of stuff, because it'll just take away from your creative process. That's not something you really need. So there we go. Now we've masked in our subject. So there were a lot of questions earlier about the order of these things and what layers and things like that should you use, like the before and the after and things like that. Amanda is technically behind our subject in this case, but she's being layered on top of her as far as the layers go, but instead of layer masking in the boot, we just layer mask it out from this layer. That was kind of the worst explanation of anything I've ever given. Does anyone know what I just said? No. The internet is an uproar. And here we have to decide too, is it worth this little thing that's kind of like flying in her face? What do you guys think? Should I try to get rid of that too? Not really a big deal? Okay. Because I can get rid of this too, but that's another thing that we would have to decide. If we don't decide to get rid of that, the only thing we have to do is clone stamp in right over here. So I'm just going to create a new layer. We're going to use our clone stamp tool, S for the clone stamp tool, and I'm just going to clone stamp in right over here. There we go. Just use a smaller diameter brush and right up until then. Cool. And now we got our clone stamp. Then we can just fix our layer mask up a little bit here, where we might have layer masked out a little bit. Just got a little bit farther away from the jeans. Okay, pretty cool. So we've just got a piece of fabric that's flying in the air right over top of Amanda, and we just clone stamped in that little guy there. So it's all these little problems, like figuring out how am I going to do this. We want like a nice little transition area and things like that, and figuring out, okay, well, we'll just, instead of having this whole thing be visible all the way out to there, we'll just cut off the top of it, bring it down. It'll still look like it's, a natural piece of fabric. This actually is an edge, which is nice. And then we've got the rest of it kind of coming in there too. And if you wanted to get rid of the entire piece of fabric, you could totally do that. I would just clone stamp in from the right to the left and the left to the right. We could just remove that entire thing entirely. In the case of if I was working on this image and I wasn't teaching it live right now, I would actually probably get rid of this entire piece of clothes. In my opinion, it's a little bit distracting, but that would take probably 20 minutes to do. All right, there we go. So let's go ahead and group all those things together and look at what we've got now. So here are our extras. If there's anything we miss, is there anything that bothers anyone about the photo? Like, is there anything that we missed? We put our clock back in.
The only thing that I noticed that kind of bothers me is the sweep marks of the detergent on the floor.
The sweep marks of the detergent on the floor. Yeah.
I think they could easily be just gotten rid of.
Yeah, these guys right here.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good point. That's something that that really wouldn't be there originally, right? Pretty easy to take care of. What I would recommend doing is not necessarily trying to get rid of all the detergent. It's mostly the edges, right? It's the edges that bug you. So you want to grab your the healing brush tool and just like paint in the edges there. All right.
Couple notes from the chat room. David G, the light reflection in the glass in the in the washer door, and then somebody else pointed out there is a blue speck of the chair.
A blue speck of the chair.
Yes.
Okay, cool. I'll take a look at that in a second. What chair?
It's under this one.
Under Amanda's chair. Oh, that thing. Oh yeah, I was cloning that in. I was like, what is that thing? Okay, cool. I would just grab a new layer in either a brush tool or a clone stamp tool, and we don't even have to go back on that layer and make the layer mask clean. It's not really worth that time. It's just like, okay, cool. Now it's not there anymore. And clone stamp it. Cool. Thanks for that suggestion. Also, what's going on here in the reflection of the washing machine? Definitely a good point. And it looks like we've got about 10 minutes left, so we can get rid of this, and that'll be a good exercise. So we can get rid of this using a couple of different ways. We could try, some of the information that's going on over here. I could copy this and move it over there. We could use a clone stamp tool to get rid of this, or I could use a brush tool. What do you guys want me to do? Totally up to you. The pressure's on. Clone stamp? Okay. You're like, I don't care. Why would I care about that? Clone stamp. All right, clone stamp it is. Now, when I clone stamp, I usually use a different combination of the clone stamp tool and the healing brush tool. Healing brush tool is really great for large open areas, something like this. But you can't go up to edges with the healing brush tool because it'll make everything really fuzzy. So what I'll usually do is I'll clone stamp part of something, especially if it's this large. I'll clone stamp away part of it, just like that, to kind of isolate something out. There we go. And then you can either use your healing brush tool, which is J, or you can use a patch tool. So I've clone stamped out this, isolating that out, and then I'm going to use the healing brush tool. There we go. Sorry, I need to sample a little bit farther out here. I'm going to use the healing brush tool to get this entire thing to be gone. If you can find a clean area to clone, the healing brush tool. If you can't, separate out even more. This seems like a weird technique, but the reason I'm not using a clone stamp tool is because the healing brush tool does a much better job at gathering the color that's actually around the area that you're healing. And if you are doing in a large area, like we had that question earlier, this is another technique that's going to help you out to not get something that you have a repeating pattern over and over again, because it does a much better job at actually getting the color that you want. All right. I can probably take some questions while I do this, because this is pretty, doesn't require a lot of brains.
Cool. Before we get to the questions, just to let you know, the other thing, kind of a big one, the bottom of the stool that is holding up Sean.
Yeah, I was hoping someone was going to say that. I was kind of surprised that no one did. There's the bottom of the stool that's holding up Sean. We should go ahead and take care of that. Let me just get rid of this really quick. We've got about 10 minutes, so I should probably just go ahead and skip on to that.
So while you're doing this, Studio Modern, do you ever use content-aware fill?
No.
Okay. Easy answer.
I don't use it. I don't use it. I don't use almost anything that's come out since CS3. That's just because I think that in some applications, they're kind of cool. Do they work reliably every single time? Not at all. So I don't want to rely on a tool that isn't reliable. So no, I don't use them. I figure out different ways to do basically the same thing. Okay. Now, here in our extras, I do believe we brought in one of the images of a piece of flying clothing. Did we make sure we exported that out? The piece of flying clothing? Okay, I think we did as well. Now, in this case, if you wanted to do this like the very simple, easy way, that's what I would do, is I would cut that piece of flying clothing out and slap it right over top of the stool, because that would be pretty easy to do, and it would make sense as well. If you don't want me to do that, I can clone snap it. Do you guys have a preference? The reason why I would clone snap it, and I should probably say this as well, I do have this layer with it blank. However, there are no shadows here. There are no shadows. If I just layer mask this area into the bottom of the stool, it wouldn't look right. We can see it's not the same. So we have a couple options, either clone stamp it in or bring in the other piece of clothing. Do we really care either way? Okay, cool. I don't see the other piece of clothing here, so what we're going to do is I'm going to pull up Lightroom real quick. We're going to re-export that out and then pull this back in. It really won't wind up taking that long. All right. And we can take some questions while I do this too.
Oh, I think the clothing was in the same shot as Miguel's feet that we used earlier.
Was it?
Yeah.
I don't even need Lightroom. All right, and now here's another reason why I don't really name my layers. I know where Miguel's feet are, and I know what the layer mask looks like. So without searching around, this is the layer with Miguel's feet. So I'm going to hold down Shift and click on there. Yes, it is. It's right there. Gabe, you got a good memory, dude. All right, we're going to hit Command J on that, and I'm going to bring this all the way up to the very top of this layer group. There we go. And let's just zoom out and bring our layers back up. Let's just bring this up a little bit more. Command and close bracket will do that. Okay, we're going to paint white on this layer mask, and then I want to cut this piece of clothing out. Now, because we actually are going to be moving this piece of clothing as well, this is not going to be the final place of this piece of clothing. The best thing to do with this would be to cut it out using something like a pen tool. Now, if you guys are super against the pen tool, you can always use a lasso tool. And if it's something like a piece of clothes where it can be like a little bit of it doesn't have to be a perfect edge, the lasso tool is usually probably fine. If you're cutting out something like a car where those edges are really what makes the car beautiful, don't use a lasso tool, please, because it'll just look horrible. So what I'm going to do is basically make a pretty poor selection here with the lasso tool, and I'm just holding my left hand on the spacebar key. So whenever I need to move it, like right now, spacebar key, move that around. Okay, so I'm going to do basically a pretty bad job at this, and then I'm going to come in and fix it up with just a regular brush. It's a little bit quicker than just doing the entire thing with a brush. The reason is I don't have to worry about did I select out any areas inside of this. This will give me one solid selection that I can use. It's a bit quicker than the pen tool, and then I can just clean it up with a brush. All right, Command I on that layer mask and Command I again. Let's go ahead and move it now. So it's oh, cool, covers up can we rotate it around? Sure, because it's just a piece of clothing. We can't rotate it around. Light. Ah, damn you, light. We can't move it around, but we can make sure it does try to cover at least most of it. What was that? Oh yeah, we could make it a little bit bigger too. Command T, make it a little bit bigger as well. We could put it right there if we wanted to, which covers up most of the stool. We could put it right there. I think that's probably fine. And then we can go ahead and make sure we take care of this edge. Now, a quick way to do this is to click on your layer mask, go to Select, go to Refine Mask, bring in a little bit of feathering, remember? Make that edge a little bit softer and suck it in just a little bit. There we go. Let's bring our feathering down just a tad. There we go. Now it actually looks like it's in the scene. We would just go in here with a brush tool and kind of fix some of these edges up a little bit. Great. Something like that. Anywhere that bothers you, if it doesn't bother you, then it's probably not worth your time. Cool. And then underneath this, let's just go ahead and take care of the clone stamp real quick. All right. And we're just going to clone stamp this. You could use a clone stamp tool here. You could also use a brush tool to just brush tool this away. And usually if it's a small area like this and you've just got a dark area, just like a dark texture, it's something that usually you won't notice the lack of detail. There's a brush tool in a lot of my images and no one has ever said anything. So if I can get away with it, you could probably do it too. All right, there we go. Let's just paint this on there. I'll just use the brush tool. So B for the brush tool, and we'll just sample this color, paint in right there, and I'll just paint on what looks like a shirt. Some dark color over there. It's oh, cool. That looks like shirt, kind of. Paint it in there. Cool, yeah. Some dark colors over there. This shirt comes on down there. Some dark colors over there. I'm just holding Alt or Option and kind of sampling these things out. There we go. Maybe this kind of continues in there. Cool, that looks pretty nice there. Just grab that dark color there, pretend like there's another shirt blob over here. I mean, there's no rules in this. We're just painting blobs of color, which could be clothing or not. There we go, and we'll get that right. Now we'll create a new layer, clone stamp. We want to do the current and below, and I'm just going to clone stamp that in from the left to the right. And in, 4 or 5 minutes, we've taken care of the whole stool problem. Let's make that invisible there too. All right. There we go. And let's see if that's visible there. Pretty not bad. All right. Now, obviously went pretty quick here with the whole using the brush tool thing. If you wanted more detail in there, just create a smaller brush and come in here and actually create a little bit more detail. There we go. Pretty cool. Yeah, I'm just having fun painting a shirt. Why not? I get to say that I'm an artist. I'm a painter. It's cool. Add another thing onto your resume. Yeah, I do. I paint too. Really? Can I see some of your paintings? Yeah. In this photo, check out that very tiny detail of that shirt. I painted that. Whoa. Pretty cool. All right, and there we have that painted out, and the stool is completely gone. Pretty cool. How we doing, guys? Time?
We are great.
We're doing
wonderful.
good,
I think you wanted to finish and do some kind of global adjustments?
Yes, exactly. How much time do we have? I just want to make sure that...
I think we have enough time for you to finish that up. We've got about 10 minutes.
Oh, cool. Perfect. We didn't do the final details with Lee in the shot, but I'm pretty happy with how this image looks. I don't feel like adding 2 Lees over here would have made this image a whole lot better. The only things that I want to look at with this image, we're not going to get like too in depth, but we are going to add just a couple of things to make this just a bit more dynamic. Let's just play around with curves a little bit. I think you guys will be excited to see what you can do with curves. Just a bit of curves will completely change your image. We're going to make this a little bit brighter here, and then we're going to use the same kind of brush tools and using that flow again to kind of define some things. So I'm going to hit Command-I on that curves adjustment layer, and then we're going to basically just make this area, yeah, that's a little bit brighter. Looks like it's being lit by there. All right, and maybe fade it out just a little bit. Cool, so now we got some light, kind of coming from there. Fade it out a little bit there, make it a little bit more natural. So doing stuff like this in a photograph, it's more like illustrative. I don't know if I can say that word correctly, but it looks a little bit more like an illustration, but it's just like, at doing this sort of stuff, like it just kind of makes images a little bit cooler, in my opinion. Let's just bring that down just a bit. If we want to take away some, areas where a little bit like distracting, like here around the edges, we can just kind of create like a rough vignette as well. Like just, kind of paint that in. Make this a little bit darker around there. There we go. And dark that area back there. Maybe darken this wall a little bit. Large brush, and then soften that back in as well. So we're kind of creating just like a little bit of a vignette here. Let's just bring this back down so you can see. There we go. And there we go. So we can just see that off and on. Maybe we'll make this a little bit less dark. If we did want certain things to stand out, let's say the red dress, we wanted that to stand out even more, what I would do is grab a curves adjustment layer. Well, actually, you could do this in a few ways. The easiest way would definitely be to do this through a hue saturation layer. Grab an adjustment layer, go to hue saturation. We're going to choose reds, and I'm going to choose this eyedropper tool and actually choose the reds that are in her dress. And I can choose to drag up the saturation, which is going to bring up the saturation of the reds in my image, specifically focused on her dress. If it's selecting out more, you can see it's kind of affecting the walls and things like that as well. Just choose this minus eyedropper and make sure you hit the minus eyedropper so it does not select out things like the walls. There we go. All right, and if you still need to do so, there we go. You can see pretty much just affecting her dress there. If you still need to do so, what I would do is hit Command-I on that layer mask and then paint white, here we go, right on her dress. So we have a really nice saturated dress. All right, there we go. So doing things like that, that's something that I would do probably for a few different elements of this photo. His face and body looks a little bit dark in my opinion, so I'm going to grab the curves adjustment layer, bring that up just a little bit, hit Command-I on that, and we're going to paint white right over top of him. All right, kind of fill in these shadows here and make sure we get the almost clean kind of, there we go. All right, paint there. So we can see just by just a quick curves adjustment layer, we can fix these things. That's, we want to get our exposure and everything mostly right in camera, but if it's like, a quarter of a stop off, you can see like that's really not that hard to do. We could do the same thing with her. Let's just grab a curves adjustment layer, brighten that area up, and I'm going to hit Command-I on there, grab a brush tool. All right, and then paint this right around her. You generally don't want to go just on a person because it's going to look a little bit weird, so I'm going to go like a little bit larger here. Okay, and we're going to make that a little bit less bright. Very cool. All right, and you can see already, let's just shift click all those layers, and I'm going to hit Command-G. It's a very quick thing, but we can see it's already started to shape this image. This looks a lot more straight out of camera, and this looks like something that has a focal range. She's got that really nice saturation in her dress. She's a little bit lighter. The dark edge is a little bit darker. And it's pretty amazing what you could do. In like 2 seconds, we totally shifted the focus of this image, like from being flat to looking directly at our subject, which I think is just really, really cool. All right, well I would probably do some other things like dodging and burning, a little bit of retouching on her face and things like that. Those things would take a little bit of time, not opposed to doing them, but this is mostly about compositing. I think we've done a really good job there.
Simply amazing. There are a lot of aha moments happening right now in the chat rooms, but it is time for our 45-minute lunch break, and we would like you to tell us what you have in store for us when we get back.
Awesome. When we get back, we are taking on our second image, and if you guys were here on day one, you will know this is going to be amazing. We've got Sarah, who's going to be eating a bowl of cereal, and Jasper in his little floaty is going to be eating the bowl of cereal, and I really cannot wait to see how this image comes out. We're going to have so much fun, and it's going to be really hard for me not to laugh for pretty much the entire time.
Right, I can't wait to come back and see what you're going to do with that. All right, so we love hearing all the fantastic quotes that you have for Erin, and right now we invite you to go to our Facebook page because we have a global thank you card that we'd love for you to sign and give your shout out of thanks to Erin right now. In the chat rooms, the chat moderators are dropping that link for you as well. But the hashtag that they were using was embrace the weird, and the Facebook post, which is kind of cool that you have done that. Amanda Rust says, I have learned more about Photoshop in the last 20 minutes than I have in the past year. Criminy. And Yolanda says, I have learned more in these 3 days about what I can do in Photoshop than what I have learned in my college classes. Thank you.
Absolutely. So if this masterclass here that we've got in these two types of compositing is something that you want to have available to you, you can purchase this course. You can do it right now at a discounted price from our usual $149 price. If you buy it before the end of the day, which as you see, you have about 9 hours to do, it's only $99. That's a value. That's a huge value to be able to offer this kind of service to your clients. Imagine all the different possibilities that you have that you can do with this. That's what's amazing about this type of compositing is it really is limited by your imagination. You saw how much fun Erin has had to just creating these, coming up with the concepts, and then making them happen. And that's something that you can do too if you purchase this course and are able to have these tools to refer back to be able to go through and not only learn how to create the final image in Photoshop, but to set it up ahead of time, to work with the models and to make all of those elements work together. That's the key to a successful composite. That looks real. That looks like that happened in one shot. But we saw just how much work it took to make that happen. So if you want to be able to do that and you want these videos as a reference, go ahead and purchase the course. You can click right below the video feed to do so, and we will see you back here in 45 minutes. Welcome back, everybody, to the afternoon of day 3 of Compositing 101 with Erin Nace here on Creative Live. We will get right back into it, but first we're giving away our afternoon prize, or our first prize of the afternoon, and that is a Pro Compositing 5-pack from Phlearn. Do you want to talk about it?
Yeah, this is the amazing, amazing pack. Everything we're doing here over these couple of days is based on compositing, and these are just 2 types of compositing. There are other types of compositing that are more advanced, and we're going to be going over each one of the different types of compositing in the Pro Compositing 5-pack. It's really, really great. Each one of these tutorials is over 2 hours long, and combined it creates a ton of knowledge. By the end of it, you guys are going to be pros at compositing images together.
Fantastic, and that is a $149 value, which is going to Tracy Markle, who entered on Facebook. And Tracy's quote was, "The goal here is to get the job done, not spend forever on each thing." Good tip to get that done and make it happen. So we'll turn it right back over to you. Thanks again.
Thank you. All right, guys, welcome back for the afternoon. This is going to be amazing. From here on out, what we're focusing on is our second image. And if you guys remember, if you were here on day 1, this is going to be the girl looking in the cereal bowl with Jasper looking out. And during the lunch break, I started looking through these images. I had to stop because I was laughing so much. And we're going to just pick up right back there, so get ready to laugh, and we're going to have a lot of fun. This is the different type of compositing. Earlier this morning, we did frame compositing, and you can see right here behind me that everything we did was brought together to create this amazing image. It wasn't that hard to do in Photoshop, and remember, everything you need to learn about compositing, we've covered on day 1 and on day 2, those things that are really important to do in camera during the photo shoot to make your live actual composite in Photoshop a lot easier. So we're going to go ahead and get into it and look at our images. We're going to do the same thing we were basically doing with the last image. We're going to start off in Lightroom, but that segment is just going to go a little bit quicker now, so we can actually focus in on editing a little bit more here in Photoshop. And if we have time at the end, we're going to spend a little bit of time on each of the images, making sure that we just bring them all the way up to final and completion. It's going to be very, very cool. All right, let's go ahead and close this window out. Let's go and switch back to our photo shoot. I'm going to quickly switch off of that. There we go. There's going to be a lot of cracking up. The models were just so good. Jasper really, really did make it. He brought his energy. So let's go ahead and talk about our file structure here just a little bit. It's, this is not always like the most interesting thing to go over, but it usually is very important. So here we go. We've got our Aaron Nace on day 1, which is the cereal bowl shoot. We can see we've got 467 images that we took during this day. So that's a pretty typical number for a shoot like this. A lot of people go out and they'll shoot 20 or 30 different photos for an entire photo shoot. When doing compositing and frame compositing or element compositing, you want to take as much photos as you can. That's going to give you as many options, and you can just put them in there later. You can always delete some of these files that you don't use after the fact, but once everything's on, actually during the set, it's a bonus to be able to take many, many different files. So these numbers are actually a little bit on the low side. When I'm doing this sort of thing, usually we'll have anywhere from like 1,000 to 5,000 photos during one of these sessions or one of these photo shoots. So it's just about giving you options. A lot of people say you want generally a high hit rate of your photos, like doing whatever you can to make all the images that you produce actually great photos. And usually you can bring those moments out in a photo shoot if you just spend a little bit of time and take a lot of extra photos. So that's my method. Some people think I would take way too many photos, but in the end, really, memory cards are really pretty inexpensive, and you can always delete those photos after if you don't wind up using them. So I take a lot of photos. All right, here we go, the Sarah and the cereal bowl. We basically did the same file structure. This time, instead of in our last section, we just did a capture folder, which is all the images that we photographed. We did a master folder, which is, let's go ahead and update this. We can see there it automatically updated. As soon as I clicked on this, now it is the final image that we actually took care of in our last segment. So here we have our selects and our working files as well. So we're basically going to do the same thing here. Instead of just having a capture folder, we've got the Jasper folder, which is all the images of Jasper, the Sarah cereal bowl, and when we also have a test shots and the towel. I'm going to start off with the test shots. Basically, we're going to talk through what we started out in designing the lighting. And the reason I wanted to do this is because yesterday we worked through the entire photo shoot, and we actually, you guys got to see, we built up the lighting and everything like that. Well, on day 1, the lighting was already set up. I came in pretty early in the morning and worked on setting up all the lighting, so by the time Sarah got there and we were ready to shoot, we could actually focus on that part of the tutorial. That being said, we still have all the images that I photographed to get the lighting all set up. So these are those, and I just wanted to kind of quickly talk through that process so you can see kind of how it built up. If you remember from day 1, we talked about some of the angles of the cereal box were causing some flare, and we can see that there as well. This was some of the earlier lighting tests. We can see going from the right, getting our exposure right, but we started off something like this. It was just generally pretty soft lighting, and this lighting would have totally worked. We had a lot of comments like, why is there a shadow coming from the orange juice? Why would you include a light from the side? And although this light would work relatively well, in my opinion, it's just a little bit boring. It's a little bit flat. Not only that, but we're not seeing a whole lot of definition, we're not seeing a whole lot of definition here in the actual cereal bowl. It's just kind of flat, and it doesn't have a whole lot of texture and shape and things like that. So that's why we added the other light to the left side. And we can see when we did wind up bringing that in, originally it's very high power, but we did bring it in and then kind of change things around, change some of our lighting ratios, a little bit less of a fill light. There we go. And we can see now we just have a little bit more interest there in our cereal bowl. And this is something that's pretty common. This is John, if you guys remember from the photo shoots, having someone be like your test subject. So getting someone to get in the actual frame, you can see a lot of important things. Like here we can see if he's not close enough to the front of the camera, then he's going to be in some shadow. So it worked when he was closer. We even tried a couple of different concepts, like is this going to work or not? Getting our framing and everything like that correct. So this is something that usually will happen before your client ever gets there, before the subject's there, and it's a really cool way to kind of build up your lighting. That way we can be sure that our subject's going to come on the set and she's going to be good to go. So just to, these are not the most exciting images of the day, but they're also pretty important because this is all the stuff that happens in the beginning. All right, cool. Let's go ahead and go on to Sarah, and she just did an awesome job. Basically, she's going through the same motions. And if you guys remember, we made a lot of decisions during day one on, just like we did on day two. During the photo shoot, we decided some things like, should she be looking towards the camera or should she be looking into the actual cereal bowl? And as a group, we kind of made the decision that, well, we liked the images where she was looking in the cereal bowl. So we played around with a lot of things. But we started off, and the original concept had her looking straight at the camera. So that's where we started off. Already still a cool image, but I think as the day evolved, we evolved with it. So we're just going to go through and basically all the images that we like, you're going to hit P for pick on those. And we're going through, I've already flagged the ones for picks on these, so I've kind of already gone through and seen these. This is when we were talking about using the framing to make sure you are actually focusing on your subject. So we zoomed out to see this is probably not the framing you would use. All right, and continuing to go, you can see Sarah just did an awesome job. And we're trying a few different things, our lighting getting a little bit more fill light and things like that, in all the shots from the day. There we go. And this is when, if you guys remember, when we had a different person, Lacey actually came on and she was suggesting some things to do with Sarah. If you guys weren't watching for day one, we actually had someone else come on set and help direct our model, which did a couple of things. It helped her get a little bit more comfortable with someone she already knew. She happened to have a relationship. But I felt like after that, even when I stepped back in there, I felt like Sarah was a little bit more free. Did you guys in the audience, did you feel that too? It kind of got her kind of cool and into the photo shoot. So I was really happy that we decided to do that because after she got to play around with Lacey and she was it wasn't as nervous and tense. It was okay, this is a fun thing. So sometimes that period of time can be a little period of time from the awkward stage to the getting into it stage. Sometimes it takes an hour, sometimes it takes 5 minutes. It just kind of depends on things. When photographing with kids, things like that, I'll usually try to have parents and things like that there. They'll help out a lot with that process. All right, so here we go. We're basically just taking some fun shots. I love some of these. I think they're so cute. And it's tough to balance. This is just a really cute, very cool shot. It's tough to balance. Do we go with something like this where it's just super cute, or do we have to stick very closely to our original concept? So we're going through these, and basically now we're at the idea where that's just so cool. I love this shot. I mean, she's looking directly at the camera, and it's really, really cool. We did decide, I think, as a whole, that we liked the shots where she was looking into the bowl, but it's almost a shame to pass these by just because we have to stick to a concept, but that's really cool. So if I was editing these and maybe delivering them to a client, I would probably go ahead and edit both versions, one where she's looking down in the cereal bowl and one where she's looking at you. It's the balance between, do we stick so tight to the concept or do we just create a really cute, fun shot? So it's just tough when you have a subject like this. It's pretty awesome to not like that. All right, so continuing to go through, it's just awesome. She did a really great job. And this was during, do you guys remember we did a little wacky time there at the end where we're just all right, Sarah, go wacky time. You can do whatever you want. And she had a lot of fun with it. You can see that doesn't look like acting. That looks like fun. She was actually having fun. And I was having a blast with her too. So it was a really, really great photo shoot. Now we have some other frames like this that we kind of prepped for being able to pull our subject in, being able to pull Jasper into the cereal bowl. And then we tried to allow basically a little bit of room for him to actually be coming in. All right, so we've already gone through and chosen our picks. We did this on day one. Oh yeah, I forgot. We actually there's one of me actually scooping milk into my mouth, which was, and Sarah took this picture. She's a great photographer. That was just a lot of fun. We had a great time. All right, so these are the images. Let's go ahead and I'm gonna hit the G key, and then we're gonna pull these up, and I'm gonna go ahead and flag these by the picks. So we can see we already have chosen a few of our picks. We've chosen some as red, which are like the ones we really did like, and then we've chosen some as 5 stars as well. So the 5 stars, we liked all those. And then in this case, I'm using the red flag to say these are the images that I think we're actually going to use. So I'm okay changing these things up, and we probably have enough time to edit maybe like 2 versions of Sarah, one where she's looking at the camera, and one where she's looking down. But I think as a whole we decided we liked her looking down, but it's never a bad idea to edit a couple different versions. All right, next we have Jasper, and I'm going to not be able to stop laughing, by the way. He did really, really well. I was just blown away, and I thought over these last 2 days, all of our subjects did such a good job. I mean, they killed it. They really did a great job. And I think it was easy for them to get into character. You know, we had multiple subjects on each scene, so it was cool. We had the audience and everyone. There was just a lot of really great vibes, and that's what makes doing a photo shoot just a lot of fun. So you remember in the beginning we worked on establishing our camera angle, which we got, and then we decided we needed to change it again. So this is going through our camera angle and then working out our lighting. And here we see we've got some early stages. So I think these are kind of important to talk about things that we didn't make so much of a mention of this during the photo shoot itself. And it has nothing to do with Jasper. It's mostly just something that happens during a photo shoot. You're going to have a concept, and sometimes things are going to go wrong. Things are not going to really work. And in this case, this is just a really great example of something that wasn't working. And I'll just point out a couple things. So it's easy. I can see in this shot, for instance, and Jasper really did a great job. We got some amazing, amazing images out of him. So this is not him. It's a you thing. As a photographer, you need to figure some things out. So I'm just going to talk about this image in particular just for a second. And I think it's just an important part of the process. So in this picture, Jasper, he looks a little bit uncomfortable. He looks a little bit like he's trying to stay up out of the milk. He looks like, he's not really floating in this thing. I mean, it was kind of like, sinking down. There you can see he's getting a little bit more comfortable and he's having fun. So these are a couple of those things that we're talking about. Like, from looking at this photo, if we stopped here, I don't think we would have gotten the magic. And so that was a problem that we really needed to solve during the photo shoot. I could see Jasper, it's like, we didn't have it just yet. And although we had just started shooting at this point, I knew a couple things right off the bat. I knew, for one, we probably weren't going to have him laying on his back like that. 2, I don't think, we didn't want him having to hold out, the sides of the pool. Now, he wasn't fitting in the little floaty that we had. So if we wanted him to sit in the floaty, he was going to have to be like either propped up on something or have hold it out. So we just decided pretty early on that was actually just not going to work at all. So instead of trying to in my head, he was always going to be sitting in the floaty. In the original concept, in the sketch, he was always going to be sitting in it. But we had to decide from pretty much right here that, hey, that's just not going to work. Let's just try something a little bit different that's also going to work for the shot. So we didn't talk about that during the whole photo shoot, but this is just something in my head. I can look at this and be like, that's not going to work. We need to change it a little bit so it can work. And I think that's an important thing as a photographer, to be able to switch your concept up a little bit. Not only that, but in some of these shots, like these shots in particular, Jasper didn't like how his body looked in these shots. And that's something that I don't want to single anyone out, and we have the opportunity to help him out in that way. We have the opportunity to make him look better, and we should totally take advantage of those opportunities with a small shift in camera angle or a shift in pose and things like that. I mean, there are some poses where no one looks good. Supermodels don't look good in some poses. Just do your best to not put people in that position. You want to set people up for success, especially because there was a screen behind him. He could see these images coming in. We didn't want him looking self-conscious. We didn't want him saying oh, I don't really like these. We wanted to make sure that he's yeah, okay, I'm having fun. I'm on board with it. So you can see even early on, the shots are good, but they get much, much better. I think once we ditched the idea of him having to float completely above the surface and having him be able to sit in the pool really did help. We went through a couple different things with our lighting here. We can see kind of going through. And you can see here, it's just he's starting to have a lot of fun here. And he just did a really, really good job. But changing up our lighting, we also worked on changing our camera angle. That's why we had him kind of stand up there as we got the camera a little bit higher. So you can see the camera's a little bit lower here, and we brought the camera up a little bit higher. And we're starting to get ready. So we brought in a white card so we could help to cut cut Jasper out of the images. So here's about where it starts to get great. we've decided a couple things at this point. One is the white card was going to really help cut him out. Two is that having this floaty around him, it's pink, so it's funny. Like, inherently, a giant pink floaty is really funny, and we wanted this image to be funny. Not only that, but it helped to cover certain areas of his body that he wanted to cover up. And obviously, I'm not going to talk about that with him there, and I don't mean anything bad by it, I really don't, but we were trying to help him feel more comfortable in the photo, and being able to cover up some of his body that he wasn't as comfortable with meant that he was just going to get like happier, he was going to be more comfortable, and we were going to get a better photo. So these are some important steps. Not only that, but here we're not trying to float him above the pool. We're allowing him to actually put his legs down. So we did a lot to make him feel more comfortable. Maybe it wasn't apparent during the photo shoot that was what was going on in my mind, but that was like, all right, we need to get Jasper more comfortable. We need to get Jasper more comfortable. And then, here we can see in just a little bit, he starts to get comfortable and he's having a great time. So I think it started with doing stuff like this. Actually spitting the water out of the, spitting the milk out of his mouth. And somewhere right about here, right about there, we get something that is just priceless. And this is just, you can't look at that and not smile. Like, this is his expression, and I really do think he should be an actor, because there's just something about that smile. It's just amazing. It really did make the shoot. That's exactly what we want. It's just a silly, silly photo that you want people to look at this and be like, what's ridiculous? Why did you do this? This is so funny and so silly. But that's exactly what we wanted. But here, I'd like to, and I know this isn't like the most fun part of it. We'll get to compositing everything like that soon. But I just do want to explain like the difference there. Can we see the difference between, like, let me just pull these up to compare them. Like, the difference between how comfortable and happy he looks there, and just the pose in general fits him, versus this image. He's just, it's night and day, isn't it? And if we would have stopped here, if we wouldn't taken these considerations to heart, we would have never gotten to here. So that's just a really cool thing to think about. Does anyone have comments? I've been talking about getting Jasper comfortable and things like that. Is that ringing a bell or kind of hitting a chord with anyone? I'd love to know.
Well, let's go to me, because I'm a larger guy. So when he came out, I totally understood everything. And he was game, he was a trooper. And you would never have got me in shorts in front of you, and that would never have happened with me. And so I understand what your thought process was, and I understand his concerns. Yeah. And I think they were handled really well. And you're right, once he was comfortable, he just let loose.
He did. Yeah, he did a great job. I'm totally with you there. I mean, when I was younger, I was definitely overweight for my size. You might not believe that, but like, I was the guy who didn't take his shirt off when I went to the pool. Like, I was that kid, and I totally understand what it's like to be vulnerable in that position. So like, you really do want to help people feel comfortable, and it will make a big difference. And I mean, we got absolute gold out of Jasper later in the day. So I'm glad that we were able to be able to get to that place. But it did take, it took some of those considerations to get there. Okay, so here, I mean, this is just, all right, now we're gonna switch to funny time, less serious. So right here, he just starts, it changes. It goes from like, I'm uncomfortable, to like, boom, this is the funniest thing I've ever seen. He's loving it, and you can tell we're laughing with him. He can tell how funny this is, and he's absolutely loving it. So these poses, if you guys remember, I was up on the ladder just looking down at him. I could not stop laughing. So all this, and he was looking directly at me this whole time, and I'm like, how do you not like burst out laughing? It was just amazing. So all these shots of him with the floaty, then we put a snorkel on his head in just a little bit. There were some of these concepts originally he was going to be like looking up at the girl, but every time he's turned to like look at the camera, like right there, every time he turned to look at the camera, everyone was like blew up with laughter. It was amazing. So this is like, it just became like very, very obvious. It's just like the best smile I've ever seen. It's like a little bit like mischievous, but still like happy. For a guy in a floaty in like a bowl of cereal, we couldn't have asked for anything better. So these are the times in which I think I love that image. I'm gonna hit P on that one to go ahead and pick that one as well. And you can see like he's actually laughing in these. They're just really, really good. So he did a great job. And this is what's really going to wind up making the images. You can see it's like splashing in the milk. And some of these splashing shots, we're going to see if we can use some of these, but having like that little bit of action in there can often help as well. So very, very cool. These were suggestions we started taking from the internet. People said maybe he can start bathing himself in milk and even wash his face with it, which I'm amazed that he did that, because it was milk. It was the powdered milk. Scrub your armpits and things like that. I think we started to get a little bit further from the concept. Let's pick that one. But it's still, it's totally, it's funny. And it has like a lighthearted feel to it, and that's exactly what we wanted. So he's doing great. And here he was scared that she might, try to eat him or something like that. We had a lot of really cool comments coming in from the internet. This is where he might be holding a Fruit Loopy. But I still don't see these as like beating the ones earlier. And that was going on during the photo shoot as well. It's like, okay, these are really fun and they're cool, but they still don't beat, the images that we had with the floaty. So we put him back in the floaty, knowing that those were the best, and then had him just kind of like do his thing. And I think it was just, there we go. Yeah, just getting him comfortable in the floaty and just doing his thing is what really made the photo shoot come together. And I'm really happy that we took the time to do it. He really was having a great time, I think. Okay, very, very cool. So fun. So let's go ahead and filter those by the pics as well. And just by the pics. So we can go through the similar process basically as we did with comparing. Let's just command click on the first two, and then I'm going to hit C for comparison mode, and we can kind of like pick, which one's the better. Which one do you guys think? Right, I agree. So we'll hit the up arrow, and that'll kind of promote it up. Which do we think? Left, right? We know, yeah, that's it. We know what's about to come. We know these are going to be better than the other ones. But this is a good time to do it as well. We can kind of zoom in and we can check. Sometimes things like focus will be off. In this case, I don't really think so. But those are so similar, but the one on the left just looks like a little bit more dynamic to me, right? So being able to see them side by side is really nice. All right, let's see what those look like as well. All right, what do we think? Yeah, I think so too. Definitely left. All right, definitely left as well, right? Because he's like closer to the camera. Looking away, I think, we got to get one where he's actually looking close. What do we think about these two? They're both so good, huh? I'm going to 5-star that one. It's tough for me to pick, so I think what we might do is go ahead and put both of these into the serial bowl and then see. But there we go. Let's just promote this one real quick so we can see maybe between these two, like what do we like this one more with the smiling or with the laughing on the right? You like the left? Okay, yeah, I think so. Me too.
The internet likes the left as well.
The internet likes the left one? Perfect. Thanks, internet, for helping. Thanks, internet, yeah. What's the internet? What about this one? I think I like the one on the right a little bit. His face is a little bit more well-defined, like it's lifted a little bit higher. We got a little bit more of an expression there going on, and yeah, I think the one on the right fits. We're gonna hit the up arrow, and that's gonna help promote that one up, and then we can just look at the same again. This is a really cool, quick way to go through your photos and just choose your favorite. And when you guys are doing this at your house, if you're going through this culling process, you can do it quite a bit quicker. You can go through, I can usually go through 500 photos in something like 5 minutes. I can pick the one best one. So you just choose all the pics, then you compare them out, and then it's usually pretty quick. What do we think, left or right? Yeah, I like the right one too. All right, left or right? I think of the left. Yep. Okay, perfect. And let's go ahead and zoom out. I think the ones, with the floaty, those are going to be the ones that win. So we can probably pretty much stop here. We know, in the end, only one of those is going to wind up making the cut. So we know that this is, something that's going to, if we like the ones with the floaties, we don't even have to look at the other ones anymore. Okay, so we have a few of these that are all 5 stars. So let's go ahead and pick the winners out of this. C for the comparison tool. These both got 5 stars. The left one, perfect. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this 5-star away. We're going to demote it so it doesn't have 5 stars anymore, and now it's not even showing up in here because we have a filter that's flagged and 5 stars. Okay, so now we can compare these two. So we'll click on those two and hit compare. Okay, this one's going to go away, isn't it? Cool. So that is demoted, and I'm just going to hit the right arrow, and then we can see which one of these two we like the best. The right one? Okay, let's just take this one away. And between those two. His eyes are a little bit bigger and brighter in this one, which I do like. What do you think? So take away the left one? Okay. Perfect. All right, and let's just hit G. So we're back to 2 images. So out of all the images we took of him, we're back to 2, and we know we're in a good place with those. So what we're going to do is I'm going to shift click the 2 of those. We're going to right click, and I'm going to go down to export, and we're going to basically just use the exact same preset that we created in the last section. So we'll go to Serial Bowl, and here again we're going to choose our selects. So we're going to choose selects and then hit open. There we go, and it's going to stick these both into the selects folder. Okay, let's go ahead and do the same thing with Sarah. We've got some pics as well. There we go. Let's take away the 5-star rating. Okay, so here are all of our pics with Sarah. We've got quite a few, actually. Some of these already are 5 stars. So you'll start off with a lot of pics. Usually I won't go through and unpick. You usually don't need to, but we've chosen our best ones. So I'm going to just go through, and if there are any that you guys feel are 5-star worthy, if you feel like, wow, that is just amazing, we really should use that, just shout it out, okay? You could shout out, 5-star that one. All right, so this one, no, probably not. I'm just going to keep going. You guys can be the eyes. That one? All right, let's 5-star that one. This is pretty awesome, huh? All right, and there we go. That's all the way through. Now, those ones are really, really great with her expressions. So let's take all the 5 stars. Some of these I've already 5 stars, put 5 stars on because what I wanted to do was make sure she had the right body position and things like that. So let's go ahead and just do a comparison, and then we can just kind of figure out, you know, like, do we want her looking at the camera or do we want her looking away? So between these two, those both got 5 stars. What do we think? The one on the left? All right, cool. So we'll move that one away. The spoon's in the wrong spot? Yeah, definitely good point. Did you like her face in the one on the right? It's like kind of, the exposure's better. Okay. Now, we can always brighten things up in Photoshop. Like if she's, you know, if it's a little bit darker, we can brighten up shadow areas. I can't change the light. Like I can't change the lighting direction of her, you know, the light that's hitting her face in Photoshop. But some of those darks, we can brighten those up. So if it's usually like a, you know, it's just a little bit too dark, usually I won't let that sway my opinion on if I use that shot or not, because I know we can brighten those areas up. So if it were a little bit brighter, would you go with the left one? Okay, cool. Good to know. All right. I love that one on the right, and I'm curious because it's going to change the concept a little bit, right? It's going to make it look like, you know, she's looking at the camera instead of looking down at the cereal bowl. So what do you guys think? Should we destroy the concept for the cuter image or what? Can we do both? We can definitely do both.
So Old Red Eye online says that the spoon is in the way on the right one.
The spoon is on the way. The other thing that we can do is we have images of just her hand and just her arm that we could then replace, especially her head. Now she's got all those curls in her hair, and that's like when you're doing a, you know, like switching someone's body or something, that's like a really great way to do it because it's just like a dark area of messy curls. So you could, you know, if you did need to swap that area out, it's an area where you like, you know, there's a lot of like dark, messy detail. You won't really see a shift in detail. Okay, well, let's go ahead and flag both of those with a red label, so we know that we do, in fact, want to work on those. All right, and let's go ahead and I'm going to promote the one on the right. Why not? What do we think? The one on the right versus okay, Oh, sorry, left or right?
That's a good spoon on the right.
It's a good spoon on the right, isn't it? So why don't we change this label color to yellow so we know that like maybe we're flagging this one, we like it, but it's for not her face, it's for something else. That's a really good suggestion. All right. This one, probably not at all, huh? Yeah, you're right, it's not even her face. That's not nice. Well, no, I mean, she's just a child. I'm playing with you. I'm messing with you. All right, really cool. Okay, so we have a couple that are flagged as red. This one was flagged as red from before, but I think that, all right, so we like, let's see, let's go ahead and compare those two. So we're going to try this one as well as this one, is that correct? Do we like, okay. These two, okay, the first one should be gone, right? So these are the two that we're going to try. Okay, perfect. So those are the two that we're going to try, and then we're going to try to use this arm if we can. So this one, I'm going to hit the number 6 again, and that's going to take the red label back off it. So now what we've done is we've gone through all of our shots, and we've figured out we like these two shots. We're going to try those both for her face and for the expression, and this one we're going to try for the arm. So I'm going to right-click on those, and we're going to export these all the way down here. We're going to go to selects as well. Let's go to serial bowl, and we'll go ahead and put these in the selects. Now this is, you know, as I'm doing this, we've got our selects in there too. You can continue this process. If you want your selects, and let's say you have selects defined for a couple different things, like maybe you have 6 selects for Sarah and then 6 more for Jasper. You could put subfolders in these that would say selects, okay, Sarah selects and Jasper selects too, if you wanted to. I'm giving you permission to create folders. It sounds totally stupid. I'm just saying that there are a lot of options within this. I do recommend just being as organized as you can. It really helps out later. All right, and then we did have some shots with the towel. And these we kind of just like threw up a dark reflector and took these. So we're going to have these beside the pool. And in my opinion, we didn't spend a whole lot of time on this towel. We were kind of like wrapping up during the photo shoot and things like that. I would have spent probably a little bit more time. But the other thing is, these are not going to like make or break the shots. It's just like an extra cool little detail that it's kind of cool. Not only that, but if, let's say that I'm compositing these together tonight and, the images are not due by the client tonight. Let's say that I've got another week or so, or I'm just doing this for my own fun. If I didn't take pictures of the towel and some flip-flops that I like, I could always come back a few days later and photograph those. They're not dependent on the lighting. They're not dependent on either of those models being there. These are just little elements that you could do, days after, weeks after, and you could kind of bring these in after the fact. So we're going to do our best to make it fit, but if it's not perfect, we didn't spend a whole lot of time on that. It's not really, it doesn't really bother me that bad. Does that make sense? Perfect. All right, so we're going to do this with a serial bowl as well, and we're going to choose our selects folder and hit open. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and click on our selects. I'm going to right-click and go to synchronize folder, which is going to import all of those TIFFs back in. So here are our images that we're going to choose. And we have no master files because we haven't edited, and we have no output. The other thing, let's go ahead and we're going to come back into Lightroom later, but I am going to show you guys how to output files from your master down to your output folder. All right, perfect. So we're ready to quit Lightroom and go on into Photoshop. Before we get into actually doing this in Photoshop, are there any questions from anyone on the internet or anyone in this room, or covered pretty much everything? Yeah, right on, perfect. All right, let's go to basically how we just did it before. We're going to go to File, Scripts, and I'm going to go to Load Files into Stack. I'm going to choose Browse here, and we're going to choose our file. We're just going to go up one to Tethering. We're going to choose Serial Bowl and Selects, and here we are. We're just going to shift-click all of those images. All right, and we're going to hit Open and hit OK. So this is a completely different type of compositing than what we did this morning. This morning it was frame compositing, so we had a lot more images. Now this type of compositing is technically more difficult. So element compositing is more difficult. We did shoot these all in a way to where we can hopefully have control over all the lighting and the camera angles and everything like that. So we shot all of the elements together, so it shouldn't be as difficult as if some of these were stock images that we were just trying to stick in the final. But it is a little bit more of a difficult type of composite than what we did early this morning. But that being said, we don't have as many as many options here. You can combine multiple styles of compositing if that's something you want to do. You could have frame compositing as well as element compositing, which if we do wind up replacing one of our heads, that's something that we're going to be doing. So that's technically frame compositing and element compositing together. All right, so let's shift click all of those. I'm going to hit Command G, and I'm just going to call this Sarah. There we go. And I'm going to shift click both of those, Command G, and this is going to be Jasper. And Command G on that one as well, and this is going to be called Towel. All right, perfect. Now, the composite here, because we are doing elements, but we're not doing that many different elements. I mean, we want to put Jasper in cereal bowl, but when we're done with that, it's like, okay, what else do we do to this image? Like, we're not doing this over and over and over again. So that's why we're going to be able to spend more time to like stylize this image and like really make it pop, which is going to be fun. Okay, so we were going to try a few different things, right? We were going to try using this face, and what do we think about that cereal bowl? This is going to be for the hand. We can go ahead and rename some of these if we want. You can rename them, or we can use the same color system that was done in Lightroom. You can actually right-click right here on this eyeball and go down to yellow. And we know we used a yellow filter earlier because for her hand, so we can actually just use the same thing here instead of wanting to rename it. That's a really cool way to do it too. How do we feel about this one? Should we bother replacing her hand, or is it pretty okay? Yeah, I don't think it looks bad either. And this one, the hand doesn't look bad, but it's definitely like more in the way. So we want to make some room for Jasper. So let's go ahead and test this out. All right, we've got our base file. Let's just go ahead and bring this down to the very bottom. And then we're going to bring the hand in over top of it. So this is yellow. This is going to be for our hand. Now, what we're going to do is use our keyboard shortcut to create a layer mask, Shift-Option-Command-M, which we created earlier. And I'm just going to layer mask out her hand. So we're going to paint here black on our layer mask. There we go. And right over here, we're just basically painting out her hand. And everything else should stay pretty much in the exact same place. You can see that we did wind up changing the cereal, the glass of milk, or sorry, the glass of orange juice, but pretty much everything else stays the same. Okay, now I'm going to hit Command I, and there we've got a new arm on Sarah, which is really, really cool. Now, it doesn't all match up completely perfect, but we're getting pretty close. All right, let's just make sure that's visible there. And we're looking for any types of like seams in the composite. So I'm going to hold Alt-Option and click on my layer mask. We can see that's what our layer mask looks like right now. Not really that great, but it doesn't really matter that much. You can also hold down the slash key. So areas where we're going to see like a little bit of a change are areas like here on the cereal bowl, because that did move. Now, technically, we didn't really want that to move. We weren't planning on doing frame compositing, replacing a hand, things like that. If it turns out, sometimes that you do wind up doing that sort of thing, it's not usually the end of the world. But if you don't plan on doing that, it's just going to make your job a little bit harder in Photoshop. All right, so we're going to bring that in. There we go. And this is pretty much, so from the cereal box all the way to her arm, that's all replaced. Let's just zoom in. And what I want to do is let's just turn this layer off and on so we can see, thankfully her arm is in right about the same place. So we're just going to mask that in. And as we said earlier, hair is usually like a pretty good place to do your blending because it's just a mass of, like brown curls. And if you have a soft edge right around there, you really won't be able to see it. Usually just kind of all blend together. All right, there we go. So we're just going to wind up bringing in all the way around here our other hand. And then we're using this kind of like block of magenta in her shirt. That's going to be our transition point. So the block of magenta is, this goes from one image over to the other, but because it's just one big solid color, you're really not going to see it. All right, here we go. We've got her hand and coming up all the way up, and we've basically got an area where we need to figure out one shirt is going to have to try to like take over the next. Let's see if we can paint this right over here and use kind of the shadow in her hair. There we go. Well, that's interesting because now we have 3 of the same hairs. You definitely don't want to start trying to composite like this is Don't try to do this. It's going to look bad. It's a lot easier to blend one shirt with another than one face with another one. All right, so let's just paint that in a little bit dark, find that transition area right there with that, and we'll go ahead and zoom in. There we go. So we're using the hair here as a transition area, and you can see it. It really does work quite well. Just like a big blank canvas, kind of. All right, and here we can choose to make this either visible or invisible. Let's just make that hair go away just a little bit more. Okay, perfect. And there, you know, all this detail and things like that look great. It kind of gets lost in the shadows there. So we've gone from, you know, the same face that we like, but we've replaced just about everything else. And what do you guys think about the image and the composition now? Is it something you want to go with? Okay, cool. So we can basically compare this, which is a composite of two separate images, to the other one, which is just going to be 100% one image. I'm going to hold Alt or Option, and here we can see some of these areas that we might want to make sure that we do fill in. So I'm just going to grab my brush tool. We're going to paint white just right over here to make sure that these areas are in fact covered. There we go. Some of these transition areas, like, you know, that, and some areas where we went a little bit softer, I'm going to leave those alone. But, you know, here in the middle of it, like, that could have been part of our Fruit Loopies box. That was just like semi-transparent. So we don't want to do that. All right. And we're going to hold Alt or Option. Let's just click on here. Make sure that that's visible there. Perfect. All right. And there we go. We've got basically a whole new frame, and it looks good. So we can see things like hair, things like a shirt. These are really good areas to make that transition from one frame to another. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and group those together. And now let's just compare. Do we like this version or that version? Well, the cereal bowl is pretty much in the same place. So we can still do the composite, and we'll probably wind up having to move Jasper a little bit, but we can still see it with both of the versions because the cereal bowl does stay in the same place. So let's go ahead and start off with this version of the composite, and then we can bring Jasper into it. All right, and we're going to focus on, we're going to do the composite with both versions of Jasper as well. All right, so we've got him, and he's just awesome. I'm going to use my move tool. So you can hit V for your move tool. This is a really cool keyboard trick. Instead of, I don't ever like go down here and lower the opacity. Instead, if I want to lower the opacity, you get V for your move tool, and then you can hit the number 5 on your keyboard, and that's 50% opacity. 0 is 100% opacity, and 0 is 0% opacity. So just a really quick way to like be able to bring that up. If you're on your brush tool and you hit the numbers 1 through 0, that's going to be your opacity from 10% all the way to 100%. Or you can hit Shift 1 through 0, and that's going to change your flow from 10% all the way to 100%. So depending on what tool you currently have selected, the 1 through 10 are going to actually do different things. All right, perfect. So we're on a V for the move tool, hit the number 5, change your opacity to 50. Now we're going to hit Command-T, and we're just going to shrink him right on down. Now, this is one of those interesting circumstances. I don't use smart objects often in Photoshop. But when I do wind up like changing the scale of someone, if I wind up changing them and I need to change them over and over and over again, that's a great time to use a smart object because it won't wind up giving him that bit of blur. You know, if you change something really small and then you decide you need to make it bigger, it will look a little bit unclear. That would be a good time to use a smart object. In this case in particular, because what we talked about earlier was the fact that sometimes if you photograph something large and then try to make it smaller, it looks like it has too much detail. Do we remember that from day one? So this is one of those cases where I actually don't mind. If we lose a tiny little bit of detail on Jasper, I'm totally okay with that because if he was that small, the camera wouldn't be able to pick up that much detail anyway. So I'm totally okay with that. But what do you guys feel about the size? We want to get it pretty right before I hit enter because once I do, it's going to apply that transformation, and then you don't want to transform something over and over and over again if you can avoid it. All right, how do we feel about the size? I know it's kind of hard to tell, but too big or too small? Still too big? Okay, cool. And this is really great. Whenever you guys are scaling something in Photoshop, I do this stuff all the time, and I'm still bad at it because it's hard to tell how big or small something should be. Like, get someone who's not really involved, like your mom or your friend, like someone who does not have to be qualified at all. They can walk by an image and be like, that looks too big. Like anyone can probably be able to tell that. So especially when you're scaling something, if you've been staring at an image, you might think something looks great, and then you come back a day later and be like, whoa, what was I doing? That looks horrible. It's just because like you get blinded by it. You get too into it. So thank you for the suggestions. So too big? How about that? A little bit smaller? Cool. All right. We'll make him about that big. Let's go ahead and get the other version of him in there as well. So V, the number 5. I can tell from you guys laughing that everyone probably likes that one the best, huh? I'm going to hit Command T, and we're just going to make that a bit smaller as well. All right. There we go. And what do we think? Perfect. That's pretty cool. You know, in the interaction, what we're going to try to do is make it look like she's actually trying to scoop him up, which I think works. It's really cool. We didn't plan this, but her shirt color, you know, winds up matching the color of that inner tube quite well as well. All right, the floaty. So what we're going to do is I'm going to hit V again, and then hit the number 0, and that's just going to turn us back to 100%. So our goal here, whenever we're, you know, doing this type of compositing, I don't really want to cut him out perfectly. Like, I would prefer to not have to use a pen tool and cut him out perfectly. What you really want to do is you want to surround your subject with something where you can do a bad job masking them out and they're still going to look great. That's why we actually put him in a pool of milk. If we put him in a pool of water or just had him stand there with a floaty, can you see, like, it would lose a lot of legitimacy. I mean, it wouldn't be wet around the edges and things like that, but now I don't have to get like a pen tool and cut this out perfectly because, you know, it should just kind of flow into the other thing. So with this type of compositing, try to get them as close to the actual environment they'll wind up being in when you photograph them. All right, so I'm just going to put a layer mask on here again, and you're going to see, like, it's not very hard. This is, you know, probably why this course is called Compositing 101, because all the work in Photoshop that we're going to be doing is really, it's not that hard to do. Now, some lightness and, you know, some disparities between luminosity or hue and things like that, I'm going to show you guys some ways to take care of those as well. There we go. And we're going to make a hard edge brush and kind of bring this in there. So if it's too light or too dark, we can take care of that as well. All right. There we go. And keep in mind, he does have a shadow behind him, which is, it does make sense that he needs a shadow behind him. Like the spoon has a shadow behind the spoon, the milk does, and everything like that. So that's why we do need to make sure that we include those objects as well. Okay, now here in his face, the reason why we put that white card in there is to cut him out from the background instead of, you know, like, oops, wrong tool. Instead of cutting him out of the background using a pen tool or something like that, all we're going to do is we're going to use our magic wand tool. So I'm going to hit W for the magic wand tool. It's on the quick selection, which I don't use very often. We're going to go over to magic wand tool, and I'm just going to shift click right there in these areas. If you select somewhere that's too similar to something else, it's going to keep on going. You can lower your tolerance as a great way to select less and less and less. Okay, so basically we just selected out that white card. We're going to click on our layer mask, and I'm going to hit Shift Delete, and we're going to fill this with black because we don't want that area to be visible. And then all of a sudden, he's cut out of his background. So just a simple put a white card in there saved us 5 minutes and makes a really nice selection. Really, really cool way to do it. So it's these like tips and tricks. Like, these are not things that you would know to do on your first time compositing, right? But if you start compositing over and over and over again, you're like, oh, let's put a white card behind him. It'll be easier to cut him out. Not only that, but now you guys have taken Compositing 101, so you know, let's put a white card behind him, and he'll be easier to cut out from the background. There we go. And we're just going to layer mask this out. So I realize that the milk does not match perfectly to the milk that's in the cereal bowl, but we're going to show you some really great ways to take care of that as well. All right, but first what I want to do, before I spend a whole ton of time getting him cut out and masked out perfectly and everything like that, we still need to decide which Jasper we're going to use, right? Because I'm not going to spend 20 minutes making the wrong guy look great. I want to make sure that we pick the right guy and that we wind up, you know, spending the necessary time on that. All right, so let's see about placement. Maybe, you know, something right about there. Let's see, make that a little bit less visible as well. All right, and I'm just going to use my brush tool to paint that back. Okay, so now what we're looking for is something relatively rough, and we can see that that's what he looks like in that position now. It looks a little bit less real than it should because there is no shadow and everything like that. But once the shadow gets in there and the reflection and everything like that, it's going to look a lot more real. All right, so seeing that, what do you think? Is it the right size? That's the first thing we would need to see. Maybe it looks a little bit too big, I think. All right, cool. So let's shrink him down. Command-T, and he's going to come down in size just a little bit more. All right, let's compare that one, and let's go ahead and bring this other version of Jasper in to the image. All right, there we are. And what we can do, if we really wanted to, if we can get everything in the right place, let's just bring the opacity down just a little bit there. If we got pretty much everything in the right place, ideally we would be able to replace the entire surface of what's happening inside of the cereal bowl with this milk. So ideally we won't have any of the milk visible from the inside of the cereal bowl. It'll just be what's going on here. So let's just make a very quick selection here. I'm going to grab a marquee tool and just make a selection right around there. It's not perfect, but we can always change it a little bit later, and we'll add that to it as well. And I'm going to click on my layer mask button. That's just going to layer mask just him out. There we go, and we're going to bring him right about there. So we can see we do have some hue shifts in there. Obviously, we've got some blues and things like that coming in that maybe we shouldn't have, but we can change those things as well. All right, and let's just use our brush tool now and go ahead and make room for this spoon. There we go. So he's kind of like right near the border there. And then we can use the same trick we did earlier with the white card, basically using that to, there we go, using this white card to be able to cut out our shadows, which if you guys remember from day one, we're going to do our best to make it look like these shadows are actually on the bowl of cereal, which will be very, very cool. So I'm going to hit W for the magic wand tool again, and let's just select out these areas that are a little bit lighter. There we go. All right, and I'm going to click on my layer mask and hit Shift Delete and fill those with black as well. Perfect. So going from here to actually like making this look 100% real, we still have quite a few steps to make, quite a few steps to go. It doesn't look 100% real yet, but we can see, we can at least get an idea of like which Jasper we like. So what do we think? Do we like this guy or do we like that guy? The other guy. I think that's pretty much unanimous, right? This Jasper is awesome. What do we think? Does anyone have any chimes on the internet? What do you guys think? Would you like to see the Jasper and the floaty facing us or the sitting up Jasper?
Looks like laying down so far is the winner.
Laying down is the winner. Awesome. Okay, well let's look at laying down. Before we continue to do our composite all the way through to the end, we've got one more thing to keep in mind, and that's which version of Sarah we want and how is that going to look. Because there are a lot of things that I want to do to the image of Jasper that are really going to help make the image come together. But I can't do those things until I decide which version of Sarah I actually want to do. Okay, so we're going to make this visible, and then we can see, maybe we can ask the folks on the internet and you guys as well. Do you like the one where she's looking at the camera or looking down? What do you guys think? Really? Looking at the camera? What do we think? Alex says no? You can't tell? All right, let me just put them back again. Looking at the camera and looking down. You like looking down? We got about a half and half.
Internet says looking down.
Internet says looking down? All right. There are a lot of people on the internet, guys.
And quite a few people on the internet. Because so many people are bringing this up, they really want to see Jasper a little bit smaller for the scale. A little bit smaller. Because they're saying it doesn't match the scale of the ladder, and so I just wanted to.
Doesn't match the scale of the ladder. There we go. And that's a really great point. It doesn't match the scale of the ladder. So we got two options here. We have the option to completely get rid of the ladder because that was just another fun element. I like the ladder in there, but if I want to see Jasper that big, we do have the option to make the ladder gone. I can just clone stamp that out relatively easily. So if that's something that we decide, we can totally do that. The other option is to, in fact, make Jasper smaller. I'm okay with really both of those. What do you think, Todd?
Well, on the first day, we discussed that, and the considerations that I think we made were how small can he get before he's no longer a focal point of the picture?
Exactly, and that's another interesting thing. So let's go ahead and try make him smaller. If we don't like it, we can always make him a little bit bigger. But these are decisions that I'd like to have. Like, we want to decide all these things before we start getting into work. Because unlike, the first frame compositing, where it's just really easy to turn something on and off, this element compositing is just a little bit more difficult because we're going to have to do things to match like color and hue and saturation. And those are going to depend very much on what those people are interacting with. All right, so we voted on looking down, and let's go ahead and see if, Jasper, we can make you a little bit smaller. There we go. Something like that. The other thing that we're going to be, quote unquote, missing out on is the fact that his ripples are going to be affecting the entire cereal bowl. So there are things we can do there. I just wanted to keep in mind that he's no longer making up the majority of the cereal bowl. All right, and we could make him just a little bit smaller, I think, if we do want to match the scale for the ladder. All right. So let's just see. I'm going to zoom out, and I can hit the Command Z key, which is the undo key. In Photoshop, there's undo, and then there's step backwards. Option Command Z will step backwards over and over and over again. Command Z will just undo and redo. I'm going to hit Command Z over and over again, and we can just see larger or smaller. What do we think, guys? It's not bad, right? Okay. Perfect. All right. Well, we can do smaller. I'm totally cool with that. That gives us a little bit more room for us for Jasper to interact with the spoon. There we go. And ideally, we want these like ripples to kind of like extend into the spoon as much as we can. We want all these things to kind of come in to be real. All right. So what we want to do, basically, we'll just set out a little bit of a plan with this image. How much time do we have left on this segment?
We've got about 20 minutes.
About 20 minutes? Okay, perfect. So we want to set out a plan on how we're actually going to wind up getting Jasper into this place and making him look 100% real. We're going to talk about what some of the important things are and what some of the things are that are a little bit less important. So I do this often when I'm creating my images. Usually I'll just grab a brush tool and we'll just create, just a very small brush, and I'll just kind of circle some things. So in this plan, what do you guys think? I'd love some input here from you guys, and as well as on the internet, of some of the considerations, some of the things we got to make sure we fix, some of the things that we want to make sure to include in the final, and then how to go about those. What do we think, guys?
Are we still going to be placing cereal inside the cereal bowl?
That's a good question. We can totally place cereal inside the cereal bowl. We have a lot of photos of cereal bowl and of cereal bowl. What do you think? Would it be more interesting if we had couple pebbles in there or some Fruit Loopies? Okay, totally cool. We'll do that, and we'll probably wait till the very end to do that. So definitely.
Could you take some of the ripples maybe from some of the other shots? Kind of like how you were using the details from other images, so that way it does extend throughout the whole bowl, or is that even an issue?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So he is in the cereal bowl. He's definitely causing some ripples here, and those ripples, I do like the fact that he's got ripples in there. We got a couple of options here. We've scaled him down, but I could clone stamp some of the ripples over. We can scale the ripples to make the ripples a little bit larger. We have a lot of options there, so that's a really good point. All right, so let's go ahead and write that out. Ripples. All right. We've got some of the other considerations that we want to take out are, we've got this area that's just like a bit of blue, right? This doesn't really fit. It's just like a solid line. The next thing that I want to do, I want to make sure that we've got a relatively smooth transition from this area to this area. So we can use like a larger soft brush to be able to get that. We need to take this area as well. Now, the other couple of things we've got, and we've got a different color here, as well as it's just a little bit, maybe it's like darker, or it has more contrast and things like that. So I'm going to show you guys some great ways, probably in section 2, if we don't have time now. I'm going to show you guys some great ways to take care of that and to check for like color and light and dark, things like that. The other area are the shadow areas here for his feet. I want to make it look like those are actually on the outside of this bowl. And if we do need to carry a little bit of shadow area here from what would be his head, or probably what is going to wind up being this area here, this should be shadow area as well. All right, any suggestions coming in from the internet?
The flip-flops and towel.
Flip-flops and towel, yes, totally. We'll want to make sure that we take care of those. So hopefully we're going to put those right about there. And that ladder is really cool. I think we should leave it in. Cool, any other suggestions?
Mostly it was things that have been mentioned, adding cereal, Matching the milk. Seems like most everything has been covered.
Okay, perfect. Perfect. So we've made a lot of decisions. It kind of seems like we haven't done a whole lot. And in your process, this would probably take maybe 10 minutes or so, but we've made a lot of decisions. We decided which version we liked of Sarah. We decided which version we liked of Jasper. We've got them rough into composite, and we're ready to go ahead and start going on it. So we're going to keep going, and I think instead of, like closing this up, I think I'm just going to go until you tell me to stop, and then in the next section, we'll just go again until you tell me to stop. How's that sound?
That sounds like a great plan.
Okay, cool. So first thing I want to do with Jasper is I want to bring him up in height just a little bit because I do want these areas to kind of like to flow a little bit better so the shadow looks like it is going to wind up hitting that bowl. Now I'm also going to take a look at what this cereal looks like before and after. So basically this might require masking, and I'm going to use a very soft edge brush to mask this because I do want to make sure that the spoon really does look like it's entering the water. But I don't want to destroy areas of Jasper and the ripples that he's got going on there. Perfect. Now, one of the things that we're going to have a little bit of trouble with early on, from basically right now, is the fact that we did what we could to make sure this milk that was on him isn't that different from the milk that's in the cereal bowl. But they still are a little bit different. They're not exactly right. And that's something that we do need to fix. So there are a couple of things that we can actually do to make sure those look a little bit better. And a lot of people, when they start off with something like this, they're going to try to take care of everything with a layer mask. They're going to try to layer mask him out perfectly and try to blend it together or whatever. But that's really not what I would suggest doing. I don't think that layer masks are great, but usually they don't provide you with the entire answer. You usually want to do quite a bit of blending within the layers themselves and then use layer masks when you have to. So let's take a look at this. Now, this is going to get just a little bit more on the conceptual side of things, but it can be really hard to see what is too light or too dark. Sometimes it's hard to tell what's too saturated or not saturated enough, or maybe it's the wrong color. So what we can do is we can create a couple of things to kind of help us out in that manner. And the first thing I like to do is create a black and white layer. And that's going to make it really easy to see if something is either too light or too dark. So we're going to do that. I'm going to create an adjustment layer. We're going to go up to Channel Mixer, and I'm going to click here on Monochrome. There we go. So now we can see a couple of really interesting things that are going on in our image. We can see over here, is this does it too light or too dark? And we're looking at not only the fact that there should be a shadow there, but I want like a more smooth transition. We can see here, this is quite a bit too much contrast, right? There's almost no contrast here. We've got light areas and we've got dark areas. So what we're going to use to get Jasper to look like he's actually in place are something called clipping masks. Has anyone here used clipping masks before? Okay, we got a couple yeses and a couple nos. I'm guessing we got the same on the internet. So I'm going to explain what clipping masks are real quick, and once you guys get these are going to make element compositing a lot easier. So basically what a clipping mask is, I'm going to create a new layer here, and on this layer I'm just going to paint with, we got this nice pink color, so why not? We're just going to paint with pink, something like that. Nothing that fancy, this is just an example here. So we've got this on one layer. I'm going to create a new layer right above that, and we're going to change our color, and this time we're going to go with something like a greenish blue. There we go. Now, if I want this to be a clipping mask, basically I want a way for this greenish blue to be visible only where this layer that was under it, which is pink, I want this to be only visible there. So what do? Do I create a regular layer mask and try to mask it away? Do I make it a selection? Well, a clipping mask kind of takes away all of that, and it just does it automatically for you. So if you make this a clipping mask, layer 3 a clipping mask to layer 2, all you have to do is right click on this and go to create clipping mask, and it's going to create a little arrow down and clip it directly down to this layer. Now, this is a really helpful technique because it's something that you can still move each layer. These are still regular layers. I can move this layer around, and it's only going to be visible where layer 2 is. I can move layer 2 around, and layer 3 is going to stay in place and only be visible. It's really cool. Not only that, but I'm sure you guys have used adjustment layers, things like curves and levels and things like that. Let's check that out too. I'm going to grab an adjustment layer, and we're going to go to curves, and I'm just going to click this and crank it up a little bit. Okay, there we go. Let's close that out. Now I can clip this down to layer 2 as well. I can do this as many times as I want, and they're all going to go down to the layer that they're clipped to. So Option Command G is the keyboard shortcut, or again, you can right click and go to Create Clipping Mask. So now we have a curves adjustment layer, and you can see it's affecting all these layers, but it's stopping at this guy. I can turn this one off and on, and the curves adjustment layer is only affecting that, which is very, very cool. I can still open this up. I can change my properties. I can make it darker. I can do whatever I want, but now it's only going to affect layer 2. So I can do this over and over and over again. All these layers, they're just going to point directly down to the layer they're clipped to. Cool. Do we have any questions or interest from the internet? This is probably like, whoa, that's really cool.
Not yet. People are still going through and seeing it. Yeah, there was a, oh crap, clipping masks comment. But then there were also people who were saying clipping masks are great and clipping masks are extremely useful.
They are very, very useful. Yeah, so for those of you guys who don't use clipping masks often, hopefully we'll add these to your repertoire and they'll make you a lot more efficient in Photoshop. So we're going to go ahead and delete those. So let's turn this black and white layer on, and we can look at an area like this where it's just a little bit darker. Now I do realize there is a shadow, but before I worry about shadows and highlights and things like that, I need these to blend quite a bit better. So what we're going to do is we're going to click on this layer where we have Jasper, and I'm going to make an adjustment layer, and we're just going to go up to our curves adjustments. Now I'm going to go ahead and clip this. So Option Command G, and now I'm going to be sure this is only visible on Jasper. Now keep in mind we're just looking at this image in black and white, but what I can pretty easily tell is my light levels. What's light and what's dark and why don't they fit. So if I click here in the middle and start dragging this up, we can see pretty soon what's going on over here is I'm able to get this to where, like, you know, at least that area right there, it looks like it's blending a lot better, right? We can do some other things. If I continue to bring this up, we can get like the midtones up. We can actually take our darks and we can bring these up as well. And what we're going to get is a little bit more of a nice blend there. It's going to take the darks and just make those a little bit brighter, which is going to affect everything. So there are a lot of things we can do with curves. We can take on the top right and make this a little bit darker if we wanted to do that, and we can even combine these together. So from the top right, if we drag this down, it's going to make our lights a little bit darker. If we drag this to the left, it's going to take everything and make it a little bit brighter. It's going to take your white point and bring it in. From the bottom left, if we bring this up, it's going to take our black point and make it less black. There we go. So like the darkest thing on this pixel is, light gray. If I bring it in from the left to the right, it's going to bring our black point in and make things, everything to the left of that is going to go to 100% black. So what we're going to do is basically play around with this to try to get things to match. I'm going to bring our point up here just a little bit, which makes this look pretty good here. We really are blending in quite well, but it's a little bit too bright. So now I'm going to take the brightest point here, and we're just going to bring that down just a little bit. There we go. And I'm still in black and white, but this should really help out quite a bit of the other areas in the photo as well. So let's just turn this black and white off, and now we can see this before and the after. Now, while we're doing this, the other thing to keep in mind is, because we're on a composite image, guys, this isn't going to work everywhere. I don't have like a one-stop shop solution. There's no like magic button. So what I'm doing here, I was looking at this area here, making sure that that area looks good. And then I can use a layer mask on this curves adjustment layer to make sure that's good. I can use a completely different layer to make sure this area is good, or to make sure his face is good. So I'm not too worried about, is it good everywhere? That's not really that important to me. As long as it's good in one place, that's what we really want to look at. So let's just put a layer mask on there, and curves adjustment layers already come with layer masks, so that's nice. This area we don't need to be brighter. We actually need this to be a little bit darker, and we need the contrast to be a little bit less, right? So I'm actually going to paint it away from that area. Now this area on the right, it is making that blend in quite a bit better, right? We can see that, oh yeah, cool. It actually does blend in quite well. And I like his face being a little bit lighter as well. Maybe I'll paint it away just a little bit, but I think having his face a little bit lighter is a positive thing. So pretty quickly we've been able to figure out, okay, it doesn't need to be lighter or darker, and we figured out a way to actually do this as well. Okay, we're going to change the, I'm going to shift click the two of those, and anytime I'm using a clipping mask, I like to group those layers together. I'm going to bring this down just a little bit because we've got a little bit like the edge of our cereal bowl there. We've got to bring that down just a little bit so they can go ahead and blend. We're going to have a little bit of a fun time playing with these shadows here, but nothing we can't do. Okay, now we're going to click on our layer mask, and I'm going to paint this dark. So notice the layer with Jasper, the layer mask extends, his milk is extending all the way to about right over there. And we could extend it out even further, especially now that we've gone ahead and brightened some of that area up. So I'm not trying to do like a perfect job masking him out. What we're trying to do instead is to make sure that the milk that he's in blends with the milk that's in the actual cereal bowl. Let's go ahead and bring some of it back in. I'm going to paint with white on my layer mask here, and we're going to paint some of that back in. So now some of his ripples are going into the cereal bowl, into the actual spoon, which is very cool. All right, and we'll paint that black there. Now, ideally, if we could have, we would have had a bowl, a kiddie pool that was quite a bit even larger than the one we had. So we wouldn't really be restricted by those edges. We would have like, infinity amount of milk that we could just kind of like play with him. But in this case, we don't have that. So that's looking pretty good. Now I do like, you can see how we've got a little bit of a darker ripple here, and the ripple gets a little bit lighter as it collects into the spoon and it's collecting more light. So we need to account for that too. So again, we're going to use a clipping mask. So I'm going to grab a curved adjustment layer. Option-Command-G is going to clip that. I'm going to make that just a little bit brighter. And then now I'm going to hit Command-I on my layer mask, and I only want this to be visible right here. There we go. So that's visible now. So this is still Jasper's milk, but now we're matching the luminosity of Jasper's milk as it curves up into the spoon with the luminosity of the other milk that would be curving up in the spoon. Gabe's looking at me like, that's pretty cool, right? Very, very cool. So this is why clipping masks are so great. Now our goal here is, if you can make a composite look great in black and white, you're pretty close. So when I'm doing compositing, a lot of the time, for this type of compositing, I'll edit maybe half of the thing in black and white, because I don't really, if I can make it look black and white, good in black and white, I know I can make it look good in color. But if it doesn't look good in black and white, it's never going to look good in color. That's one thing to keep in mind. All right, so like our right side here, that's already looking pretty good. I would say, in this area, that's a pretty convincing composite already. Let's turn this off and see what we've got. Now, we've got a couple other areas that, are maybe not looking as good. And the reason is, we've got a little bit of some interesting things going on with our color. Like, this doesn't exactly look like the right color of milk. That's not really that hard to take care of either. What we're going to do is I'm going to create a new layer. I'm going to hit Option-Command-G. And what we're going to do is, I want to create a new adjustment layer. We can do two things. We can actually grab the color of the milk and we can actually paint it overwards, or we can use a hue saturation adjustment layer that's going to allow us to colorize the milk. Let's try colorizing it. So I'm going to go to my hue/saturation. Option-Command-G is going to clip that. And I'm going to click on this colorize button. Now it's going to colorize all of Jasper. So obviously we're going to have to use a layer mask to make this just visible where the milk is. But I can just choose a different hue that's going to be closer to our milk, maybe around the yellowish orange. It's definitely needing to be a lot less saturated, right? Something right about there. It's starting to look a little bit like milk. There we go. So it's going to take that like blue cast out of there, and we'll come off to the left a little bit. So we can see, making this visible and invisible, all of a sudden all this area that had that blue cast on it from the actual pool, that's going completely away. So what we're going to do is I'm going to hit Command-I on that layer mask again, and I'm just going to make sure to make this visible just where this is. And all of a sudden the ripple that was in the original pool that had that blue color cast, check that out. That's the original ripple. We're just using it right here in the cereal bowl. Isn't that awesome? It's only affecting the layer that Jasper's on as well. So I'm just able to paint this in, and all of our color issues with the milk, like, hey, that milk doesn't look exactly the right color. Well, we just solved it all with one layer, which is amazing. I'm just going to use my brush tool to kind of paint this in and make sure that this is visible where all of our milk is. All right, this is just going to take a second. I can take a question from you guys or anyone on the internet if anyone has a question.
Yeah, H.E. Doc and also Dale R. Photo have a similar question about if you can create a clipping mask inside another clipping mask.
That's like Inception mask.
We're going into the Matrix.
Going into the Matrix. That's a really good question. A clipping mask inside of a clipping mask. What I would do is something similar. Okay, I'll show you how to do that. Technically you can't do exactly that, but you can do something that's going to basically get something very similar achieved. So let's say, I think what they mean is we want like we want something to be visible only where this layer is visible, right? Because this is also in a clipping mask. So what I would do, let's say we wanted to create a new layer. I'm going to hit Option-Command-G, and we're going to just paint some blue on that layer, okay? So we're painting blue on this layer. It's only visible where Jasper is visible, but let's say I want to use this layer that's clipped to also define this one. Well, technically you can't do that, but here's what you can do. I can hold Control or Command and click on the layer mask for this layer, which is going to turn it into a selection. And then I can use that to define a layer mask for this layer. So that'll work even if you don't have an adjustment layer. If I created a new layer, let's just shift click on that one, a new layer, and then I created another layer over here. I've never had to do this, by the way, so if they're just curious, that's awesome, but I've never had to do this. You don't have to just be able to control click on a layer mask to turn that into selection. You can also control click directly on a layer, which will turn that into a selection, and then you could clip that and also use that layer to define a layer mask as well. And then I could turn that layer back off too.
That's some master photography instruction right there. That's amazing.
You're testing my brain and I like it.
We were trying to stump you, you know.
Give me the hard questions. I love them. I love them. Well, it's really fun for me too because, you know, it's going to happen sometimes where I'm like, I don't know the answer to that. But if I can figure something out, or a person's asking me a question, maybe, you know, 6 months down the line, I'll come up with a time when I need to use that. And today we've all figured out, okay, that's how you actually do it. Good question.
So one more question from CG Photography and Michael Porterfield about the clipping mask is whether you would ever use a blend if instead. Or do you use blend if options just in general?
Todd's looking at me, he's like, yes, Aaron does. I am the master of blend if, and I love blend if. It's got a lot of really great applications. Blend if is a really great option when you are trying to blend one layer into another. In this case, it's a slightly different type of blending that we're actually doing. We're doing more like composite blending. If I was, for instance, trying to brighten everything up in the cereal bowl, but only affect my shadows, that's when blend if is really, really great. But for this type of compositing, blend if is really, well, we can always give it a shot. I wanted to say that I probably wouldn't use it, but it could have been just because I hadn't thought of it. But let's save that for after the break because I can explain blend if then a little bit better. Are there any other questions? Cool. I'll continue to get into it. Blend if is fun though. Don't let me forget, guys. It's really cool.
We are pretty close to wanting to take a break if you are at a good stopping point.
I'm at a pretty good stopping point. Yeah, after the break, we can go ahead and clean up. I can work on either clone stamping or using a patch tool, changing my contrast here on the left to make sure that does come out, and we can pretty much go ahead and completely finish all of the masking and making sure he really does look like he's in that bowl, as well as take care of the shadow. All that after the break.
Fantastic. I'm excited to see that. We just want to read you a couple quick quotes from the internet. Jack Greener says, hey, can you please tell Aaron that I'm 13 years old and he is really inspiring me in photography? So that's awesome, Jack.
Awesome, Jack.
Keep
Thank
doing
you.
it. Russ, who is not me, although I agree with this Russ, says, I really love Aaron's stream of consciousness dialogue. It really helps to understand the thought process underlying his methods. He's a great teacher, and that was second, third, and fourth, and into higher numbers by everyone else in the room at the time.
Awesome.
And Peaches very succinctly says, he's flinging Photoshop gold around, y'all. Are you catching it?
It's so true. If you guys are just tuning in to just today's, the third day of this course, or if you've been here on all 3 days of composite photography with Aaron Nace, you know how incredibly valuable this entire course is. It doesn't matter what your photography skill level is at or your Photoshop skill level, this course is for everybody. You can learn this, you can do this on your own and create amazing and creative composite photography for your clients and also your own portfolio. And if you own this course, not only are you going to get all 3 days of the course videos and bite-sized chunks that you can watch at your own convenience, you're also going to be getting the course files that Aaron has been using here today, so that when you are rewatching this at your own convenience, you'll be able to watch Aaron do it, and on your own computer screen you can do the steps with him and actually learn along the way until you are as fluid as Aaron, the master himself. So right now you have 6.5 hours. You'll see that countdown at the bottom of this video. You have 6 hours and 30 minutes left to grab this entire course, all 3 days with Aaron Nace, for $99. At the end of the 6.5 hours, the course does go up to $149. So right now is the perfect time to click the buy button under the video and choose to own this course and create amazing composite photography yourself. We can't wait to see what you're going to create. All right, you guys, we'll see you back here in 15 minutes.
Welcome back, everybody, to the last segment, unfortunately, sadly, the last segment of Compositing 101 with Aaron Nace here on Creative Live. We are going to finish up the image that we were working on, but first we're going to give away some final prizes. First of all, our grand prize for the Twitter contest is very exciting. This is a Lowepro Vertex 300AW, which is a $430 prize. That's this bag.
That is, well, they're not getting this one because this is mine, but I've had this bag for over 3 years now, basically since I started taking photography seriously. It looks brand new and it's been around the country. It's been around the world. I've taken this to Europe. I've taken it to South America. It fits all my gear and it's just amazing. I really, really do like this bag, and whoever gets this is going to be really happy with it. And it fits on planes and things like that. It's a carry-on size. It actually is a backpack, which when I came to Seattle, I had a carry-on and a backpack. They let this be my personal item, which is crazy because it's huge, but they allowed it because it's a backpack.
And that's awesome. And so somebody out there who is very lucky is going to get that. Again, this is a $430 prize. And the winner is Clarissa West, who entered on Facebook. And Clarissa's quote was, "It's your job as the photographer to make people more comfortable. You need to set them up for success," which is absolutely true. So, congratulations, Clarissa. Thank you so much.
When you say my quotes, it makes them sound so much better, by the way. I'm like, you have a really good voice.
Well, thank you. If you want me to just follow you around and repeat what you
That'd
say,
be nice.
We can make that happen. We have one other big prize to give away today, and that is the winner of our photo contest. This was very exciting. We had over 200 entries, which is really exciting. So Aaron and the producers went over those over lunch and picked out our winner. So, I think without further ado, let's go ahead and see who the winner is. Congratulations to Erica Thorns from San Diego for this image. Her caption was, "Underwater pool light. Working underwater with what we have, point and shoot that shoots raw with an underwater case. Makes for a great silhouette." Why don't you tell us why you picked that one?
Well, I love this for a lot of reasons. The focus was on lighting here, and there are two things. I think over the last couple of days, we've seen that I've set up, in this set alone, where I had 6 different lights, and that's what I love to do. I love setting up lighting, but I love this image because it's simple. We've got one light in this image, and it's just absolutely gorgeous. And although I'm a lover of using a lot of lights, I think it's really important to understand that you don't need to. We've got a point and shoot that shoots underwater and one light here, and she's producing images that are more gorgeous than half of the work that I've ever done using, 10 lights. So I think it's just a really good point that you can produce something like this. It's amazing on a budget with simple equipment, and I really love it. Not only that, but the color work is just, it's phenomenal.
It is absolutely beautiful. Congratulations so much to Erica, and congratulations, thank you to everyone who entered. This was very, very cool. So, we have a lot of thank yous to say to people who helped make this workshop happen. For the people here who come, every single person who comes into the studio is like, I am amazed how much it takes to make this happen. Because you see a certain set of it, and there's so many people behind the scenes who contribute a lot to make it happen. First of all, let's talk about the people who contributed prizes for our contest. Phlearn, obviously, that is... That's your company.
That's my
company.
company.
Thank you so much to your company. It was amazing being able to have all those prizes to give away to people to continue their education beyond even what was done here. So thank you to that. And also thank you to Lowepro. Do you want to say a couple more words about Lowepro?
Yeah, I couldn't say enough great things. They've always been there to support us, help with Flern. They've given away contest prizes for us as well. We've used their gear exclusively for all time, and just the people there are really, really great. We've always had a blast working with them, and they make the best bags, so how could we not?
That's fantastic. So thank you again to Lowepro. We would like to give a big thank you. As you've seen, it's been advancing every once in a while. Thank you to the Creative Live audience, both the 6 people who made the trek out here to join us in studio and you folks at home. We love that the worldwide audience joins in and improves their art and improves their work and their business by joining us here. You guys are the only thing that keeps us going. So thank you very much. We want to give another big thank you to Mr. Aaron Nace. If this will, okay, Creative Live crew. We're going to say thank you to the crew. The crew out there does an amazing job, and they laugh at me when I screw up doing this sort of thing when it's my first time, and I love that they do that. We have all the people here that are actually working on the production. We have our chat mods behind the scenes. We have all the people who make the website happen. The crew here at Creative Live is one of the greatest group of people I've ever had the opportunity to work with, and it is a joy. Just a joy to come to work and be able to interact with them, even when they're laughing at me. So, thank you to the crew. And finally, thank you to Mr. Aaron Nace. This has been an amazing 3 days of education. I personally am really excited to be able to take this and go do it for my own work, and I know that everyone around the world agrees. So, if we could give a big worldwide clap of thank you to Mr. Aaron Nace.
Thank you. Okay.
But we're not done yet, so let's go ahead and let you just take us out.
Right on.
Thank you, Aaron.
Thank you. And thanks so much, guys. It really has been an honor, and it's just, we've had a lot of fun. I can't believe all the things we've done in just 3 days. It seems like we've done the work of weeks and weeks of stuff, but it's just been 3 days. So let's go ahead and get into it. We got a lot to do here in this last segment. I want to make sure that our final image just comes out amazing. If you remember, we were kind of like picking up back, making sure that transition between the milk in the actual pool and the milk in the cereal bowl look great. And already, just looking at this right now, especially from the pink inner tube over to the right side of the bowl, like it looks real already. We did, what do you guys think? Pretty good job, right? Of blending it in. There's really not a whole lot that we have to do. Some of the areas are going to be a little bit tricky, but that's part of the fun, is knowing what the tricky areas are and how to take care of these tricky areas. All right, let's just zoom in here. I'm going to hit full screen, and we're going to go ahead and get this. So again, our main focus is on getting to be sure that this is actually fitting, like the milk and everything like that do fit. If we have time at the end, I'd love to add more cereal and things like that. Those are going to be a little bit simpler elements, but let's go ahead and see what we can do in the time that we have. Okay, now here we've got another area that's not quite fitting. We can see that this area is just like, it just, the waves and everything like that. We've got a still bowl of cereal here below. So this is another case when we've got something that it doesn't fit, and most people, I think, would probably try to mask that out. They would probably, try to use a regular brush or now use a pen tool, now that everyone understands a little bit better, and try to mask that out. Instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to actually match it to the milk that we have there. And that means you just don't have to be that good at masking things out. Not only that, but you get that extra little bit of detail that's going to make it a little bit more realistic in the end. So how are we going to match this? Well, you can see I've turned it back into black and white because the first best easy way to match is to turn things black and white, and you can see if they're too light or too dark. That's going to get you 90% there. The rest is just a little bit of work with color. Okay, so let's go ahead and create another curves adjustment layer and see what we can do with this. Here's our adjustment layer, and let's go up to curves. I'm going to hit Option-Command-G, and remember that's going to clip out our curves adjustment layer. Let's just dock it right on the side there. Perfect. Okay, so what we've got some area that's a little bit too bright. We're just basically comparing this on the left here to what's going on here on the right. We've got a little bit area that's too bright. So we're going to take our brightest point, and I'm just going to bring that down. All right, that's looking good. Now, keep in mind, earlier what we said is that when you have something in shadow, you have less contrast. So things get darker when they go into shadow, but you also get a lot less contrast in shadow. So a great way to create less shadow is to bring your lightest point down, but also your darkest point up. So let's see about that. Let's bring our dark point, and we're going to bring that right back up. All right, and we can keep going this a little bit more. Let's bring our light point down even more. There we go, and we're gonna bring our dark point up. And all I'm trying to do is, I don't really, I know it looks horrible on his face. That's not exactly my concern right now. All I'm trying to do is make sure that it looks pretty good right over here. And let's just change this a little bit more. I do wanna get some of this detail. I'm not looking to make it completely flat. If I were to do that, it'd be better to just mask him out. There we go, and something right about there. We can see, and we're starting to get something like this, basically, is starting to match quite well from this area over to that area. Looking pretty good, right? So what I'm going to do is hit Command I on the layer mask, and then we're just going to go ahead and mask this in. So I'm painting this area in, and it's just changing the luminosity of our actual milk that's right there in a way that's going to make it fit with everything else that we've got. All right. There we go, and we can see it's already looking much better. Pretty amazing, right? There we go. Let's see what it looks like there in color. Still, it's not exactly the right color, right? Because earlier, remember, we created this hue saturation layer that actually colorized everything. So let's try putting this above the layer that we just did. Hold down the Control Command key and use the close bracket. That's going to put it above there, and that's going to help out quite a bit right there. There we go. Let's go back here. I'm going to turn our channel mixer back on, which is going to make this layer black and white, and then we're going to paint it in. So it's still not perfect 100%, but we're getting a lot closer. And that's the whole thing, is like once you're pretty dang close, it's really not hard to do the finishing couple steps. There we go. And I'm even going to allow this to kind of like come into the side of the floaty and things like that. The reason is this area would in fact like color that a little bit. If it's, if you have a light bit of pool, that's going to reflect onto the surface. If it's a darker, you're going to see that difference between highlight and shadow there as well. All right, let's go ahead and make that a little bit smaller. And then I can go ahead and do things like, work on my layer masks. There we go. And we can clone stamp and everything like that. So that's the sort of thing that we can do after the fact. Let's go ahead and work on a layer mask here. Down in our layer, we're going to take care of this area. So I'm just going to use my brush tool, and we're going to paint black right over here. There we go. And we can see that really does start to blend in quite well. There we go. And it totally depends on how much detail we actually want right here. If I decide I want more detail or less detail, this is actually a pretty good area for either using a brush tool or your clone stamp tool or something else like that. All right, and just black and white, except for this area here, up in the shadows. There we go. Let's just paint that up. Except for those areas there, it's actually looking really, really good. So let's make this go ahead and turn it back to color and see what we've got. So if it looks good in black and white, we can see, and it does look pretty good there. It's still not exactly right. Let's see if we can just make it like maybe just a little bit brighter, a hair right up there. So I'm just going to grab an adjustment layer. We're going to go up to our curves again, and we're going to take our dark point, and we're going to bring it up just a tiny bit. There we go. And we're going to bring this back down just a little bit, just so we can match that a little bit better up on the top. All right, so you can see you can do this over and over again. You don't have to get it all 100% right in one layer. You can make it right, you can get this area right, and that area right, and that area right. You can take your time and make sure you get everything right. It's not something that you're going to be able to do all in one layer. Okay, now we do have a hue/saturation adjustment layer, which is colorizing our milk. That's one way to do things. Here's another way. I'm going to hit a new layer, Shift-Option-Command-N for that, Option-Command-G to clip it. I can also just use my brush tool. So I'm going to hit B for the brush tool, sample this color, holding down Alt or Option is going to bring up our color picker, and then I'm just going to paint right over here. Now we're going to change the layer blend mode from normal down to color. So that's going to do a pretty dang good job at matching this color right over here, because it's actually choosing the color that, the color that is right next to it and forcing it to be that color. So it's a lot like that hue saturation trick, except this time we're actually choosing the color that we want it to be. So a little bit different of a technique, but the same end goal. There we go. And I'm also going to kind of like bring this right around, make sure I'm using a larger soft edge brush right now, and I'm painting in even over top of our the pink fuzzy just a little bit. I'm going to, I call that a pink fuzzy. It's apparently hard to Photoshop and think of words at the same time. This is not a pink fuzzy. It's a floaty. There we go. Okay, now what we're going to do is, What we're going to do is use our layer mask here to just paint this invisible right there, just towards the edge. All right, and we'll paint it about 40% opacity with black, or 40% flow, I apologize. I use flow usually, not opacity. We went over that in the last section. There we go. Perfect, looking good. So let's take care of some other areas. This looks pretty good over here. Down here needs a little bit of help. Now, we have a couple options. We've done a really good job. Let's just, by the way, can we give it up for clipping masks? Because look at that. Like, we started off with this. This is no clipping masks at all. And this is just like working. I didn't mask it. Like, these have not changed the actual masking. Like, this is, it's not the greatest masking job. But what we're doing is making it blend. So that to that, without changing our layer mask, like, that's pretty amazing, right? That's just these clipping masks, and that's just allowing it to blend back in. Makes your job so much easier. You don't have to be a king at cutting someone out because it looks like they are cut out well, even if they're not. So what we're going to do, I'm going to go ahead and close this group out because we can still work on our layer masks if we want to, in our clipping masks. But I'm going to take it over and we're just going to do some painting around with our brush tool. Now, something like liquid is just a great place to go ahead and take over with a brush tool. The reason is it's like soft and it's, you know, large sweeping patterns and things like that. It's something that you don't have to be perfect with painting with your brush tool in order to make it look good. So let's try it. I'm going to hit B for the brush tool, and we're going to start off on a little bit of a simpler area here on the left. We'll see if we can kind of carry this highlight over. So the only thing you have to know with the brush tool and when you're doing this type of painting is use your sample. So hold down Alt or Option to sample a color, and then just kind of paint. There we go. So Alt or Option, and then I'm using a flow of about 10% here, and I'm just going to paint a little bit. Now our goal here is to paint from the inside out and the outside in. So we want that to really flow together pretty nicely. There we go. And we can see like really minimal effort. I'm just trying to like do something that might look like, you know, a little bit of wave. I'm just, if I were to move this over here, you can see like that's what I'm actually painting on. Let me see if I can move it down here. So like that's what I'm painting. It's just kind of like, well, I know what I'll do. I'll make a new layer and I'll fill it with white and I'll move it down. So there you can see. That's what I'm actually painting on there. It's like a blob here, some little things over there. Let's just go back in time and put that in place. There we go. But we can see already it starts to make a difference. We have like what is the edge of a mask here. And now it's like, oh, cool. It extends out. All those highlights do extend out even over to the side of the pool. Isn't that pretty cool? Yeah. Yeah. I think it's really cool too. Thanks for agreeing with me. You feel obligated to because you're in the live studio audience. You're like, no, wait, yes. And I'm just going to do the same thing here. So I'm holding Alt or Option, sampling these colors, and painting them in. Great. We can even do the same thing here with Jasper. Now, the reason is I don't want to just mask this out. The reason, because that should be a little bit darker, right? He's got his arm in there. It's reflecting the dark hair on his arm, and like this should be darker. So if I were to just mask this out and like try to cut it around right in his arm, it wouldn't look like he was in the milk. It would look like he's like sitting right above the milk. So because there was a pool there, we didn't have the option. It would have been blue right there. So this is also a perfect opportunity to take your brush tool, sample right here, choose like a slightly larger brush, and just start painting that in. And we can extend that on a little bit farther. Now I'm using a rather large brush here, and when you do something like that, it's going to cover areas of his arm. You can see it's covering that area too. I want to use a large brush in this case because we want it to make sure that it's like a nice soft adjustment from one area to another one. Like we don't, you know, you wouldn't want it to look like this. Like, okay, yep, that looks good. Like, it looks horrible. So what you want to do is use a large soft edge brush and then just go ahead and put a layer mask on top of your layer and then just layer mask it away from the area you don't want it to be visible. So we're going to layer mask it right away from this area. So now we've got a transition that looks like smooth and really, really nice. Let's see. There we go. And we can see what we've got there as well. So if you wanted to get super artistic with it, you could continue to like paint ripples and things like that if you wanted to, but you don't really need to go that far. But we can see this is with a brush tool, guys. So there's the before and the after. Just with a simple brush tool, holding down Alt or Option, sampling colors. It looks pretty good, right? That's like, you guys could probably do that, huh? It's not really that hard. I'm not a magician over here. The other area, when I was zoomed in, I saw that we colored his arm just a little bit. So I'm going to go back into our group here, find the layer that we actually painted that on, whichever one of these is, and I'm just going to adjust my layer mask. So that's that guy right there. I'm just going to adjust my layer mask to make sure that that doesn't really include his arm there. It's just going to make it look a little bit more realistic. All right, there we go. And make sure we get it nice and all the way up to the edge. Perfect. So we've got all these areas. Basically, like we've masked them out okay. Like we didn't do a great job. We used those clipping masks to make everything kind of blend in a little bit better. And anywhere we needed it, we just added a brush tool and just started painting around a little bit. Let's see. I'm going to brush in just a little bit more. Maybe we can create like a little bit of a ripple or something like that here. All right. There we go. And the cool thing about this is like you can totally paint around. With ripples or anything like that, just think about highlights and shadows. Like all this is, that ripple right there, it's a highlight and then a shadow, and then a highlight and then a shadow. If I wanted to make that continue to go, I would just paint a shadow there, and then I would grab a highlight color, and I would paint a highlight there, and then I would grab a shadow color, and then paint a shadow there, and then I would grab a highlight color, and then paint a highlight there. And you can see, let's just grab another shadow there. Pretty soon we've got even more ripples in our milk. We'll just grab an eraser tool really quick and erase that away. So you want more ripples in your milk? Cool. Highlight, shadow, highlight, shadow. It's really not that hard. That's basically how everything works. If you got lines under a person's eyes and you want to get rid of them, it's just highlight, shadow, highlight, shadow. You just clone stamp out the highlights or the shadows, or make the shadows darker and the highlights lower, and things even out. So it's the same principles for making ripples or wrinkles or anything like that. Highlight, shadow, highlight, shadow. Pretty easy. If you want to give this a little bit of a Gaussian blur, just to like blend it in together, you can do that as well. Pretty cool. Okay, now the other area we want to make sure we take care of is what's going on here behind the, behind Jasper's feet. Now, this doesn't really look that good. We're actually going to do a couple of things. I do want to use the area in which, I do want to use the area in which we can actually see the shadow of his feet. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate this layer. I'm going to click on this layer, and I'm going to click Command J, and that's just going to duplicate this layer. And then I'm going to bring this all the way up to the top. There we go. We're going to make that invisible real quick. The reason why is I'm going to use just the shadows on that in just a second. Next, what I'm going to do is go ahead and just mask these away from this layer. Remember, we do have a copy that we just made, so I'm going to mask these shadows away from this layer because I really don't want them to interfere with what I'm about to do. All right. There we go, and we're just masking that away. And again, if we needed to, I could just grab a brush tool and paint that up darker a little bit too. So not too worried about that right now, but I do like the nice ripple effect there. All right, so we're going to paint those away. All right, and as I do this, does anyone here or on the internet know what layer blending mode makes things, would make the whiteboard disappear and make the shadows that are on his feet show up? Close. Multiply would definitely do it, exactly. Multiply blending mode is going to make the lighter parts of an image go away and the darker parts show up. Darken will also work as well. So that way what we can do is, I'm not trying to paint or figure out or fake a shadow or something like that. What we're going to wind up doing is actually using the real shadow from his feet, and you can spend a little bit more time masking that out if you wanted to. We're going to use these real shadows from his feet and apply them to our cereal bowl. All right, so we've masked that out a little bit better. Let's get these real shadows. I can shift click on this layer mask because I don't really need to apply it. Actually, I'm just going to fill it with white, and then I don't really need all of it to be visible either. So I'm just going to select out this area, and then I'm going to duplicate that to a new layer, maybe a little bit larger. Duplicate this to a new layer. All right, and then we're going to hit delete. So basically, I just want these shadows. I don't really care about anything else right now. I've got that on a different layer, right? That's, over there. So what we're going to do is I'm going to change this from normal down here to multiply. All right, and what we have now are just the shadows. Now, it might be hard to tell because the feet are there and it's a little bit too dark and our levels aren't correct. But this should be, if this was completely white, it would not be visible. Let's try darken and see what that does. Looks okay, it's getting there. There's still a lot of weird things going on. So we do want to use multiply, but we're going to have to use some clipping masks to make sure it actually does what we want it to do. Look, let's grab one. I'm going to grab an adjustment layer and we're going to go up to curves. Option Command G is going to clip that, and I just want to bring my white point up. And as I bring my white point up, what it's going to do is it's going to make those, this like medium gray, it's going to make it a little bit lighter, which is going to make it disappear, because that's exactly what this layer does. If it's set to, if it's set to multiply, then anything that's white is going to go away. So let's put a layer mask on here. And what we're going to wind up doing is just putting this exactly in the same place as the other feet. We could probably pull it down just a little bit, or up just a little bit, because I do want these to look like they're, actually on the side of the cereal bowl. There we go. Pretty cool. Now, let's shift click the two of those and hit Command G. The other thing is we did a good job cutting his feet out. Well, an okay job anyway, cutting his feet out. So Jasper is on this layer. The shadow we can go ahead and bring under this. So I'm going to hit the Control or the Command key and bring that down a little bit. There we go. And now what we've got, if we do mask this out pretty well, is we've got just this area, which is proving to be basically just his shadow is now on top of the cereal bowl. How awesome is that? Pretty dang cool. Now it's the wrong color. I know that. It doesn't blend correctly exactly just yet. So we're going to zoom in and we're going to make it right. I'm going to make it right. There we go. Let's just layer mask it back out there. And if I need to mask it back in there, I'm going to use a brush tool in just a second. So what we're going to do, maybe I want to make it just a little bit lighter. You can look at this color and look at that color and kind of like see if there is a difference that we need to do. Okay, let's grab an adjustment layer. I'm going to go up to Curves, Option Command G. So it's a little bit too yellow, right? It's just like, looks a little bit weird. So what we're going to do is go down to our blue channel. Blue and yellow are the opposites, and I'm going to pull the blues up a little bit. So we can see from yellow up to blue, you can see it starts to fit quite a bit better, right? So just taking that yellow away, which is making it look a little bit less real. There we go. And let's just zoom in here. These are all like, little details which you can either include or not include. What I'm going to wind up doing is we're going to need to take the brush tool to kind of like blend all this together, all of it together, which is not really a big deal, but we didn't do 100% perfect job masking all this out just now. I think that there are other important things that we need to do. As long as it looks good from like right here for this tutorial, I'm totally okay with that. All right, that looks decent. Let's go ahead and we need to take down the hue and saturation. So I'm going to grab hue and saturation, Option Command G, and let's just pull our saturation down as well. We don't want like a very saturated shadow. It needs to come down just a little bit. Okay, and these are the things that I want to make sure that they do like somewhat match what we've got going on here with our spoon. All right, cool. So we've got our shadow going on, and we've got our subject right over here. And now right above it, what we're going to do is, so these are the areas where we've been painting with our brush tool. We're going to continue that trend, and I'm going to go in here with our brush tool and just kind of paint these in. Okay, there we go. Our brush tool, grab that color by holding Alt or Option, and basically we're just going to paint a shadow. We're going to paint that highlight right back over there and hold down Alt or Option. Now I'm going to try to like, do all kinds of like funky little things with, make it, I'm just kind of like doing this with the brush. It's going to make it look like it's got ripples in it. Something that's not, not incredibly complex, but, just keep that sort of thing in mind because shadows are not constant. I even grabbed some of the highlight color and painted it back over top of there to make it look like, yeah, okay, cool. It looks like there's a little bit of highlight in the shadow where the highlight's reflecting something else over there. Cool. What do you guys think? That looks pretty good, right? Not bad. And
we've got a couple questions if you want to.
I'd love
one
some.
or two.
I'm going to continue painting, but I can answer questions.
Yeah, absolutely. And these are fairly simple. Wenderful says, do you ever flatten your layers?
No. Goodness, no. That's a good question, but the answer really is no. I don't flatten my layers. I don't think that the only reason I would really flatten my layers is because of I was trying to save file space. And in my opinion, it's gotten so cheap, like memory on for your computers and things like that, hard drives and whatnot. They've gotten so inexpensive recently that to me, I would rather have those layers than have gotten rid of them and wanted them back. The other reason, to be totally honest, is I teach Photoshop for a living. Like that's kind of my job. So if I go around flattening layers and then like 3 months from now I want to like bring up a file to show what I did and I've flattened all the layers, it's like, well, I can't really do my job now. So, but if you do really want to, if you really do want to save some space, Now, sometimes I work in a very non-destructive manner, and I would just like to show why I work in a non-destructive manner and what it gives you is everything that I've done, I can undo very quickly and easily. Like I can go all the way back down to the original Sarah group. See, we've got original file where we added her arm. We can bring this back. I can bring in Jasper. Each one of these groups I can turn off and on, even the layer masks and everything like that. So for me to be able to lose the ability to go back and be able to turn these things off or on, it's not worth flattening files. If I did have like 15 layers where all I did was paint doodles with a paint tool, I would probably be all right with flattening those. But anything more than that, I usually don't. I can take another question if
Cool, good. Jay Vincent and the doc they're both wondering about the angle of the shadow of his feet. And Jay Vincent says, should the shadow be warped a little to fit the angle of the bowl? The white card was straight up and down, and the bowl is on an angle.
The bowl is on an angle.
Really good point.
Yeah, that is a really good point. I'm definitely not opposed to doing something like that. At this point, because we have, for this foot, I don't think that you would really see it. Maybe for that one, you would wind up seeing that. Let's see. At this point, I will try it, and I'll do it the fast way. Just because we're teaching here. If I would have thought of it, I would have warped it before. But now, basically, all this painting and everything like that I just did, I would have to repaint that. So just to save time, because we want to get to a lot of other stuff, what I would do is just grab some of these colors here, and I would just, paint a new foot shadow over here. Which, if you never captured a foot shadow, these things are not that hard to do. Just grab a color and start painting. There we go. The key is really to just do it in steps, and not to make it like, not to make it one layer that just does one thing. You want to make sure that you add some density to the core of the shadow. Like you can see, the shadow gets darker over there. It's going to be lighter in some places. It's going to have a little bit of a core to it. That's usually how shadows work. So that's basically the idea when you're creating a shadow. Just try to do it in a couple different steps. You can see I'm adding a little bit over here, adding a little bit over there. Great. And it looks like a amorphous foot blob right here. That maybe the toe detail would have been nice, but that's kind of covered up by that piece of milk. Good question. Yeah, we have another question.
Will you be working on the white kind of border around Jasper's feet?
The white border around Jasper's feet. Yeah, I can totally do that. Good question. So that's, a very quick, admittedly, actually that just looks really bad. But if you did want to take the time, what they suggested probably would have been a good idea. All right, let's take care of the border on his feet. I just want to make sure we can do as much as in the time that we have. If we wanted to spend hours and hours and hours on this, then most definitely we could warp over everything. Okay, the border on his feet, you can see it does have a slight white border on it. We've taken care of this before when we've done changed the selection on the layer mask. So we're going to click on the layer mask that cuts Jasper out. We're going to go to select, and I'm going to go down to refine mask. There we are. And what we're going to do is I'm going to pull up feathering just a little bit. You can see it gives it a little bit of an edge. And then I'm going to shift this edge in just a little bit. And just like that, we're able to get rid of that. So really doesn't take too long, but you can see I'm trying to save time by not using a pen tool here. Really, I should have just taken the time. I mean, look at his angle. It looks horrible. I'm trying to save time by doing this the fast. This is not the wrong way to do it. I just did a relatively quick job on it. But usually you would want to use some of the cutout techniques that we've learned earlier and things like that. But as long as it looks decent from here, I mean, keep in mind that this image is going to be viewed like this. So sometimes it's worth spending a lot of time. Sometimes it's not as worth spending that time. Do we have any other questions? I'd love to answer a couple more.
Let's see. We can start digging back and look for some old ones. So Dale R. Photo is wondering whether there is an advantage to using the blend mode on the layer over setting the brush to color mode.
Oh, that's a really good question. Sometimes when you do set, so we've got a new layer here. You can set a layer blend mode to color. You can also set a brush blend mode to color. Sometimes these blend modes that are going to affect your brush or your clone stamp tool or whatever have you will only affect what's on the current layer. So if I change my layer blend mode to color and I chose this color, it will do the same thing. But sometimes with like darken, things like that, it will only wind up affecting what's on that current layer. So in general, I prefer to have it be, I'll show you what I mean here. Like select lighten, it's not going to lighten. You can see what's happening down below. It's not lightening the layer that the girl is on, but if I created a new layer, and I set the layer blend mode to lighten, there we go. Oh, I guess it was lightening. There we go. I'm not proving my point very well, but they will wind up interacting differently sometimes. So generally, I prefer to do it on the actual layer versus the brush. But again, there are so many ways to do everything in Photoshop that, like, if you like one way and you're convinced with it and you're happy with it, like, don't change just because you watched one tutorial. That's my advice.
Aaron, about how long do you spend on the average composite image in Photoshop?
Oh, good question. It really depends on what type of composite. Like the composite we did this morning, which is a frame composite, all the compositing was done, within a relatively short period of time. From there, it would be basically like editing the image and enhancing it a little bit. Some more composites take 20, 30 hours to do. I would say on average, the time that I spend editing just about every one of my photos is anywhere between 3 to 5 hours. If it gets more complex, something between 5 to 10 hours. That's a good question. Yeah, it takes a while. But what we're doing here is it's just slightly different from taking a snapshot or something like that. So you saw that all the time and energy and prep work that went into actually like doing the photography part of it. It only makes sense that you would put as much energy and care into the Photoshop and post-production as well, in my opinion.
Do you want to keep taking questions, or do you want?
Yeah, I'm going to keep taking questions. I'm going to grab some Fruit Loops from a different file, and we're going to bring them in, Fruit Loopies.
That sounds great.
Yeah.
BWit Photos and a couple other people were wondering if and how often you save while working on your image.
Good question. With CS6, which is really great, there's an auto-save feature, and if you guys are on a computer that is relatively fast and has a good hard drive in it, I would recommend keeping that on. So I usually will save after I make a large change, but with that feature, in CS6, I set it to save every 5 minutes. So every 5 minutes, it's doing something. Yeah, that's a really good question, and I pretty much just let Photoshop do the work for me most of the time. That being said, I work on like a fairly fast new computer, and it's never crashed on me. So if you were working on maybe like an older computer or something like that, I would recommend probably saving more often.
Anjane, right here in Seattle, is asking if you wouldn't mind explaining again why you're doing this in TIFFs instead of PSDs. Okay,
great question. It's really just a preference thing. PSDs, in my mind, are Photoshop documents that are used for having layers. I've never really exported out a PSD that just had one layer on it. In my mind, it's a little bit, TIFFs work when you have one layer because you can actually like send like, they're a little bit more universal. PSDs to me are always when you have more than one layer. Let's ask what do you guys do? There's not a right or wrong answer in here with this question. It's just, what do you guys answer to that?
I usually work with PSDs, but in the past I have worked with TIFFs, and I didn't really see a difference, so I haven't really made any switches. But I mean, I guess you could do either one. It doesn't look that much different.
Yeah, in the end, I don't really think they are that different. While Miguel was answering, I did think of another reason why I do it, and that's because pretty much any commercial job that I've ever been on, working with other clients, they just always say TIFF. So I believe it's kind of an industry standard, because I've never heard someone say like, I'll send you over the PSDs if it's single images. In my experience, it's always been TIFFs. So that's probably another reason why I do it, but some of this stuff is just habit, really. Good question. I can answer another question. We're just cutting out some cereal here.
Great. The pen tool. Hey, the pen tool. Speaking
right
to
on.
From Spain. Just
that's their name?
workflow.
The pen tool?
Yeah.
Love it.
Once you finish the composite, do you delete the photos that you don't like and the photos that you don't use?
Okay, from the actual, from my library.
Yes.
I don't. The reason I don't is just kind of the same reason. It's pretty inexpensive to keep that sort of stuff. Also being said, like I run my company is about teaching Photoshop and photography, and oftentimes I'll have to go back and refer to photo shoots or files that I took years and years ago and bring them back. So I tend to not really delete things. If there's like a misfire and something is like, completely underexposed and there's an obvious like big problem with the image itself, then in that case, I'll delete those files out immediately. But if it's just saving space, I tend to not. That's probably because by the time that happens, I'm probably pretty busy with a new thing and I don't want to spend an hour or two like going through and deleting files. So I'm just like, an extra $100 every 3 months to buy a new hard drive, rather save that like a couple hours a week to go through and deleting files. But that's just me because I hate spending time on stuff like that. A lot of people would probably rather save the $100, but for me, I hate spending time on that stuff. We can take more questions.
Awesome. Well, Marcus Jessler in Sweden asks if you will flirn forever.
If I will flirn forever, Marcus, I will flirn until you can't handle flirn anymore. Yeah, I think that I was really fortunate because I stumbled into something that I love, and photography it's just amazing fun. And how could it not be? And that's another thing that I was kind of thinking about, maybe like a little bit of encouragement. When you decide to be a photographer, like there's really no rules out there, and there's nothing that says you have to do this type of photography or you have to do that type of photography. So do something that you love, and I've chosen to do this wacky stuff, and I've loved it every day since. So I really don't plan on ever stopping. It's fun. People ask me what my hobby is, and I'm like, my job? Does that count? Because it's pretty much true.
Right. That's awesome. Jack Greener, who I believe was our 13-year-old friend, says, does Aaron ever use lasso and trace your subjects, then erase?
Trace, then erase. I usually don't use, if it's erase in this question is referring to like an eraser tool, I'll usually use a layer mask instead of using the eraser tool. Just because it does wind up giving you quite a bit more flexibility down the road. But I will use a lasso tool like we did earlier when I cut that shirt out and then I just did a refined selection. If something like really doesn't matter that much, you want to use a lasso tool. In general, I think the pen tool is a really great tool. I don't think that anyone should be afraid of using it. But if it's the tool that's going to take twice as long as another tool and it's going to be just as good of an end result, I don't do the twice as long tool. Like I don't have anything to prove as a Photoshop person, especially if I'm sitting at my house alone, right? Like I want to get done with that so I can go have a life, right? Like so I'm all about doing whatever you're comfortable with and whatever's fastest and what gets the job done.
Cool. All right, question from Smart Photo from earlier today asks, do you ever work with your zoom over 100%?
Oh, good question. Often not, and that's actually a really great question. Because I work a lot of the time, and this doesn't make sense, but when I first started working in Photoshop, I would zoom in quite a bit. I would say I'm zoomed in now because we're working on a very small part of the image. But for the majority of the editing that I do, I found that if I'm like too far zoomed in, you lose like the feeling of the whole image. So I actually worked way more zoomed out than a lot of people. So quite the opposite of that question. But when I first started, I worked zoomed in, and I find that I was able to get all the little perfect details right, but I missed like the feeling of the image. I wasn't ever like editing the feeling of the image. And I think a couple weeks ago, like Brooke Shaden is just a wonderful example of that. She edits in Photoshop to get a feeling across. And I think zoomed out, you can see the image as a whole, and you can do a better job for that whole feeling. So yeah, that's why I edit zoomed out.
Makes sense.
Russ is like, that makes sense, I guess.
Yeah.
I really don't know what you're talking about, but
love it. Let's see. What do you think are some of the biggest mistakes? This is DDD967. What do you think the biggest mistake or mistakes people make when creating fake shadows are when element compositing?
Okay.
It seems like shadows are something that's really hard to get right. So what are some easy mistakes that people make?
They're totally hard to get right. And you just saw earlier, I tried to make a shadow foot that looked horrible. They're hard to get right no matter who you are. If you look at, like classical paintings, like they mess shadows up all the time. Like these Renaissance painters who everyone, like appreciates. Like they're inherently hard. I'm not good at creating like every single shadow that I come across. Like it's not something that like all of a sudden one day you figure out the trick and you can just do it every time. The reason is because there's a lot of depth in shadow. But I think the one big quote unquote mistake people make when creating a shadow is they try to do it with like either one layer or one effect. I'll just do like a really, really quick example here of I'm just going to make a shape and fill it with a color and then try to make a shadow for it. All right, so we're going to fill this shape with like an orange color, and then if I wanted to, I could grab a highlight color and then kind of paint on there a little bit. And whoa, I just hid Photoshop completely. Okay, Command H will hide either a selection or Photoshop, and it'll always ask you the first time you use Photoshop which you want to do. And it seems like someone else has chosen the option for me to hide all of Photoshop. So if you do Command H, you can hide a selection, but in this case, it hid all of Photoshop. So there's a ball of orange juice, whatever, that I just created. We're going to create a new layer, and I'll put it under it. Now, this is going to have like a shadow, maybe something like that. I can hit right-click and go to Transform Selection, kind of rotate that around. Now, the big thing here is that the selection has the shadow is going to have depth. It's going to have layers. Let's just grab a brush tool. We can grab this color here and just paint under there. So that's that guy. I mean, I created this ball, so don't look at the ball. It's not supposed to look that great. But the shadow itself, it's flat and it doesn't have any depth right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to work on creating it. I'm going to create a couple layers of the shadow, and now each time I'm going to give it a little bit more depth. So I'm going to hit Command J again twice. So we're going to do 3 different shadow layers. This first one is going to get a blur, and it's going to get a pretty large blur. So Shift Option Command G is the keyboard shortcut I made earlier. It's going to create a Gaussian blur. There we go. Now, in this blur, it still doesn't look right because all of a sudden the ball isn't sitting on a shadow anymore. But this is like the outer blur, something like you would see out here. From here to here, you got a blur. And then from here to here, we got a little bit more of a solid line. So let's bring this in. I'm going to maybe transform this out just a little bit smaller now. This is going to be on the inside there. And this is going to get a blur, but it's going to get a slightly smaller blur. And this is going to give it a little bit more of a, let's just lower the opacity a little bit, maybe to like 7%, 70. This is going to give it some core, some structure. And then I want to do the same thing again. We're going to hit Command T. We're going to make that quite a bit smaller. We're going to bring that in there. And this is just going to be like the heart of our blur. We're even going to change our blend mode, something like multiply. There we go. Let's change our opacity, something like 20 or 30%. And this isn't really going to get that much of a blur at all. There we go. And we can make that just a little bit bigger. All right. Maybe change our opacity a little bit more. And then I'm going to create another one and really just put that like right down there. Let's bring our ball up just a little bit. So we'll be able to see basically turning these layers off and on. So we have a shadow now that it's made up of multiple cores. So turning this off, you can see that shadow doesn't look real on its own. This shadow doesn't look real on its own. This shadow doesn't look real, and that shadow doesn't look real. But adding these all together gives you something that has much more depth and feel to it. And I think that's the biggest mistake in creating shadows, is trying to do it in one layer. I hope that answered your question.
Yeah, I think that's great. So we have about 20 minutes left. What all are we still looking to do on this image to actually finish it up?
Good question. Well, as I was answering some questions, we'll notice that I composited in some of our Fruit Loopies here. And they weren't incredibly hard to do, as long as you can see that I did wind up using some of our clipping masks. So this area, of the milk is just a little bit too bright. It's too dark, so we brightened it up here. This area of here was a little bit too dark, so too light, so we darkened it down there as well. And these are just using curves and levels adjustment layers. So I'm going to shift-click all those and group those together. So like this, doing this sort of stuff doesn't have to be that hard. I was able to do it while answering questions, which means it's totally brainless because I'm not that good at multitasking. So that's a really good question. So if we're happy with what we've got here in our image, as far as our composite goes, if Jasper does look good, we've got about 20 minutes. I want to see if this towel looks good. If we can't make it look good in a short amount of time, what I would probably wind up doing is reshooting it. But we're going to do what we can to make it look good. And then we're going to edit the image as a whole. I want to make sure this area is a little bit brighter. We did talk about brightening up some of these areas in Photoshop in the end. So let's go ahead and do that. Perfect. Let's go ahead and get our towel in there. And I'm going to bring this 50% visible. So V, the number 5, and then I'm going to hit Command-T to kind of transform it, and we're going to bring it right back down. Now, if I wanted to get relatively accurate, I could actually bring this and hit Command-T, rotate it around, and scale it to where it's actually about the size of his foot, right? Because these are things that are supposed to fit on his feet. So if I want to size him, there's probably no better way than to actually make it look like they're the size of his feet, right? So if you do have little hints, that looks pretty good. What do you guys think? Yeah, if you have little hints like that in your image, don't really bother guessing with things. Just scale it down and match it to his foot. It's just there to help you. All right, let's see if we can put those right about there. Now I'm going to hit the V key and the number 0, and that's going to bring our opacity back up to 100%. Next, we're going to put a layer mask on there, and we're going to go ahead and layer mask out everything. I do want this wood in there. The wood is supposed to be there. That's why we photographed it on a wood table, because hopefully some of this wood grain is going to wind up transferring over. There we go. And we wanted to make it look like it becomes the wood grain of the table itself. Remember also that we wound up putting a fill card right next to it, which is blocking the light coming from the window, because here things are in shadow. They have much less contrast than anything that's going to be in highlight. There we go. And we didn't have a whole lot of space, because if you remember at the time when we photographed this, there was a giant pool of milk on the floor as well. If we didn't have that giant pool of milk on the floor, I would have probably photographed this on the floor. I'm going to rotate it around so it looks like it is flowing with our wood grain there as well. Okay, now we're not looking 100% there just yet. Let's figure out if that's the placement. Does that look like a decent placement? Or, if I put it something like this, oftentimes with composite it's kind of cool, because then I could bring the ladder back in over top of it, so we got that little bit of depth, and then it's going to look pretty cool. So let's try that. Okay, so let's zoom back in, and now we need to make this a little bit, we need to make it look like it fits. So I'm going to turn this black and white adjustment layer back on. We're going to grab a curves or levels adjustment layer. Really, they're pretty similar. Sometimes I like curves, sometimes I like levels, but they do just about the same thing. Let's take our bright point and let's just make that a little bit darker. Remember, this is supposed to be in shadow, so we don't want it to look like it's too bright. There we go. So that's looking quite a bit better already. Now, is our color off? Yeah, it's kind of not really there. What would you guys, does anyone have any suggestions? I'm going to layer mask this a little bit more, but does anyone have suggestions on what we could do with our color? Oh, I guess I should make that visible, huh? Tell me what I should do with my color while you can't see anything.
Well, from here it looks like it may be a bit blue.
A bit blue? Yeah.
Yeah, in the shade it would be, obviously.
Totally. It looks a little bit blue, and maybe it's not as saturated as it could be. Earlier, when we turned this channel mixer on, this is a pretty good way to see if things are too light or too dark. But how do you tell if something's too saturated, right? That's a tough one. So what we're going to do instead, I'm going to create something that's going to make everything the same hue across the board, and then we can compare relative saturations. So to do that, we just want to create a new layer, and I'm going to hit Shift-Delete, and we're going to fill this with a color. Let's just go ahead and fill this with this nice red color. And then I'm going to change this layer from normal down to hue. So what we've got now is everything is the same hue. Across the board, all we're seeing is saturation, right? So this is supposed to be red, that's supposed to be red, this is just less red than that, which means that this is, in fact, less saturated than that. It's got less of that red in there. All right, is everyone following me? Very cool. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to grab our adjustment layer. We're going to go up to Hue/Saturation. I'm going to clip this, Option-Command-G, and I can just bring up my saturation. And pretty soon we should start to see, especially over here, that's actually starting to match. It's like, wow, that's really cool. Let's turn this back off, and we can see that in fact it is matching in saturation. Our hue's a little bit off, so we just want to change that a little bit over. And pretty soon, we have a ground that matches the other ground.
That's pretty stinking cool.
That is pretty
awesome.
dang cool. And it's cool.
There are woes and OMGs.
It's cool for a couple of reasons. It's cool because we're not just guessing on that, you know, and anything in Photoshop or photography where I don't have to just guess or be inherently good at some technique, I love those because they give everyone a chance. It evens the playing field. You don't have to be like, you know, the Mozart of Photoshop or something to create these good images. So something like that, what it does is, let's just bring our lights down. I'm going to fix this while I talk. Something like bringing all the hues to the same color, what that does basically is just kind of like it levels the playing field. It makes everything the same hue, and then you can see, okay, I'm just looking at saturation right now. Is it right or is it wrong? That's what I'm doing here with it being dark and light. Is it right or is it wrong? Just like what we did with Jasper earlier, I'm not trying to do a perfect layer mask job. It's not even a good layer mask job, but all of a sudden it's blending in quite a bit better. I'm going to continue to do a little bit better of a layer mask job, but the whole point is here, you know, you don't have to be an expert layer masker, or, you know, you don't have to know all the cool tools. I mean, how many content-aware fills or like, you know, puppet warps or anything like that? How much of that did I use today? Like 0. I'm using the brush tool and curves and, you know, like all of these tools that have been in there since like Photoshop 5. That's what I've been using all day long. So, you know, you can really do a lot with just the basic tools. All right, let's go ahead and make this invisible. I'm just going to do a very quick job cutting this out. We're going to use our pen tool. I'm going to click here, and we're going to cut out each one of these little stairs real quick. I'm not going to go all the way down the ladder. That wouldn't make a whole lot of sense. We're going to right-click and say, make that a selection. All right, and feather it a little bit. Why not? There we go. And on our layer mask, I'm going to hit Shift-Delete, and we're going to fill that with black. There we go. That's just going to make sure we don't cover that area up. Let's make that invisible as well. We're going to click up here and right down there. It's going to make a little bar there. All right, there we go. And right back up there. And hold down the control of the command key and just kind of match that bar. Pretty cool. Right click in there, make that selection, hit OK. So that's the selection now. And we're going to cut that out. Pretty easy. Just click on the layer mask. We want to make it invisible, right? So we're going to fill it with black on the layer mask. And it's like, wow, we're making like a very accurate selection of this ladder. Because now we know how to use the pen tool. And it is incredibly powerful. There we go. And even these like subtle curves of the ladder, like we're able to just nail them, which is so cool. I can bring this out and then right back in. There we go. Right click in here, make that a selection. Hit OK. Let's just bring this back in here, and I'm going to hit, again, Shift-Delete and fill with black. There we go. We got one more ladder to go. So one more ladder rung. Just click one time, 2 times. There we go.
Aaron, since those rungs on that ladder are made of plastic and they're semi-see-through, if you filled it with medium gray, would they become semi-transparent?
Todd, you are just the man today. I love it. I love it. Let's do it. All right, here we go. Let's fill this, and I'm going to hit the, sorry, what do I want to do? Yeah, fill that with black first. I'm going to fill it with black. Okay, now what I'm going to do, I am going to wind up doing your suggestion, but I'm going to do it in a little bit different way because I've spent time creating these on the layer mask, and what I don't want to do is destroy the work that I just did. So what I'm going to do, instead of going in here and painting this with semi-transparent, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go and I'm going to create all these layers. They're in a they're in a group, right? They're in a layer mask. So what I want to do is I want to paint this. Oh, I can't do that. Sorry, I was going to paint it invisible, but I have to actually paint it back visible. So what I'm going to do now is these are completely invisible. What I'm going to do is click on my layer mask. I'll grab my brush tool and paint white. I'm going to change my flow to about 10%, and I'm just going to let those through just a little bit. There we go. Cool. So now we can see through. Nice attention to detail. Brilliant. Yeah, that really does sell it, doesn't it? You can see through the ladder rungs. What? So cool. And I do think, you know, anytime you guys are doing a composite or something like that, being able to see through, like have that depth in your image it makes it believable. Like it looks like those flip-flops are behind the ladder now. If they were just hanging out over here, we wouldn't really have that bit of detail. All right, I'm just going to grab a hue saturation adjustment layer. Let's just do this. Option Command G. I'd like to get that green just a little bit less saturated. So I'm going to click on the greens, click right over here, and just pull down our saturation just on that a little bit. It looks like that's the tough part. It's like it looks like it's getting darker, right? But it's not. It's just getting less saturated. And that's the hardest thing. And that's why I create these layers, is because it's so hard to tell, is it too saturated or too light? Like your mind plays with you in those ways, because it looks like it's getting darker, but we're just taking away the saturation from it. So that's the whole thing why we create these layers. So now looking at this, all I see is light and dark. I don't worry about saturation. With this one, all I'm seeing is the saturation. I don't need to look at the lights and the darks. So pretty cool. And if you do have any things that look right in one, like if we had anything that like really stuck out here, like, oh, that doesn't look right, it's not as saturated or something like that, we would see it here much more easily than without this layer. All right, there we go. Let's just make sure that we're looking good. This is just a little bit too light right there. So that's something we could totally just wind up going back and fixing. Do we have any more questions, by the way? I guess we're coming pretty close to an end here, huh?
We are actually.
Indeed.
I do have one more for you. There's quite a few people over the last couple of days of while you were photographing and coming up with really cool concepts to shoot. Where do you get your imagination and creativity? Where do you get that inspiration to create these stories in one image?
That's a really good question. Well, included with the purchase of this course is an 8-minute brainstorming video where I actually talk about how I get my ideas. I go through several different ways of how I get my ideas and how I come up with these crazy things. That being said, I'm just a pretty weird guy, to be totally honest. I talked about it yesterday, embracing the weird. But the wonderful thing is I can't get inside of everyone's mind. But when you spend a lot of time with some people, like you figure out deep down, like everyone's a little bit weird. Everyone has those quirky ideas. I know they really do. They might not have this idea, but they've got their own quirky ideas. And I think like trusting yourself and allowing yourself to actually go with those instead of saying, no, people will think I'm stupid, or that's too silly, or the world's not ready to accept it, or like, I don't think people like it. Just go with it. I've created a lot of horrible images that no one liked, even myself. But those were still important because they got me to where I am today, where I'm able to now I know, should I go one way with some of my crazy ideas or a different way with some of my crazy ideas? And in this case, I wanted to do crazy, but I also wanted to make these images really fun. And so how do you do that? Well, you keep things like bright and cheery and happy, and you put a guy in a pink inner tube in a bowl of cereal. How do you not have fun with that? Good questions. All right, that looks pretty dang real. I'm digging it. What do you guys think? It's pretty amazing, right? The fact that the towel was just composited, Jasper's completely in there, as well as all that cereal. Really, really cool job. I would maybe do just a little more. We could create a shadow right there on the edge of Jasper. I'm going to show you guys how to do that, because that's, the cereal bowl would maybe create like a shadow line right there. That's going to help it make a little bit more real. So let's bring him back up. Again, we're going to be using a clipping mask. There we go. Let's grab a levels adjustment layer, Option Command G. So this is what's going to help us out working zoomed out. We talked earlier about working zoomed in quite a bit. Now we're zooming out because that's going to show us maybe you could use a little bit of a shadow there. So I'm going to take our bright level and just kind of bring that down just a little bit. There we go. And I'm going to hit Command I, and then we're just going to paint this white just right over here. And Todd, did you have a question?
Well, no, I was just going to suggest, didn't we also discuss the front of the box, brightening that up a bit?
Yeah, we sure did. Let's go ahead and take care of that. What is our time like, by the way? I'd love to spend a couple minutes.
We have about 5 minutes left.
Okay, great. Yeah, let's spend those 5 minutes just kind of doing some of these things that are going to finish off an image. Normally, I would probably spend more like 20 or 30 minutes doing these things, but we can spend our time. So let's try this. I'm going to grab a curves adjustment layer. Let's go ahead and group those. We'll just call this final. A curves adjustment layer. We're going to brighten this up now. Click right here in the middle and kind of brighten that up. Now, I'm not too worried about is this only visible on Jasper or the rest of the thing, because if we get him looking right in the base image, that's just the same thing as starting with a straight out of camera image. So get all that stuff right and then do your global adjustments on top of it. Now I'm going to go to image and then down to apply image. And that's going to be on the layer mask. So make sure you click on your layer mask, go to image, and then down to apply image. And what we're going to do here is I'm going to choose merge, RGB, multiply, opacity. I'm going to click on this invert button. There we go. And what this is going to do is it's going to flatten out our image quite a bit. Because what it's basically doing is it's taking an inverse snapshot of our image and applying it onto the layer mask. So this is what our layer mask looks like now. Looks pretty weird, right? Basically, this is saying anywhere where this image is light, don't have this layer be visible. Anywhere where it's dark, make sure this layer is visible. So in the case where we're trying to make our darks brighter, and here's our curves adjustment, making it brighter. So this basically only affects our darks. So we can make our darks darker, we can make our darks lighter. But this is cool because notice it's making our darks lighter, but it's not blowing anything out anymore. Like we're not affecting our light. So even if I curve the adjustment layer and I'm cranking it way up here, look at all this like nice shadow detail I'm able to fill in, but I'm not making her overexposed. Really, really cool way. All right, so we're going to bring that up right to about there. Generally, you don't want this visible on people's faces. It just kind of like makes them look weird. But I'm going to hit Command-G to group that with itself, put a layer mask on there, and then these details like that, brightening up this side of the cereal box, I could totally do that. And this just looks like, yeah, all right, maybe we got some fill light going on there. We can do that here as well. There we go. I'm going to choose a different method back there. Brighten this area up as well. Cool. Good question. So that's just kind of like, it's kind of like the fill light function there in Lightroom. Well, they changed the name of it, didn't they, in the new Lightroom? The shadows or whatever. All right, let's grab another curves adjustment layer. And I'm just going to bring the general brightness of everything up just a bit. And this time I'm going to grab a lasso tool. I'm just going to create some like really weird shapes over here. And the reason why I'm doing this is because light it's not perfect. So I really like, creating things that are not perfect. Like if, it's hard to say, but like you probably created like a light area in a photo before and it just looked like too perfect, right? It looked Photoshoppy. It was like, oh, he's got a perfect bright halo right around his head. Light doesn't really do that. Light like bounces around and travels. So by creating a totally random pattern like this, by scribbling around, and then making that's what's visible on your layer. There we go. And now I'm just going to give it a blur. So I'm going to hit Option-Shift-Command-G because we made that earlier. And then go ahead and give this a nice blur. Then what we wind up getting is we get it brighter in the areas that we wanted. But this is what our layer mask looks like now. It's just a big blur of light. And that's kind of like how light works. So you can see it is in fact lightening the areas that we wanted to lighten, but it doesn't look like we did it in Photoshop. It looks a lot more real. And that's the whole point, is to make it look a little bit more real. If you do want, you can take a large brush, maybe paint black, make her face just a little bit darker. So I like that contrast between light and dark in her face. Let's grab a curves adjustment layer, and we're just going to pull this down here just a little bit. And we can basically do the same thing here, and I'm just going to give it a little bit of a vignette, but it's going to be like a weird shaped vignette. All right, so it's going to be just visible there around the edge, and then let's give this a Gaussian blur. All right, and that looks pretty good. Just make sure you don't have it visible over people's faces because it's going to make them look really dark and kind of weird. All right, so a little bit of a vignette is going to help draw attention to your subject. And if you did want to work with any of your colors and things like that, you could totally do that. Normally, I don't like to do that sort of stuff. If I do, if I wanted it to be warmer or cooler or something like that, I would usually use gels on my light. But if this is supposed to be a warm morning shot, we could maybe like bring our reds up a tiny bit and our blues down a little bit. And that's just going to warm up the shot a little bit. There we go. That's a bit too much saturation. So on top of that, we might grab a hue saturation adjustment layer and pop the saturation down. Yeah. Well, we're kind of like looking like a vintage style image, aren't we? Like it's not, yeah. Let's just lower the opacity down there. This is also the time in which I would like seriously take some time to like make sure you're doing exactly what you want, because this is the time that really will affect an image. All right, so let's look at our before and after with that. So there's the before, just a couple of different layers, curves adjustment layers, a little bit of warming this image up, a little bit of fill light, and the after. And we've got something that looks a lot more like a finished ad. We're going to lower the opacity of that just a bit down so it looks a little bit more natural. And yeah, I think that looks pretty good. Maybe we can brighten up that orange juice a little bit. So we'll grab a curves adjustment layer, brighten that up, and then I'm going to just grab with my brush tool and paint there kind of like in the highlight area. Grab a large paintbrush and paint that dark there just a bit. All right, there we go. And then let's grab a hue saturation adjustment layer. And I want to make sure that we grab our pinks just like that, or reds too if you want to call it. And let's pump our saturation back up in there. Especially, we can layer mask this out to make sure that he is saturated, because again, we want to make sure that this is a focal point of the image. So let's make sure we bring that in there, and then we can paint it a little bit on our shirt as well, and on some for Fruit Loopies. All right, and then I would paint this. But earlier we talked about zooming in, and all this sort of work I usually would do zoomed out just like this, because you get a really good feeling of the image as a whole. So we can see, you know, we did a lot of work on this image on small little details, but here in the end, it went from this to that in like almost no time, and it really is quite a big difference, and that's why I really love spending that time. So we're not doing like any like crazy sharpening or HDR or anything like this on this image. We're going to keep it a little bit more on the simple side, but I think it came together really, really great.
Yeah, NLB says in the Creative Cues chat room, says that final retouching was awesome, simple and effective.
Perfect. And in 5 minutes.
And in 5 minutes, which is the more important part.
It's kind of amazing, very impressive. So that's the show, folks. That was really amazing. Being able to see both of these images go from concept all the way to complete final execution has been amazing. So I want to give a final thank you to everyone who contributed to this workshop, including a couple people I forgot to thank earlier, our wonderful models, Sarah, Jasper, Hannah, Sean, and Lee, and a really big thank you to our set designer, Kaleo, who did an amazing job with his team on creating these wonderful sets that we had. So thank you to those guys. Thank you to all of you out there who joined us, and to all of the people here in the studio audience. We really appreciate you joining in and being able to contribute so much through your comments and questions throughout the 3 days. And of course, the man with whom we wouldn't be here, Mr. Aaron Nace. Let's give him one more big worldwide round of applause. Thanks, Aaron.
All right, you have a lot of Phlearn fans that are in the chat rooms, and you have made some new fans that are going to your phlearn.com website. And for all of you guys who are going there right now, just a reminder that you have 25% off. For if you enroll in the course here, you get the discount code, which is PhlearnCL25, which is good through June 3rd. So use that and have fun. A couple final quotes from the internet. Some came from our Facebook global thank you card for you. One from Michael Porterfield that says, "Hey Aaron, I just discovered you and Phlearn through Creative Live. I love your work and your enthusiasm, and you've inspired me to really take my photography and Photoshop skills to the next level. Thanks, and you've got a new fan." DDD967 says, "I literally use frame compositing at all weddings I shoot. I regularly will composite out light sources like softboxes and the like. I learned everything about this from Aaron."
Wow. And that's what's so great about this, is that these techniques that he's been teaching over the past 3 days are not just applicable to exactly this style of photography. I learned a lot today that I'm going to be using in my just simple portraits. The teachings that he's been giving are so generally applicable that it almost seems silly not to want to own them. This is something that you'll be able to refer back to forever. You can download the videos, have them on your hard drive, and as soon as you start working on an image, pull them up, and when you're dealing with that particular problem, look at that video, get the answer, and there you go. If you're someone who wants to be able to do these grand compositions that we've seen, you can do that. You have the tools with you now. So if you want to be able to refer to them in the future, buy this course. The course is available for $149, but in an amazing turn of events, I talked to our producer Amanda over the last segment, or over the last break, and she told me that the $99 deal price has been extended until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. So you have all that time in which to buy the course at that live discounted price. So if you're watching this on the rewatch, you also still have time to purchase the course at that discounted price. So go ahead and do that. The Buy Now button is right below this video stream, and you won't regret it. So that is going to be it for this workshop, but we will see you all on Monday when we start Adobe Creative Apps for Beginners. So, if you've enjoyed your time in Photoshop here today, you might want to come back next week to learn all the rest of the amazing creative apps. We have 6 days with 5 apps, starting out with Graphic Design Essentials, and then going into InDesign, Dreamweaver, Illustrator, Photoshop, and After Effects with some amazing instructors with Jack Davis, Kara Plicinich, Janine Warner, Erica Gamet, Lisa Snyder, and Jeff Foster, all right here on Creative Live. So that starts on Monday at 9 a.m. Hopefully we'll see you there. But for this workshop with Aaron Nace, that's a wrap. Thanks, everybody.